service he'll try. VP Racing. Win every race.
Hey Nick, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
I might have to change the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Cross the road now.
Copy that.
It starts with a line, a choice, a commitment to the surface beneath you, on the street, track, or way off the map. We don't just build tires, we build an unfair advantage. From short course carnage to the wide open throttle of Baja, we've proven it in places where the weak don't survive. Built for every track, every trail, and the terrain in between. Maxxis tires, tread victoriously.
No matter what you drive, Optima brings power that never quits. Red Top and Yellow Top AGM or Orange Top Lithium deliver for your ride. Tested and trusted by the best. Optima, the ultimate power source.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Every single accessory was developed in parallel with the vehicle itself, so the look is seamless and installation is easy. Polaris. Think outside.
Surfing is hard.
That was...
Trading crypto doesn't have to be. The easiest way to trade crypto, Warbucks. Crypto funding made killer.
Somewhere in the world, there's a place where every corner holds a new discovery. Want to find out? Here, comfort isn't measured by extravagance, it's measured by the purity of authenticity. What seems simple on these streets is a symphony of flavors at every turn, where history is served on a plate and the most revolutionary experiences are tasted one bite at a time. Like that first time standing before 12 volcanoes, feeling so unique. Or those giants in the middle of the desert who have waited thousands of years just to keep sharing their story with you. Here, vineyards stretching to the horizon are just part of everyday life. Dance, sail, run, and ride. That's a decision you could make at any moment of your trip. Let the wind guide you, the horizon inspire you, and the journey transform you. Here, what seems ordinary, like crossing a desert, enjoying the sea, and watching the sunset from a forest, is truly a treasure. This isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And what is just part of daily life for us, for you, it's an invitation to an unforgettable journey.
Second.
Good morning and welcome to the 58th BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 500. I'm your host Wes Miller and I'll be here through all of the exciting off-road action in Baja. Joining me at the desk, I have 5-time Baja 1000 class winner and former manager of Polaris Factor Racing and former director of operations for Wide Open Adventures, Ryan Thomas. As well as joining us, good to see you, Ryan. And we also have 5-time Pro Moto Class champion, John Griffin.
Morning.
So good to have you guys here. We've got our moto started at 3 a.m., so they're out on the course right now. John, you've been following this. What do we got going on with those guys?
So some exciting race action going on. We've got the normal players, the 1X SLR team with Tyler Lynn started off first off the line. The 3X of Kieran Niren on the Hero Racing Ducati started second, and then the 15X on the Eric Holt Damian Woolslayer started third, and Arturo Salas. And there's already been some action in the first several hours. They started at 3 a.m. and apparently one of the riders on the 15X, they were pretty close to 3X, took a little trip over the bars, I guess. So they have kind of gone back to fourth, and we're working on the bike a little bit. But right now, the lead team 1X is right around the race mile 193. So they've already gone to Colonet. They're starting to head north towards San Vicente, and hopefully we'll be able to catch some live action of that. And I think the 3X was just about 5 minutes behind the team, so still close enough that anything could happen.
Yeah, I'm looking here on the tracker, and we're showing 1X. They're kind of in that Colonet area, the new section where they've crossed over Highway 1, and they're close to coming into the speed zone going into Llano, Colorado. hopefully we can get a shot of them. Right now, we're showing the start from this morning. You can see all of them leaving the line from the Riviera in downtown Ensenada. Bright and early start for them there.
Yeah, that's right. They send those motorcycles way early in the morning, at 3 in the morning, so they have that nice gap in front of the cars. So hopefully most of the motorcyclists don't get passed by trophy trucks and so forth. So yeah, trucks starting at 8 o'clock, so they get a 5-hour advantage.
Yeah, that's to give a nice cushion to where they don't have trophy trucks breathing down their backs right away through this, and gives them a good lead over the rest of the four-wheel vehicles.
Man, I noticed on the entry list there's quite a few Ironman bike riders that have entered, which used to be like that didn't happen very often.
Yeah, the Ironman class has exploded in SCORE in the last like 3 or 4 years.
What was the name of the guy from Australia that raced? I can't remember it, but after he did it, I feel like that just blew up the Ironman class because he got so much exposure out of it. There were a lot of people that were Ironmanning, but that seemed like it drew a lot more attention to it.
Yes, it's definitely become, you know, one of those cool, crazy challenges that a lot of the riders. It is crazy because I ride a section out of the Baja races and just go, man, 200, 300 miles, that's plenty. But these guys want to go 1,000 or 1,200 or a full 500, and it's.
So here we have the quads taken off the line. This is actually my old wheelhouse.
I was going to say, bringing back memories. More like nightmares, I feel like. I don't know that I would ever want to do that again, but I have a few more years under my belt. But these guys are in store for a major workout out there. And I was going to say with the Ironmanning, I soloed a Baja 500 on a quad, and that was a very painful experience. So I can only imagine doing another, well, I guess this is a 500, but yeah, there's just a lot of time on a motorcycle or a quad to do it by yourself.
Yeah. Yes, and right now we're showing the Cesar Lopez team on the 119A leading the quads, and he's currently at race mile 135. And then the 400X is actually having a spectacular day. That's the 40-year-old pros, and they're right now battling for 4th or 5th overall motorcycle. And then in the 30 class, I had the 318X currently leading that pursuit, and then the 600X leading the 60 class. And let's see, I believe I had a 500X, I think was leading that 50-year-old class.
And if I'm seeing this correctly, the 119X has already moved up to 4th overall on a quad out of the bikes and motos.
Yeah, I think that's the limited pro 111X. They have the 8th A guys, or I think the ATVs. But yeah, all of you fans at home, if you haven't...
Oh yeah, 119X is my bad.
No worries. The 119X Limited Pro team, they're having a great ride, and but yeah, all of you fans at home, if you haven't looked at the SCORE International page, but hopefully you're seeing us from there. But there is a live tracking option, so you guys can keep track of all of the action all day long and see where people are at and follow it. So SCORE has provided us a lot of tools and fans to stay tuned in all day.
Yeah, and for all the fans that are out there watching, you can post videos as people go by you and tag SCORE, and we might use that actually in the live stream here. So any shots that you're getting out there on the race course, we love seeing those, so make sure and tag SCORE.
Yeah, we'll make you famous.
Yeah, there's now thousands of cameras all around the course from everyone that's got their cell phones. So it's been fantastic as fans to watch all of that action.
Yeah, we were talking before we went live too about a bunch of the four-wheel vehicles all have Starlink and live streaming feeds, and I think we're probably a year or two away, I think, of having it from the bikes, and then that will be amazing to be able to have live streaming on board with them.
Yeah, it's bringing such great action. Right now the motorcycles, there's not much space because the bikes have a Stella tracker, which is about the size of 2 fists together, and then you've got your your own trail tech type of a device to keep you on the course, a GPS, and so forth. And then a lot of guys will run a tracker on the bike for their own teams. So there's just not a lot of real estate on the handlebars. But yeah,
this
here's
is
some
a
action.
shot of the 3X team right here on the coast. Kind of looks like the Colonet area to me.
Just because of the rows, the crop rows, you can tell. That might actually be.
Or by Iridera a little bit. Yeah. It's so close. I need a wide shot to really tell exactly where it is. But.
Yeah, I think that might have. It's hard to tell. The 1X and the 3X both have. That's the 1X.
Yeah,
they both have red bikes, and the 3X is on the red Ducati, and the 1X is on the Honda. So it's sometimes you have to break down in gear, so see how close they are. But
what is the difference between the Honda and the Ducati? Is there any advantage for one bike versus the other?
So, the Hondas, of course, been around, dominated Baja for a couple decades now. Kawasaki had their long run with the KX500 two-stroke, and then Honda kind of took over after they pulled out. So the new Ducati, this is the first year for that motorcycle in off-road. So the Hero Racing kind of was riding Honda last year, and Ducati has really supported them in a big way. So they're both 450cc four-strokes, both putting out similar right around that 60 horsepower range. But it's great to see new participants come to Baja and want to race off-road. So I know that Giovanni Spinelli and that Hero Racing team was very excited to bring the new brand, and it's been also interesting to see the head Ducati of the United States has followed the team and continually posts things on their page about all the activity. In fact, they brought the first off-road win for Ducati in the United States. So the motocross team hasn't had that much success as far as winning yet, but exciting to see new brands.
Definitely. Ducati has such a heritage in road racing and street bikes. To see them come into off-road, that's really exciting news.
Super healthy for the sport when we get the different manufacturers for whatever it is, whether it's vehicle, bike, or components. When our sport is getting recognized by manufacturers as a playground for marketing purposes or R&D, it really validates what we do.
Yeah, and I think for them to come down here and be competing for a win is pretty impressive in their first year in off-road.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the 3X in action right now on your screen. And so we've got a Honda in first and the 1X. We've got a Ducati in second with the 3X. And then Arturo Salas is on the KTM in third. And then the Husqvarna of the 15X in fourth place. So we really have four different manufacturers represented in the top four. So great to see that competition, and thank you manufacturers for sponsoring and helping these teams.
Now for people at home that are watching this may look like he's just on a nice cruise, but this is actually extremely physically demanding. Yeah, these guys train, I think, pretty heavily to get in shape for this. And it puts a tremendous strain on your body riding for this many miles at this pace and speed.
Yeah, and so I believe this is shots of Kieran Neeren, who started the race and had the big lights on, and so he was going to ride for the first 170 miles or so, and then the Hero team switched to a second rider, Lyndon Snodgrass, at around 180. And I think that the Honda team, some of them I was hearing that they were going to try to go to Valley Trinidad at closer to race mile 250. So some different strategies on when they were going to switch riders and so forth.
It's interesting when you watch. I'm a car guy, but when you watch the bikes, they really use all of the race course. Back and forth from one side to the other, it's almost like it's its own little road course.
Yeah, you definitely want to use all of it to avoid the obstacles, carry your speed,
right.
and like some of the nasty sections up in the mountains we're going to see later on the summit. Boy, I was always happy to be on a motorcycle because I could steer away from the cliffs on the edge or some of the big rocks and choose the best line.
Yeah, all of those are, I think, really good notes. So I think the bikes and quads use a lot more lines than the trucks. So with that, I think let's go ahead and take a look at some of the companies that help back us, and we'll go to a commercial break.
Over 20
25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
Hey Nick, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. You gotta keep pushing. The desert's not gonna let up.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to finish.
Best views are earned. This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
It starts with a line, a choice, a commitment to the surface beneath you, on the street, track, or way off the map. We don't just build tires, we build an unfair advantage. From short course carnage to the wide open throttle of Baja, we've proven it in places where the weak don't survive. Built for every track, every trail, and the terrain in between. Maxxis tires tread victoriously.
No matter what you drive, Optima brings power that never quits. Red Top and Yellow Top AGM or Orange Top Lithium deliver for your ride. Tested and trusted by the best. Optima, the ultimate power source.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Racing is f***ing hard. Trading crypto doesn't have to be. The easiest way to trade crypto, Warbucks. Crypto funding made killer.
All right, while we were at commercial break there, John moved upstairs to the Warbucks action desk. So now I want to welcome back Jason Hurd, fame builder and off-road racing engineer. Welcome back, Jason.
Thank you.
Good to have you here, man. Okay, while we were watching the motos there, we've got all of our trucks and four-wheel vehicles are staging. Now, this is our second race of the year. So we kicked this off in San Felipe. So let's have a look at the racing action from San Felipe and how that played out.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I'm gonna cry. Oh, I'm so happy. That was just, what a day, what a week. So much fun out there. I'm just super stoked. You know, everyone at McMillan Racing, God, everyone did such a great job getting this truck ready. You know, this truck, it's a team effort. Everyone at the shop. And then my co-rider, Jason Duncan, just freaking flawless. He changed the tire out there in 45 seconds. It was unreal. A lot of people ask me, is your kid's gonna slow you down? It makes me want to be safe, but I want my boy to grow up and say my dad's a badass, and I wanted to win for him, and just got his first win, so I'm so freaking happy.
Yeah, it was a rough day, hot day. San Felipe is always tough, but we made it. Yeah, here in the finish, had a really strong pit support. We did it super fast, and yeah, we made it.
No, it was a good day today. We've been the bridesmaid for a year and a half now, and we finally got a win. It's awesome. The truck was great. The crew was great. I want to thank my closest friends in the world, and the real Larry, for getting the truck where I could cruise in and finally get our victory.
I told you yesterday I was doing it solo, and we rolled at mile 10. These are still the same BFG 42s I started with. We only used 4 of them, so BFG, I saved as many tires as I could. And I hope everybody else is still too afraid, because we'll keep them on old 162. Old Herman #1 right here, 25-year-old race car, first car on 42, so I'll keep it going, baby.
Super happy to be here. This Polaris Razor was phenomenal all day. We beat the crap out of it all day. Huge shout out to Polaris, the whole SCI team, my mechanic Hunter, Johnny, they worked their butts off on these. This one's to all of them that worked their butts off to give me and Justin a weapon to come out here and compete in.
So San Felipe, I mean, that's a brutal race. It's only 250 miles, but I think a lot of people say that 250 is as tough as a Baja 1000. Big win for Luke. What were you guys' thoughts on that race?
San Felipe is the angry stepbrother of the Baja 1000. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, holding a brutal pace. Luke was on point. I mean, he definitely got that win. That was very well deserved. Yeah.
Yeah, so we had, Luke took first, Tavo second, Bryce third, and then Lofton, and then Pulvardi. Pulvardi had an issue in qualifying and had to start way back and work his way through the pack. So pretty impressive run by him there as well.
Hey, let's touch on that for a second. We talked about this yesterday. That event, along with a couple of others, actually changed some policies for this race, didn't it?
Correct.
Yes. So our qualifying now, so at that race, all of our, the all-wheel drive trophy trucks, two-wheel drive trophy trucks, Legends and Specs and Ones were all intermixed by where they started. We've now made a change where the all-wheel drives are kind of starting on their own, and then the rest of the classes are intermixed.
I believe it's actually trophy truck, because I believe Arciero entered the rear-wheel drive in that class.
So I was looking at, because he's listed in an all-wheel drive, but I don't believe he's an all-wheel drive truck.
The designation would be just unlimited.
Just unlimited.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you don't want to go against all-wheel drive, then you go two-wheel drive.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Okay. So the rest of our competitors are getting ready to take off. So one of the other stories that came out of San Felipe was the issues with Toby, and then now we've got Rob Mack is teaming up in the new Gen 2 with Paul Wheel. So we have a little package on that. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so there, we saw some of the action from the 250. I think the big story that came out of this is now Rob Mack, he was in a two-wheel drive. Now he's teamed up with Paul Wheel in the Gen 2 Mason, which, there's been a lot of talk about that truck for probably a couple years now, I think, as they've developed it. Bryce was supposed to be the first person, I think, to have one. But he's got it. They're still testing it and working the bugs out. But Paul has teamed up with Rob Mack, and they're actually debuting it. What are you guys' thoughts on that truck?
This is the next step. So the Gen 1s clearly have been very dominant. So for them to progress, they either just keep building Gen 1s or they have to build something different. So I think Menzies actually took delivery of his first, I don't remember, but Paul sold his Gen 1 to Householder at the 1000. So he went full kill. So he doesn't have a backup truck or anything. He is just full kill into the Gen 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to Rob last night, and they only have like under 100 miles on that truck going into the 500. So they've shoved all their chips in the middle of the table. Yeah. They couldn't have a better driver to be driving the truck for sure. I think it's interesting when you look at that list of four-wheel drive trucks, it's basically a Mason spec class.
Pretty much. Yes. So I was at qualifying and actually talked to a bunch of the drivers. So let's hear what they had to say.
Yeah, we're building the Gen 2, and Paul Wheel got the second one, and they're actually racing this race. So, it's hard to see that just with how much knowledge and everything that's gone into that truck. Our big thing is we want to test as many miles as we can, make sure it's race proven, and then come out and go racing with it.
No, I'm so excited. When I got the call, I was like, the kid in the candy store, honestly, and to get to, for me, racing over 40 years now and get to drive the most technologically advanced built trophy truck that's ever been in the sport is like a dream come true. So again, thank you to Paul Wheel and the Mason brothers for designing something like this. And it's a great group of people to work with too. It's very exciting working with them and, their knowledge. And I love doing the whole development thing. So it's definitely a win-win for everybody, in my opinion.
I think in terms of the biggest advantage that right now the Gen 2 has just right out the box is the size of the fuel tank. I mean, it's 140 gallons versus 110. That's up to 60 more miles between stops. That's the difference in this race between 2 stops and 1 stop.
All right, so that's some pretty cool insight from those guys. What do you think are the advantages to the truck, Jason, and what are the differences? And then during qualifying, we saw some shots of looked like an axle hanging out from under the car.
That
what
was
do you
a
think
CVK
was going on?
Snapped. So honestly, I would chalk that up to bad luck because I really don't think there's a problem with the truck. I think that's just a perfect example of just Baja is Baja because the probability of that happening to me is like slim to none. You've got thousands and thousands of miles on the Gen 1s, and that doesn't really happen. And I've never really seen a CV case snap in that fashion either. So I think that's just pure bad luck.
Well, so they're running 42s. Nobody else is running 42s out there. Could that have factored into it?
I mean, yeah, it's a 934 CV. Everyone knows that the outside of that 934 CV has like no meat on it outside the bolt pattern. There's just a possibility that the 42 could be the issue. But again, I don't know. I'm not seeing that in that context. Otherwise, you would have probably seen all of it snap. Like both sides, everything gone.
Especially once he lost one, because now you're
correct.
Putting,
you're really
put a lot more stress on.
Yeah.
So people that didn't see this during qualifying, Rob Mack was out there in the Gen 2, and he snapped a CV, and the axle kind of dropped out. So his front driver's side was no longer driving the vehicle, so he was in 3-wheel drive, which made that truck a handful, and he still actually qualified with a pretty good time. And the other thing that we're talking about is with 42s, the majority of racers out there have been running 40s now for a few years, and almost all of them are on that. But BFG has come out with a 42, and a lot of different teams have been playing with it, but no one's run it other than Brandon Gaughan in a 1 car, as far as I'm aware of.
I believe Luke tested them. And it's also important to say that it's a 42 on 18. So stepping up to the 18-inch wheel now allows for a larger rotor, a larger brake package. When you're traditionally running on that 40 on 17, you are stuck to a 14-inch rotor. diameter. You can't really stuff any bigger calipers in there. So to complement that, going on the 42 to 18 now allows a much larger brake package. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, with that said, let's take a look at Luke McMillan and Bryce Menzies in a package that we've got. All right, there's some nice action there with Bryce and Luke. So for this race, we had qualifying on Thursday, and Christopher Pulvarde ended up taking first, followed by Bryce, Luke, Lofton, and then actually Max Gordon took fifth. What are you guys' thoughts on how that worked out, and what do you think about the truck that Max is driving too, and how Robbie and Max is being able to do in that Geyser truck? Because that's a pretty unique vehicle.
Dude, baffling to say the least. Because it would be like the inverse of like if one of us are building a truck, you know. And even back then, Rick didn't even like really want to build it, if I remember correctly, how he told the story. But for some reason, man, the Gordons, they have found a balance in that truck. They've figured out how to make it survive, and they can drive it right on the line, and clearly she's doing just fine. So as weird as it is, the truck seems to be balanced with the Gordons behind the wheel. Yeah.
And so this is a Geyser truck that instead of having one engine, it has two engines.
Yes.
And the front engine is driving the back tires, and the rear engine is driving the front tires, correct?
Yeah, it's basically like inverted. It's pretty much two rear-wheel drive trucks, like flipped. Yeah.
Right. So that's a very unique vehicle, and you know, so it has, I think, about the same output. Was it about 1,200 maybe total?
Oh, so I did see it being pretty high on the chassis dyno. Now, typically the all-wheel drives, even with the big blocks these days, etc., if you're 600 to 700 on the chassis dyno, that's pretty good. Being 1,000 on the chassis dyno is pretty gnarly. Pretty gnarly. Yeah.
And it weighs a little bit more. So you have, it's got a little bit more power, but it's got more weight, so like power to weight ratio is probably about the same, I would think, right?
The power to weight ratio, no, they may actually squeeze a little more power per pound by default, because they are running, if I remember correctly, it's LS's, so not near as heavy as say like a traditional big block from Dugan's, and the weird balance of a front and mid-engine truck combined, you know, so it is definitely its own sort of thing. But like I'm saying, man, they struggled a little bit with that truck, but from the 1,000 last year up until now, man, the balance, they're making it work. Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of thought. That wasn't just some crazy idea that somebody had. There was some strategy going into why.
And they've gone through
doing
different
that.
engines. Like they didn't just have this as like the starting point. They went through a lot of development on that truck.
Yeah. I think for maybe it was the 1,000 or the 250, they had upped the horsepower on that package.
Yeah, they've tried diesel engines, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
They had other variations of gas engines, and I believe these are more or less like hopped up LS3s, if I remember correctly now. Yeah.
So a lot of talk about the truck, but how about third generation Gordon?
There
I think
you go,
that kind of gets just kind of overlooked sometimes. That kid can drive. It shouldn't be a surprise.
Right.
But man,
I mean, he's been racing for 10 plus years now or something.
And
he's how old is he? Like 21 or something?
Oh, he's not. No, I don't even know if he's 16. He's 17, maybe?
No.
He's not 21. I guarantee you that.
We'll look that up
because he was like 15 racing UTVs against me almost 10 years ago.
I don't think he's that old, but we'll
But
find
he-
out. Someone will tell us.
At qualifying, the one thing, the takeaway when I was watching his qualifying was he is significantly more settled. He didn't seem like he was trying to overdrive the truck at all. It seemed like he was very calm, and he just brought that thing through. On the inverse would be Pavardi. Pavardi just sent it like really hard at qualifying.
Yeah. Pulvardi was on one.
Yes.
Because I actually did a sight lap of that course, and there was a lot of off-camber turns, and I kind of talked about that doing the voiceover on that, and I saw one where there's a downhill with a 90 left that's off camber, and Pulvardi was setting it up halfway down the downhill, just throwing it in sideways. And I was like, man, you are fully committed to that turn.
There was that one right hand that's like almost a full, 180, like 140 right hand, where it's that quick left berm, and it caught like 4 or 5 guys right away, and it pulled like 2 seconds off. So I texted Jurgensen, I'm like, you got to watch for this, man.
All right.
I wonder if Pulvardi's still having flashbacks from last year.
Probably.
Possibly. So with that, now let's go down to Ensenada to see the honor guard and salute to the flag ceremonies happening live.
Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero aprestad y el bridón, y retiembla en su centro la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en su centro la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Ciño patria, tus sienes de oliva, de la paz el arcángel divino, que en el cielo tu eterno destino por el dedo de Dios escribió. Mas si osare no extraño enemigo, profana con su planta tu suelo, pienso patria querida que el cielo un soldado en cada hijo te dio, un soldado en cada hijo te dio. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero aprestad y el bridón, y retiembla en su centro la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en su centro la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón.
Y ahora escuchemos el himno de los Estados Unidos. Adelante.
All right, so we saw Roger Norman there,
And Elise.
and Elise, and so these ceremonies, they do it before every race down there in Ensenada. It's nice to have the Mexican government involved and have them supporting this. I think SCORE wouldn't be able to put these races on without the help of the Mexican people and government.
Yeah, we're guests. I mean, the majority of the clan down there racing, we're all not from Mexico, and
Honoring the country that we're playing in is it's worthy of that for sure. And they've welcomed us for 50 some odd years. I can remember back as a teenager, even younger than that, seeing schools get out. It's almost like in Baja, it's almost like a national holiday when the races come to town.
I always say like the Baja 1000, Baja 500 is like the Super Bowl and the World Series for Baja California. It's a big event down there. Everybody down there knows the Baja 1000 and the SCORE races and the Baja 500. We're about 20 minutes out from the start of the first four-wheel truck. They're all staging down there. What do you think is going through those guys' minds as they're getting ready for this?
I can tell you what I think they're thinking about. They're thinking about the finish line. That's what I always thought about. You're staring at the starting line, but you're thinking about 400 and whatever it is, 80 some odd miles. That's what the reason you're there. You're there to get to the finish line.
I think I always kind of had like checklists in my head that I was going through of like, okay, have I dotted all my I's, crossed all my T's? Do I have everything set up? And generally you do, but
I don't mean to rip on you, but if you're thinking about all of that on the starting line, you got some issues, buddy.
All right. Well, let's take a quick break, and then you guys stay tuned. We're going to have more action with the start of the four-wheel vehicles here in about 20 minutes.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. You gotta keep pushing. The desert's not gonna let up.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to finish.
Best views are earned. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
It starts with a line, a choice, a commitment to the surface beneath you, on the street, track, or way off the map. We don't just build tires, we build an unfair advantage. From short course carnage to the wide open throttle of Baja, We've proven it in places where the weak don't survive. Built for every track, every trail, and the terrain in between. Maxxis tires tread victoriously.
No matter what you drive, Optima brings power that never quits. Red Top and Yellow Top AGM or Orange Top Lithium deliver for your ride. Tested and trusted by the best. Optima, the ultimate power source.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Racing is f***ing hard. Trading crypto doesn't have to be. The easiest way to trade crypto, Warbucks. Crypto funding made killer.
Welcome back to our coverage of the BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 500. Right now, we have our four-wheel vehicles in staging, getting ready for the start, but our motorcycles are out there battling, so we have a shot of the 3X. So let's take a Maxxis Moto Minute and look at the 3X. Take a pic. So that's that Ducati bike, and they are currently second overall in the moto class.
It's like we're watching this from somebody's phone.
So that's Llano, Colorado. You've just gone up Highway 1 and you're turning, going onto the crossover road heading towards Valle Trinidad. So this is a replay of the same clip here. It's a pretty well-known area, I think, for the Baja 500 courses. Or
for sure,
really any of them.
That whole meadow there will be chock full of trucks here in a couple hours, I'm sure.
Fairly smooth dip.
I always love the crossover road after this. It's about a 30-mile graded road that goes across.
Yeah,
And,
you know, we were talking about that yesterday. They're finding more and more ways to get the racetrack or race cars off that road because it gets so beat up, and it's changed it. It's not the fun rally slide around the corner road anymore because they're getting you off into the nasty stuff.
Yeah, they about midway through, there was one shortcut that people would take, and there was a line that was kind of hidden that now they've made the race course to keep people off of the graded road because there's so many locals that use that during pre-running and everything. But I always kind of felt like that was the only place you could pass on the crossover road.
Yeah.
And now that's the course. But you know, I understand why they did that. You know, as we're talking about the race course, we actually have a graphic of the course map. So let's take a look at this year's race course. This year's 2026 SCORE International BFGoodrich Baja 500 starts in the heart of Ensenada, heads into the famous wash, up to Rancho Nelson, at which point it continues heading east to Ojos Negros, crosses over towards the coast through Ejido Urupan, continuing down south to Erindira and Punta Colonet. At that point, it heads east over the crossover road to Valle Trinidad, continuing to the summit, through the rocks in Cabuzo Junction to Las Palmas, continuing through to El Alamo, back to Ojos Negros, and back to our finish in Ensenada. So let's talk about this year's race course. I went out a few weeks ago and pre-ran the entire course. I kind of view it as almost two separate races. The start to Valle Trinidad, so about 250, it's relatively fast and smooth.
It's business as usual.
Yeah, you know, it's stuff that there's a couple little new sections by San Vicente, but for the most part, it's all stuff that we run. But from that point, it gets a lot more technical. Everybody's talking about the two summits. That's kind of the story of the race and from pre-running. The first summit they go through and you're dropping down, then you go up to Cabuzo Junction, and then where everyone has been posting videos and talking about it is Corriere de Molina, which is a very technical, I think it's about a 12-mile section where that's going to be, there's potential for a bottleneck, and I think it's going to be kind of a make or break point. I mean, what are you guys' thoughts on this?
I think that the division of the race course into two based around those summits is a perfect way to describe it. This first, like you said, 240 miles is kind of like get settled, make sure everything is set for the abuse that's about to transpire. I think the possibility of a bottleneck in either one of those two, honestly, is high, and that is when the whole game changes, for sure.
The question is, who's going to bottleneck? Is it going to be one of the big trucks? Is it going to be a spec truck? You know. And then, Wes, you were saying there were sections where you were all the way down in low when you were pre-running.
Yeah, that's that Cordillera de Molina section. You know, I was in a Polaris Razor, so some of it, I mean, you're pretty much straight up rock crawling. And, you know, I'm out there by myself. I didn't want to slip a belt, so I'm like being safe, throwing it in low, cruise around. But, you know, I think the all-wheel drive Masons are going to get through this no problem. Where I see issues is with the spec trucks, and especially the arrive and drive kind of spec trucks, you know, that are maybe off pace a little bit, don't have as much experience. And for people that don't understand what I'm saying by arrive and drive, there are some kind of rental programs where you can actually rent a seat in a truck, come down and race. And those guys don't have as much experience. And if you clip a rock or something,
bucket listers, we call them.
Yeah, bucket listers, okay. If you clip a rock and get turned sideways, or you get stuck, or like say that happens, and then you break an axle, or you know whatever happens, and you have a mechanical issue, there are a few areas where it's so narrow, and you have a wall on one side and a drop off on the other. There's no way to go around. And what we're talking about, a bottleneck, is all the other competitors come up and they get bunched up behind that because there's no way to go around. And
they get impatient. And
well,
then
yeah,
what happens?
Let's talk about what can happen.
Yeah, well, the front bumper of the car that's behind the cause of the bottleneck becomes a push bar, and that bottleneck car is going to end up down in a ravine because people get impatient and they want to go racing.
Yeah, so as we're talking about this, we've got our shot. You know, one of the things that's amazing about the coverage that we can bring to fans now is all these in-cars, and you can see the various different teams here with their in-car camera packages in staging right now. You know, so this is, I love the fact that we have so many shots of the live streaming because it really brings this race into your living room or office, wherever you're watching this.
Yeah, and it really gives you, especially when they do like the in-cars during, like remember the 1000 when we got to see some of the actual stuff that the driver and co-driver are dealing with, to where it's like now it brings you into the environment. Yeah.
Definitely. So while we're with the staging for the four-wheel vehicles, our dirt bikes are still out there racing. So let's take a look at the Maxxis Motos with John Griffin.
Thanks, Wes. Yeah, I just wanted to give everybody an update on the status of the moto class. So the 1X and the 3X have kind of made this a two-horse race. They're closing in on Valle Trinidad, so they're on the cutoff road now. A lot of the teams are planning on switching riders there. I think that the Tyler Lynn might have been running the first half of the race. Don't know for sure, but I know some of the riders have some technical specialist for that summit that you talked about, that really difficult section. So in other classes, we've got the 119X of Jorge Rivas Jr. leading the limited pro in 5th overall. The 400X was in 6th overall, leading the 40 pro class. We had the 119A as the top quad. That's Sergio Jimenez Jr. and the Sergio is on the 139A. The 119 and 139 are having a great battle out there on their quads. In the Ironman class, we've got Juan Puga Torres leading that class, and then in the 318X of Levi Gill leading the 30 team. And this is going to be a tough one for the motos as they go open over the summit. And then, as you said, Wes, probably like 100 degrees or so, or maybe in the 90s at this point, on the desert floor. So they're in for a tough battle.
So, John, with the rider changes, do you see out of the two bikes, the 1X and the 3X, is there a rider that stands out as having an advantage through these technical sections?
So, I think, I'm not sure if Carter Klein or Sam Pretchesser on the SLR 1X team, which one of those riders is going to tackle the summit. But the Hero Racing team on the 3X Ducati, they have a new rider, Cody Simpson. And they were calling him like the mountain goat or something like that, because I guess he's pretty spectacular through the rocks. So anyway, it's going to be interesting to see, because sometimes that type of riding, it's a challenge, and you'll have guys that, if they're spectacular, they can gain minutes in a short order. So it'll be interesting to see which one is spectacular in that section.
Yeah, it's almost like more of like an enduro type rider might excel, or a GNCC rider might excel through that rocky section.
Absolutely, and they're with a 5-minute lead, the 1X has, it's sufficient. But at the same time, one crash, one rock you take the wrong way, you're trying to go a little bit fast. And as a moto rider in the rocks, that's one of the best times to tackle and try and get a lead, because there's not so much dust. So they're just single tracking over through rocks, and so you can see the guy. Sometimes it's really frustrating, because you can see the guys right there, then you try to push hard, and then you almost crash, or you do crash yourself. So it's looking for some exciting times for those motos.
Yeah, I think through the technical sections, that is an opportunity where you can make up time. So it'll be fun to watch. Can they, it's a little over a 4-minute gap right now. Can they make that up?
Absolutely.
Okay, so moving on from our motorcycles, let's talk about the four-wheel vehicles. We're about 4 minutes from the start here. Mm-hmm. What are you guys thinking for this race out of the four-wheel vehicles?
I put my vote in last night. Should I share it?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it might be a good time to go over our predictions right here. So I don't know if we have that graphic, but I guess why don't we start with Jason? Who are you picking?
I honestly think Luke. Yeah, I think this is his year. So
you're taking the safe bet. I'm going with Rob. I think he's going to pull a rabbit out of the hat. I think that truck's going to last, and Rob's going to go win one for the old guys.
Hopefully they have like a lucky rabbit's foot or something in there, because I think they're going to need some luck to have no problems in a brand new Gen 2 out there.
The sun shines on a dog's ass every once in a while, man.
McCachran is the luck.
Yeah, well, McCachran's not luck. He's the knowledge that he's bringing to the table. So I'm picking Bryce and Andy. I think that's a very strong combo, and that they're second off the line. I think they put pressure on Pulvardi. Maybe Pulvardi has a flat or something. They're able to get by, take the win. And then John, I didn't see who he had, but
Impudia.
Impudia. Well, and Alan could sneak up and actually finish third physically, but actually take it because he's starting, I believe, 7th.
I think I think quite a few of these guys can win. I even believe Householder, Lofton for sure. He's been on a great trajectory.
Well, as we're talking about that, we have our starting order here. So it's got Pulvardi. This is like a hitter's row or whatever. Pulvardi, Menzies, McMillan, Lofton, Gordon, Vildosola, Impudia, Wheel, Thompson.
You know, the reality of it too is Tavo can drive.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
Tavo's
he has
very
not,
fast.
we haven't seen him pull off a win for a while, but he's capable of it. And that's another one that we got to keep our eyes on.
I mean, at the 250, he was in the hunt. And, you know, it's so, yeah, we definitely can't rule Tavo out, but it has been a while since he's put it on top of the box.
Basically, anyone in that top 10 can win today. Like that's how I see it. They're very.
I mean,
plausible.
even Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner.
Correct. Yep.
You know, they've been in the mix before.
And one thing they have been doing lately is, so they bought Dan's other truck, so they are now pre-running in Masons, and that is really helping them a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing that people don't understand about off-road racing that are not, truly immersed in it, is that you really don't get a lot. It's not like you can go to the track and do a lapping day. You
Correct.
can't get a good.
You can't go.
The only way you can practice is to go racing.
Right.
Yeah.
And yeah, just having miles under your belt, and that's one of the things. Young guns come in like a Pulvardi, and you see the issues that they have and the growing pains. And then I feel like once you get a couple wins under your belt, though, then you kind of get into your comfort zone, and then you expect those wins. So none of us picked Pulvardi. I could see him winning this as well.
If he drives too hard,
Okay, so let's go to Rat at the stage.
And that beautiful all-wheel drive Mason trophy truck. The anticipation of the crowd is growing. You can see the people all lined up early in the morning. We sent the bikes off at 3 a.m. and that was an incredible. All those guys headed out into the darkness of the Baja Peninsula. As they get ready to get this one going, we'll be seeing them coming in sometime afternoon. Of course, 18 hours is the timeout for the big classes. So Christopher Party getting ready to go here. 3, 2, 1, and we are green, green, green. Up next, a legend down here in Baja. He also flies the Red Bull Wings, Amsoy, Toyo Tires, KMC Wheels, Fox, the SCORE Spa Designs. It's the number 7 of Bryce Menzies out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Driving with Orrin Anderson. About this, Andy McMillan and Brady Thompson in their Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive Gen 1. He gets ready to watch that clock countdown for him. He's got the Iridium shield on there, knowing that he'll be racing into the sunrise. Great to see Bryce qualify so well. Him and Christopher Pulvardi have teamed up in the past, now separate teams, both running Red Bull now. And we're green, green, green once again for Bryce Menzies. Up to the line next, the 83 out of El Cajon, California. Riding with Jason Duncan, Maxton, Cromet, Tyler Canfield, Gil Aguirre, and their Mason Motorsports, Modern Energy, BFGoodrich, Method Race Wheels, DLM Properties, Fiberworks, and Fox. SDG. Another legendary name down here in Baja, going all the way back to Corky McMillan and Mark McMillan. As he gets ready to look at that screen. He's got that tinted as he also anticipates into the sunrise as they head east out of Baja, the Riviera, as the clock counts down. And we are Verde, Verde, Verde. Oh, as we like to say, beef. It's the 41 of Justin Lofton out of Lockheed, Texas. Right over that Mason Motorsports machine with Derek Connis, Jason Lee, and Michael Jenkins. In the Beef Ranch, the Butcher Shop, Lubbock, Fox, Method, BFGoodrich Tires, Danzia Performance, Nacho Off-Road Lights, VP Fuels, iBox Springs, FK Rod Ends, Stelio Simpson, the Justin Lofton Foundation. As he waits for his time for the green flag to drop here. Oh, the clock's ticking down. So we hit the 10 mark to 8. And green lights go. Oh man, this is awesome. The number 5, seeing this young man grow up out of Orange, California. It's Max Gordon riding with Cole Kramer, Robbie Gordon, and Clyde Stacy in their Geyser built machine. RPM Off-Road, Geyser Brothers, BF Goodrich Tires, King Shocks, Rugged Radios, KMC Speed, UTV, and VP Fuels. And that's pretty cool. His good friend Cole Kramer, a world champion jet ski racer in the stand-up category. Now cutting his teeth in the dirt. He's out of Lake Havasu, so he'll be co-driving with Max. As the clock counts down for him, down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition, and the green flag waves. Oh man, talk about legends down here. The family's legacy is deep in SCORE. It's the 21 of Tavo Tosla out of Mexicali, Baja California, driving with Javi Valenzuela, run that Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive, racing Rumex logs, Toyo tires, Enter, King Shocks, Method Wheels, Baja Designs, Telcel, Impact Racing, How Performance, and PCI Race Radios. Tavo knows how to put it on the box. Will he do it? Well, we're going to have 18 hours from the time of the green flag to find out. These drivers are all racing the clock. And release the horsepower. Man, and the legendary names keep coming. And the number 1, the defending SCORE World Championship, Alan Ampudia out of Ensenada, Baja California, driving with Calcraft and his Mason Motorsports, sponsored by Monster Energy, Toyo Tires, King Shocks, KMC Wheels, Maja, Polaris, Papas and Beer, California Fuels, Baja Designs, OMP, Bell, La Familia Presenta, and RPI and FYDAQ. He's Flacca fast. And it's Verdi for Ampudia. It's great to see this man here, Paul Wheel, in the 46 out of Las Vegas, Nevada, driving with a legend of Rob McCachran, Joe Wanning, Scott McLean, and Andrew Ortiz in that brand new Gen 2 Mason Motorsports. He's got the Paul Wheel Motorsports, Drink Weird, BF Goodrich Tires, Arno H Wheels, PWR Advanced Cooling, Impact Lawrence, Black Cat Civil, Motec, Fox Factory, and SDG Shocks. A new team, a new truck, a new horizon for Paul Wheel as he anticipates that clock ticking down. Absolutely beautiful truck. Problems in qualifying. It is back on point. And look at that thing take off. The squat, the lift, and the power applied. 1,000 horsepower in that machine. And the number 70. He comes from Texas. And Mason Motorsports, King Shocks, Toyo Tires, KMC Wheels, Baja Designs, Joe Gibb Engines, MPI, Miller Sign Corp, Heatwave Visual, EBCO, Traco, Maritex Pipe, Beverly Hills Rejuvenation, CBR Race Radiators, PCI, One Life Trauma, VP Specialized Powder Coating. It is none other than Kevin Thompson with Harley Lettner, Cole Wolf, Kellen Walsh, Steve Covey, and Nick Lynn. And the green flag. Pulling up to the line now, the 24 out of Anaheim, California. Driving in his Mason Motorsports with Trevor Ellingham, it is Adam Householder, and that Householder's Motorsports Inc. Fine-tuned suspension. BFGoodrich Pro-Am Racing Products. Joe Gibbs, JD1, PCI Race Radios, VP Racing Products, Power Steering Solutions, GTR Industries, McKinsey's Performance Spa Designs, PRP Seats, Miller Signs, and Impact Racing. Oh, Adam's taking that thing up, revving her, and ready to release that horsepower. Man, there has been a plethora of Mason Motorsports machines, and he's going to light this one onto the desert and let it eat some dirt. Oh, I can do Mexican, no problem. I can figure the best. This one here. And the 69 out of Escondido, California. It's Andrew Myers and his Mason Motorsports machine with Julio Quintero. Don Brown driving the Toyo Tires, Baja Designs, Method Race Wheels, Fox Shocks, Maxima Oils, Joe Gibbs Racing Engines. Instead, Toyota of Escondido, Hyundai of Escondido, Fasterone, and Dusty Metals. Waiting for that clock and his chance to rip that green flag through. Yep. As they get ready to drop the green flag. And green, green, green. And we have a special guest to Catalina. Thank you for coming and helping out. We appreciate you. You do such an awesome job.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Buenos días a todos. Estamos en esta línea de arranque de la 58 Baja 500. Tenemos el Y9 Industries, Ryan Arciero con el número 12 y sus patrocinadores Bennett, Dragonfly, Troy Lee Designs, C-Span, BFGoodrich Tires, Fox Shocks, Metal Wheels, Y9 Industries. Vemos la cuenta regresiva, solo 5 segundos y arrancamos en esta gran aventura. Vemos a Ryan Arciero y su equipo.
And up next, the 62 out of Orem, Utah. Driving with Ryan Pullman, Gavin Weber, Luis Dominguez, and his Ford in that Prime Power Sports Ready Gunner. It's Dodge Pullman. Waiting for that clock to hit 10 to count down. Ready for that tick, tick, boom. Oh, it's great seeing all the dignitaries down here. Of course, Steve Hedgefield, our Grand Marshal. He'll be racing later on today with the Cops racing team, so it's cool as we get ready for Pullman in the 3, 2, 1. Verde, verde, verde. Well, we're going to have a slight gap right now as we get ready for the two-wheel drive trophy truck. Been a wonderful day here. Oops, we're losing a little signal here. A little overcast, nice and cool today. And I'll tell you, there's going to be some serious horsepower with this weather.
We were talking about it yesterday. This is one of my favorite races of the year because of the weather. And I think the racers think the same as me.
Yeah, but it's not going to be like that when they get to Valley in a few of the places. It could be up to over 100 degrees out there. And, of course, it's, 64 degrees down here right now?
Well, we enjoy the weather while we're here, and we talk about it later.
If you want to get warm, you just go inland, right?
Yeah, under the sun and everything. But it's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, definitely. And talk about the crowds, contingency. Yesterday, the place was packed.
Yeah, all the fans in Baja are really like passionate about off-road racing, and they show it during contingency.
It's almost like a holiday with everybody here.
Yeah.
Kids are out of
skipped
school.
Yeah.
That's right. So awesome. Saw the dignitary, the marinas are here. We got everybody celebrating. Everybody wants to see these trucks go off the line.
Yeah, we thank everyone from the military and the government that's here today with us, waking up early to, share this with us.
Yeah, it's wonderful to do that, and how the Mexican government and the city of Ensenada and all the families, friends, and the people of Mexico embrace SCORE and the racing.
Ya, en México estamos muy agradecidos y muy contentos de tener eventos como este, y agradecemos también que sé que nos están escuchando aquí afuera a pues parte de nuestro gobierno, elementos de seguridad, de los militares que están acompañándonos y pues respaldando este gran evento, la 58 Baja 500. Just saying it in Spanish so they can hear us outside.
I got you. I can follow you. Can't spit it out like you can, but I can understand it. And I can order a mean taco, too.
Yeah. Carne asada.
Carne asada. Sí. Pollo.
Shrimp.
Shrimp.
How do you say shrimp taco?
I know how to say lagostino. Lobster.
Camarón.
Labron.
No,
No?
camarón.
Camarón. Okay, I gotcha.
Estamos esperando a los two-wheel drive, los trophy trucks, los trophy truck legends y clase 1. Tenemos un espacio de 3 minutos, pero ya estamos viendo arrancar a nuestro One Legend, 1L, Gustavo Vildoso, la senior de Mexicali, compartiendo ahí el manejo con Ricky Johnson, Víctor Valenzuela y Nico Ambriz. Lo vimos arrancar en un Mason Motorsports y sus patrocinadores Mexlog, Toyo Tires, Inter, King Shocks, Metal Wheels, Baja Designs, Telcel, Impact Racing, Howie Performance, PCI Race Radios.
And up next, we got the 40T of Chris Miller out of Rancho Santa Fe, California, driving with Kyle Jurgensen, Sean Shanks, Dave Kaji, Cameron Parrish in their Ford-powered machine. We got Pioneer Sports, Vision Wheels, Walker Performance Filtration, RPI, the Shock Shack, Maximum Performance Lubricants, and McNeil Racing. And I know you just saw Gustavo Vildoso. He is yet to be undefeated. Now is 5 years now with the Legends.
He's an actual legend in
He
Baja.
is a legend. And the guy with him, Ricky Johnson's not too shabby either.
2 legends.
All right, off goes Miller.
Next in line, we have Stephen Beal out of Fort Davis, Texas, sharing the wheel and all the work with Preston Schmidt, Sean Geiser, Jared Lubeck, Jason McNeil, Eric Clay, and Gabriel Miranda. Their sponsors, Sendero, Geyser Performance, Maxima Racing Oils, and K1. We see the countdown, and off they go.
Now you're going to see spec trucks and Class 1s mixed drives. Now is the way they qualified here. So up next, we've got the 168 of Cody Reed out of Apple Valley, California. Got the red plate on there, keeping their number still. Robert Mark Doyo, Adam Blancuch, Kevin Reed, and Travis Creets, and they're Chevy powered in the Reed Products Inc., BFGoodrich Tires, Raceline Wheels, Baja Designs, Croyer Power, King Shocks, Pro-Am, Pro Bearing, Weddle, Sign Pros, and Walker Performance. Trying to keep that red plate again, I believe now 3 years. Can they make it 4? Well, we're going to find out, as this is the second race here in the SCORE World Desert Championships. He's counting down from 10, hitting the 5. And the green flag raises.
With the number 127, we have Cody Parkhouse next in line out of Long Beach, California. Their sponsors, Parkhouse Tire, BFGoodrich Tires, Fox, Method Race Wheels, Maxima Racing Oils, Impact, and EBAC.
All right, now we got our first spec truck ready to go off, our second spec truck ready to go off here. It's going to be the 215 out of Murrieta, California. Driver Chris Escobar. And that K&B Engineering, Optima Batteries, Toyo Tires, Fox Shocks, Edge Wheels, Impact Safety, CSD, CBR Radiators, Lobo Off-Road, Hostile, Temecula Motorsports, Weiss Tech, Steel It, VP Race Fuels, and Bob Designs. It's Trey D. Gibbs. Getting ready for it. One of my former short course kids. Used to compete and grew up in trophy carts and then pro lights. Did a little pro buggy too. One of the few championships there. As his clock gets ready to count down. 3, 2, 1. Verde, verde, verde.
Now with the number 273, we have Abdali Lopez. It says from Temecula, California, but I know he's from Baja. From Tecate, Baja California. With him, Sonny Cazares, Jordan Brentel, and of course, it's a Brentel Industries truck. Their sponsors, Brentel Industries, Fox Shocks, Yokohama Tire, Method Race Wheels, FK Rodents, Steel It Coatings, Baja Kits, Maxima USA, Alcon Brakes, Rigid Industries, BP Racing Fuels, Sparco Official, Dancio Performance, Rebel MFG, Hawk Performance.
Now it's time for another lead, the 61L out of St. Louis, Missouri. Driving with Larry Rossler, a true legend. Jeremy Johnson, Skylar Berea, Pablo Ortega, Andy Grinder, and Johnny Mellett. And that Mason Motorsports machine, sponsored by BFGoodrich Tires, Milwaukee Tools, Maxima Racing Oils, Bob Designs, J-Force Dynamics, and remarkable, it's David Payne. Oh, he wants to bring the pain, that's for sure. As he hits the 5 mark. Green, green, green. Oh, I've always loved the roar of the big bores of these big powered V8s going up line.
With the number 85L, we have Clay Lawrence out of El Monte, California. Driving with him, Josh Daniels and Louis Mayers in a 19 Industries machine. Sponsored by Lawrence Equipment, Haas Factory Outlet, Baja Designs, King Shocks, BFGoodrich Tires, Kona Blue Sport Fishing, and Croyer.
next, the 253 out of Downey, California. Driving with Adam Carpenter, Ernesto Figueroa. In the Mason Motorsports, King Shocks, Unique Fabrication, Dugan's Racing Engines, James Lynn Motorsports, Rancho Drivechain, A&J Plumbing, Baja Designs, and AMG, it's Ray Griffith. As the Bumblebee colored needs to go off the line, the countdown begins. And listen and feel the horsepower.
Now getting into the start line, we have the one and only Cameron Steele out of San Clemente, California. Big fan since I was a kid.
Pab.
Cody Stewart and Dave Mason Jr. are driving with him in a Geyser Brothers truck. They're sponsored by, of course, Monster Energy, Yokohama Tire, Fox, Raceline, BP, Dugan's, Geyser, EBAC, Bell Helmets, OMP, Baja HQ, FK, and Baja Bound Insurance.
Great guys, I'll tell you. It's awesome. Dave Mason Jr. and Cameron Steele, good team.
All right, so we saw Cameron's truck leave the line there, and we've got our lead trucks are starting to come into the Rancho Nelson area. It looks like everyone's kind of just holding pace. I haven't seen any physical position changes.
No, but we are seeing through race mile 15 on corrected time, Luke McMillan is ahead of Christopher by, looks like, under a second.
yeah.
Wow.
It's
wow.
It's so tight. I mean, we're talking like fractions of seconds here, I think, on some of this. So.
And you know, we were talking about Tavo. Tavo just popped in there. That's one that we weren't talking about earlier, and I'm going to keep my eye on Tavo today because I feel like his time has come also.
He was the fastest in the first 10 miles.
Yeah.
And Pavordi made it past 3 turns.
Well, he hasn't been to Rancho Nelson yet.
Oh,
yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, here we are. We got a drone shot of Rancho Nelson right here. I think, isn't that where we are?
Yeah, that's Rancho Nelson. So that's where qualifying was. And
man, what a cool venue for qualifying. To have that set up there, be a permanent place. It's great to have that for the locals as well. They get to watch and see it.
And it's like a perfect distance.
Yeah.
3-4 minutes is like the perfect qualifying distance.
And it's closer to town. Like, instead of having to go all the way out to Ojos.
Well, it was always like you were going to a raid. You didn't know where it was going to be. You had to wait till you got the information the night before.
You need the secret password.
Yeah.
But no, I love Rancho Nelson, and I was just out there for qualifying, and every time I go, they keep tweaking it more and more, and like adding more. Like, do they do short course racing out there or something? Because I mean, they have like tracks cut in all over the place out there now.
I think it's actually a recreational place. You can go out there and recreate.
Yeah, but they for sure do that. You can go camp and set up. But okay, so I see some dust here, or I thought I saw dust. I mean, we should have Pulvardi coming through here. Yeah, there's dust off in the distance. So, okay, there's.
Yeah, he just triggered mile 20.
I think the drone's just setting up for a shot. Yes, as we're waiting for that, we've got some of the spec trucks going off the line here. And we'll have different classes starting for probably another hour, I'd say.
At least, yeah.
So.
You know, maybe while we wait for Pulvardi to come through here at Nelson, you just mentioned spec truck and other classes. We got a lot of viewers that don't really know about. They don't realize there's all these different classes. What's the difference between a spec truck and a trophy truck?
Yeah, so the simple way to put it is you have unlimited class, you see the big all-wheel drives, you can do whatever you want. There's no regard. Then right below that, you have unlimited two-wheel drive. Do whatever you want two-wheel drive.
Here we've got Pavardi coming through Rancho Nelson right now, off that jump.
He kind of checked up for that jump a little bit. I'm surprised because he generally just throws it down. Okay, so he's going to make a 180 here through this flat corner and come back around and come straight at us and then hit another jump. And then there's a pretty good G out that he'll go into after that. So the kind of gray area, he's going to hit the jump right here.
He seems smoother than qualifying.
I think so Mike Kim, his co-driver, we spoke after qualifying. I was like, what do you do to keep Christopher in check? And he said, I'm just kind of talking to him calmly and making sure he hits his marks. Oh, this is a really silty berm. It's going to be cool watching him here.
This is the one I was saying. Is like you got to be hard left on that to keep in the hard
pack.
And
then it should go over this rise, over another jump. And then...
Wow, you really checked up on that one.
He's being very conservative.
There we go. We finally got some sound.
I do like this dual in-car now. That's really cool.
Right 5, right 4 tightens down to 3.
He's being very mature with his driving right now, I feel like.
But he doesn't need to push right now.
Yeah.
I think, one of the things that he's got to learn is if you're physical out front, it's so hard for somebody else to come through your dust to pass you that you can kind of set the pace. And you don't need to set a blazing pace. You can kind of just be a little bit more conservative. Yeah, you might lose a little bit of time on adjusted, but get 200 miles in and then see where everybody stands, and then try to gap it out.
Brock is so good at. Brock Hager, when he's out front, he sets a pace and manages based on who's behind him, and he'll toy with them mentally.
Well, right now, Luke was showing 3 seconds behind. Oh, wow. Lofton is 1 second behind Pavardi at mile 20.
So, yeah. Well, I mean, we're just barely into this. I think all these guys on adjusted, they're going to be so close. I felt like Bryce took a little bit of a different line there. He held a little tighter and didn't get up get high into the berm on that one. I feel like all these guys, they're not really throwing it down that hard.
That's the first 20, 30 miles of the race course. They shouldn't be.
I agree. But
they're just pacing each other.
But compared to like watching them during qualifying and how they were hitting the jumps and everything versus right now, all of them look like they know this is a 500-mile race, in my opinion.
Something, actually we're glitching here now, but something that's interesting to watch, especially for new viewers, is you can see the gas and brake pedal up there.
Yeah.
And what most people don't realize is that driving these trucks, you're left foot braking. So if you're good, you're not using your right foot on the brake pedal. And by doing that, you're able to transfer weight in a more controlled manner. So you can see the brake coming on here, and you'll watch he'll roll on and off the gas, and that's left, right foot.
Yeah, because you're talking instant transfer.
Yeah, it's 2-foot driving where you're actually able to modulate the gas pedal and brake pedal at the same time, adjusting the attitude of the vehicle through corners, setting it up. If you want to dive the front end into a corner to get it to bite a little bit harder, there's different things you can do driving that way.
You think they're 2-foot in the UTVs as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
If
the majority of the guys,
if you're fast. The other thing too is that if you think about, you've got your left foot hovering over the brake pedal, you are a nanosecond quicker at putting on the brake when you have to, versus coming off the accelerator.
And you can hold both. You can feather that brake and stab the throttle to rotate. Yeah.
But with the UTVs and the belt, you got to be careful.
Talking about like a spec truck or something.
So here's Lofton coming through. There's a ton of spectators out there.
I don't. Justin is fast, and he's been out at this for a while. We seem to forget who his dad was, Bobby Lofton, who was a rocket ship with Mike Jolson back in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that, but Bobby was always a fierce competitor of mine back then.
I mean, I think quite a few of the drivers we have out here come from a long lineage of racing.
What I was getting at with Lawton is like everybody knows McMillan's. Oh, it's the 3 generations, the Gordons.
Menzies.
You don't hear that about Justin's dad very often.
Yeah, I actually don't know that much about him.
Yeah, actually, much like Clyde Stacy was helpful in the development of the geyser stuff, much like who was the guy with Masons, Larry Connor.
Team C.
Yeah. Bobby was very helpful in the early days of Jimco with Mike Jolson.
And as we're talking about people with racing lineage, we have Max Gordon come through. So that's Robbie Gordon's son.
Who's 18.
Yeah, we did clarify.
And this coming Wednesday is his birthday, so he's going to be 19 soon. But so this would be, if he could get on the podium, I mean, that would be a great run, I think, for Max. And they've been close. They've had some runs here where, so I mean, if they can have a clean run in that vehicle, it'd be pretty awesome. We talked about this being almost a Mason spec class. It'd be pretty awesome to see a twin engine geyser go out there, and kind of shake things up a little bit.
Interesting choice of gloves.
Wow, through race mile 20, Max Gordon was the fastest.
Well, that's in case he's got to stop and work on that car, Jason.
I've driven with them.
So interesting, you say Max is 18. When I was 15 and Robbie was 18, I rode with Robbie at the last ever Riverside.
Nice.
40-something years ago.
On Thompson's Ridge.
Yeah, maybe not 40 years ago. This is Ampudia here.
Yeah. So Alan is extremely fast. I think as far as raw speed, I'd say Alan is one of the quicker drivers out there. Mm-hmm. And he's starting 7th, so it's going to be fun to watch. I know, I talked to him afterwards. Like 2 turns into qualifying, he said he hit a false neutral. Yeah. And that cost him about 5 seconds or so because it wouldn't go back into gear. And I know Alan was pretty upset about that. He said he threw it down the rest of the qualifying to try to make up as much time as he could. But yeah, I mean, he told me he was going to be coming. And I expect him to be pushing really hard and to make a run towards the front.
It's amazing how much the dust has settled down in between the trucks. I was watching it from the air. I was thinking that the dust was going to be worse on this qualifying section of the course, but it doesn't look bad.
No, maybe a little humid.
So we've got some in-car audio. Let's listen to some of these drivers and co-drivers communicate and just hear what they have to say as they're getting through this course.
Left 3, right 1. Left 180. Right 3, left 2. Right 1 tight. Left 3. Right 2-1. Right 2, left 1. Caution times 10. Steer feels weird. Like what? I don't know, like right 2, left 1. How to describe it? Stiffer? Left 2 tight. Right 2, left 2. Right 2 tight. Like shaky. loose? I don't know, like... I don't know, it's because they hit something. Like, the tires, like, when it jumps sometimes, it, like, feels like a little vibration. But I don't know. I don't know.
Keeps coming around. Left 3 up the hill. Right 2, halfway up, right 2. Left 2. Right 2, gate.
Straight out of the LBC. He knows how to put this thing on top.
He seems excited to start.
Oh, yeah.
With the sound of the machine.
All right. Out of Omaha. Joe DeLucia, Alejandro Magoza, Cliff Robinson, and their custom-built machine for Redline, Gearworks, King Shocks, Impact, Alliance Motorsports, Toyo Tires, American Wire Harness, Pyrotech, Baja Designs, and Durco. It's Neil Dricki. I bet his adrenaline's pumping as that clock's ticking down right now.
Butterflies in their stomach?
Yeah, absolutely. Of excitement.
Yeah, of course. Next we have 150, Morgan Langley, out of Manhattan Beach, California, with Billy Gardner, Paul Kellier, Steve Yoder, Mike Meehan, Julia Meehan, Steve Hengbelt, Travis Renier. This is an ES Motorsports car, sponsored by FK Rod Amps, ABAC, Raceline Wheels, Maxima Racing Oils, Baja Designs, BFGoodrich Tires, Fuel Factory USA, Maclock USA, Monster Seals, Lawrence, Action Tracks, and Meehan Motorsports.
Oh, good to see the cops team back down here.
Bad boys.
Oh, yeah, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Sorry for the cringe. We're not singers.
All right, coming up next, a two-wheel drive trophy truck. It's the 26T. It's Matt Colon. The driver record is Dave Taylor. He's driving with Eric Ferrano, Nash Youngren, and Mason Colon in the Adonia Yachts. Raceline wheels, BFGoodrich Tires, and Trailers Unlimited in that Ford-powered machine. A couple more of my trophy car kids have gone into pro lights in the past, but their teeth were cut in Baja. These kids were in Baja. They grew up here, their family coming down all these years. So awesome. Oh, the clock's ticking down. Ready to push on that loud pedal, and there it goes. Laying some rubber.
Next we have Shane Lewis from Jupiter, Florida. Oh, wow. With Earl Smith in a Brendel Industries truck. They are sponsored by Off-Road Development Center, Nacho Off-Road Lighting, and King Shop.
Oh, Baby Shark. Do-do-do-do-do, Baby Shark. Sorry, we're doing it again.
Sorry, we like singing.
He says everybody just says start singing Baby Shark when they see the Speed Shark. The shark with a big bullseye. Said when you come to Baja that you got to be a great white.
Okay, so we've got more and more trucks taking off the line here, as well as coming through Rancho Nelson. That's Jurgensen right there, isn't it?
Correct.
It's in the Cantina truck, yeah.
That's Chris Miller's truck with Kyle Jurgensen driving. And Jurgensen threw down a heater in qualifying. He was second out of our grouped trucks. So you had RJ in Gus's Mason, which that's kind of a pretty big advantage, I think. And then out of the two-wheel drives, Jurgensen in that Cantina truck was the top truck.
He technically had a faster time.
Racer?
Yeah. I'm sorry?
Was Kyle a motorcycle racer, Jurgensen?
I mean, he did dirt bike stuff as a kid, but when he was real young, he got into Class 1.
Yeah.
Real young, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about Kyle Jurgensen. He's got a lot of experience. He's one of the fastest drivers that's not in our unlimited trophy truck class.
Yeah,
in our Mason spec class?
Correct. And he, even in qualifying in that truck, I think he beat two of the all-wheel drives, technically on time.
Oof, that was a hard hit.
Yeah, he ran a 354.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, so he beat Householder and Myers.
So we were touching on the difference of the between the classes, especially in the different sections of trophy truck. You've got the unlimited trophy truck, which is basically no rules. You've got the two-wheel drive trophy truck, which is exactly as it sounds.
Yeah, just no all-wheel drive.
And then you have the spec trophy. Oh, we got to remember the Legends trophy truck class, which is for the old guys.
Correct, and that can
Ricky
be
Johnson, we love you.
And that's the same as the unlimited class.
Yeah.
You can be all-wheel drive or two-wheel drive in Legends. Yeah.
Okay, so the truck that we're watching go through there, I believe that's the Sendero truck, which is Jason McNeil driving Stefan Beal's truck. But McNeil, did you see how hard he was pushing through that? Like he didn't let up for the jumps. Like we watched some of the leaders come through. That big G out, I mean, he was on it. So
he knows how to carry momentum, like ridiculously.
McNeil is wheeling that spec truck, and he was our fastest spec qualifier.
We've got Max Gordon officially through race mile 30, 13 seconds ahead of Ampudia.
And these are on adjusted time, so I haven't seen any physical track position. While we were off air, we were talking, and I was saying when we watched Polvarde and Bryce come through Nelson here. It just looked like they were being very conservative to me. And I kind of feel like what's happening here is Christopher, he's had issues where he's broken or crashed very early on in the race. And I think he's kind of maybe matured a little bit. He's playing a conservative game. He has the physical position. As long as he keeps people behind him physically, he can get, say, 100, 200, 300 miles into the race, then try to make a run and see who's left with them. And I think Bryce is kind of doing the same thing. And what that's doing is allowing the rest of the pack to stack up behind them, giving them, putting them ahead on adjusted time. Mm-hmm. But it's a long game.
Yeah, I think for the viewers at home that don't follow or are not fully embedded in our sport, I think a lot of times people think you're just out in the desert running stuff over, and there's so much more strategy that goes into this. All of what you're talking about, the different pitting and fuel strategies, tire changes that have to take place. There's so much that's going on. You were talking earlier today about what are you thinking about at the starting line. A lot of these guys are having to think about not necessarily their checklist of things that should have gotten done, but what is going to happen in the future. Track position plays such an important role because of the dust.
Yeah, definitely. And so people that maybe don't understand how this is scored, they start in, the unlimited start in their qualifying order. And you've got physical position, and then you have, when we talk about adjusted time, you could, the win is scored off of your adjusted time. So you could actually, if you say started 10th, you started 10 minutes behind the first truck off the line, you could finish 5 minutes behind that guy and win by 5 minutes on adjusted time.
Because it's your overall elapsed time is what matters, not your physical track position.
Exactly. Yeah, so
I've won races like that before where I was 15th across the finish line and beat people by a couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes in classes, like when I was in a UTV class, there's some races there with 80 vehicles or something. You might have an 80-minute gap. So you'd have a guy that started towards the back that no one was even paying attention, and boom, he'd win the race on adjusted time.
I won Laughlin like that. There was an argument happening at the finish line between Bob Gordon and a bunch of people, and here I come in, sliding in and finish and win. Who do we got here?
This is Adam in Cody's car.
Okay, so we've got a social media clip of Maverick Gaunt almost crashing. So let's have a look at this.
Looked like he was going to hit the bridge.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he sent that a little hard, I think. What do you guys think?
Co-driver was like eyeline with the bridge.
Need a little more rebound on the rear end on that? What do you think, Jason?
Maybe a little bit less throttle off the jump.
Yeah, I would say maybe check up a hair more.
So that's not the way to start the Baja 500.
I mean, maybe he just wanted to get some coverage.
Yeah.
That's one way to do it. I'm sure
Get
there's
out of the system. Now he's gonna relax and.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there was a lot of cameras on him there with that jump. That was like the Rugged Radio's activation in the wash there. So I'm sure that's going to end up in a lot of photos and social media posts.
Oh yeah.
So I think we were on board with Lofton for a second there. Now we're back on with Impudia.
Mm-hmm. So I'm showing on the tracker that it looks like Justin is inching closer to Luke. And if we were watching Lofton on the in-car, we might start seeing Luke's dust here.
I'm trying to see who is Impudia behind, because he's got dust in front of him. He could be setting up for a pass here. I believe it's... Is it Tavo that he's behind?
Yeah, actually, I'm showing he just got by him.
Well, maybe. He's right on someone's dust right here, so I think he's right behind Tavo. It might just be the way they're updating. I think that Tavo's just hasn't updated. Because on the tracker, it's showing Max as the next vehicle, and he's a little ways out. Although now it looks like he has clean air on it. A little tough to tell here. So they're up in these boulders This should be kind of heading over towards Ojos, or well, away from Ojos, kind of towards the Tres Hermanos area, I believe.
There's that dust again. And the other thing that I think people sometimes don't realize is about racing in Baja. It's not all desert. You're driving in I mean, like what we're watching here with Empudia. Now he's a little bit out in the clear, but man, so often it's tight, twisty, turny, two-track stuff that the trucks barely fit through.
Yeah, you know, you like see all the clips online, and then someone that's not, you know, versed in this, then you tell them the average speed, and they're like, well, that doesn't make sense. But they were doing like 100, and like, well, yeah, for a few bits.
And there's very few places where you can max throttle in a trophy truck. Down
And this course, you know, where they're at right now is pretty tight and technical. Down the coast, it opens up a little bit more. You know, heading to the coast from like say Santo Tomas to the coast, that's all real fast graded roads. But then the second half of this gets the summit, Cordillera de Molina, both of those are going to be really slow. I think they're going to be averaging 20, 25 miles an hour through that. And speaking of averages, you know, we're kind of talking about what do we think the average for the winner is going to be here. I'm saying 58. What are you guys thinking?
I'm thinking 54, 55. Yeah, I've heard as high as 60.
Ryan, you want to chime in?
You know, you have the advantage of seeing the race course here, so I'm going to go ahead and just latch right on to you because I haven't seen, you know, it's been a while since I've been down there to see it.
I did come up with...
they had a ridiculously high average speed at San Felipe, didn't they?
This year it wasn't as high.
It was 2 years ago was the high one?
2 years ago it was like 74.5 or something, which is
Allen,
that's
right?
insane.
Unheard of, yeah.
Was it Empudia?
It was, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's
but that was a really fast course.
Look at how close the rocks are. Like the thing that people don't really get to is that you've got these massive like VW Beetle-sized boulders right on the
tag
race
that guy,
course.
your steering's done.
You might be done.
I think it's right before this. There's some boulders that you have to squeeze through where there's been some bottlenecks before, where you can barely. You got to do. It's like a little chicane through it, and you've got to set up for it to be able to even make it through.
This is the best part about the in-car, is this really gets to show the everyday person what racing in Baja actually is.
Yeah, and you know, it's the perspective is a little different because you're centered, number one, and a little further back with this camera. But the other thing that is really tough about driving these trucks is visibility.
Yes.
You don't see, unlike the buggies where you can kind of see the front tires, obviously you get used to it and you know where your tires are driving these trucks, but when you come over some of those blind rises, all you see is sky. You don't see what's on the other side.
Yeah, you've just got to kind of, through experience, learn the width of your vehicle and know how to place it without actually being able to see it.
And trust that what your co-driver's telling you on the backside of a blind rise is actually the case, which most of these guys are doing their homework and they've got great notes, but I used to argue this all the time. I don't care how good your notes are, I don't care how good your GPS is, that GPS and your co-driver is not going to tell you about the cow that decided to walk across the road.
I was going to say, you can only drive, like, it's Baja, and you never know what's on the other side of a blind corner or a blind ridge. Like, you have to drive what you can see.
Yeah.
Because if you overdrive, Baja will bite you.
Well, that's the old saying, you drive 80% of your ability and 80% of the car's ability, because at some point during a 500-mile race, you're going to need that other 20%. You just don't know when. This looks like it's Bryce here.
Yeah, we're on with Bryce.
We're getting a lot of glitchy today here.
One thing, when I was out there on the course it's pretty tore up where they're at, but then, you know, going over to Urupan used to just be miserable. And they graded it about 2 years ago, I think. And since then, it's actually been a kind of a fun section.
Really?
And it's a lot smoother than it used to be. Oh, I hated it too. It was miserable. And it's actually not that bad. And I think even Bryce, I was talking to him, and he was saying how like it had gotten a lot smoother, and it was actually enjoyable now.
So I was just looking at the entry list here. It made me think about all of our road race or IndyCar drivers that have come and gone through off-road. I mean, it goes all the way back to Rick Mears and Roger Mears. But we've got Boris Said is entered. Not necessarily, he may have raced Indy, but he's definitely a road racer. But it's something that's interesting. We were talking about how the race course changed. That's another thing that off-road drivers have to deal with. Turn 1 isn't the same every single time, unlike Road America or Road Atlanta. And it's interesting, I've been fortunate to spend quite a bit of time with different IndyCar drivers that have come and raced in Baja. And they're amazing drivers, but where they can't seem to figure it out right away is that turn 1's not always the same, and the braking point at turn 1's not in the same exact spot. Usually those guys would tear a corner off the car in pre-running because they just could not get their head around the fact that you don't know what's around the next corner, so you have to go slower.
Well, I think people that come from road racing or have that experience, you're used to hitting marks.
Yeah.
And your turn-in point is always the same. Your apex is always the same. Your exit is always the same. Your braking point, your acceleration points, all of that. Versus in off-road, you come to a corner and you're set up for it. You come up, set up wide. But your turn-in may have to be adjusted by, what's the berm like? How can you transfer your weight?
Or the rock
is there a rock on the inside? Is there a rain rut?
Yeah.
Or you come in and you set it up and you're already rotating the car and you're going to hit that apex and all of a sudden there's a rock in that apex. So now you have to counter steer.
But I'm sitting here looking at, what is it, 4x4, 16 in-car cameras right now. What an amazing way to watch off-road racing that is, so relatively new for the most part. Growing up, it was all you could do was go out and camp in the desert and then you wait, for a day, and then you might see 15 cars come by, and to be able to sit and watch this on a screen like this is just amazing.
Yeah, in the last, I'd say 2 years, it's just come light years from where it was.
Thanks, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Do you think he even knows that we use Starlinks in all the off-road racing?
Yes, he does, because there's been communication back and forth between. Number one, because Roger did a real estate deal with him where the Gigafactory is, but there's been some interaction between Hammer King and Starlink as well.
Because it changed the whole game.
Yeah,
definitely. As I'm watching the tracker, it looks to me like Pulvardi is starting to put it on now a little bit because it looks like he's gapping Bryce a touch. I don't know. Yeah, okay, Bryce is still moving. So I think Pulvardi wanted to get to that kind of Ojos area clean, and he was being conservative. I think it looks to me like he's picked up his pace. I want to start watching splits here.
It's looking like
it looks like through race mile 40, Pulvardi is now our adjusted leader.
You have 20-something seconds on max right there.
With his history of getting to Ojos,
getting almost there,
I think that was really he was like, I'm going to be conservative, and I think now he's starting to turn on. Here we are on board with him. Let's kind of listen in and see that interaction between his co-driver.
Right 4, the left 3 tightens. This one goes over, then right 4.
So something that's kind of interesting. So that's the voice of Mike Kim riding with Christopher. Mike is the shock tuner at Fox, and then in Luke's truck is Jason Duncan, and he's Luke's shock tuner. And that's got to be a huge advantage for these guys to have your shock guy riding with you. Not necessarily because he's a good co-driver or navigator, but when it comes time to tuning the shocks, that's the second best guy he knows how to work on the shocks, and he's in the truck regularly.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I had a choice for co-driver, my shock tuner or kind of my engine tuner would be the two people that I would maybe have in there, because they're the ones that could be monitoring and adjusting things, on, especially like an engine tuner kind of like.
Yeah, it's also important to note that Pulvardi did switch to Dugan's earlier this year, and this is his first race on BFG.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was talking to Nate Hunt about that a little while ago.
Exactly, and so in context, he went from the Couriers, so the truck will drive different with both of those changes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it's working out for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was on Toyos before, right?
Yeah.
And so how big of a difference do you think there is between tire brands as far as how they handle the traction you're getting?
I would say
sidewall
driver
deflection.
preference. Driver preference for sure, because I've heard plus and minus from both sides of the tables. But the other thing too is, like I'm saying, he did switch to Dugan's. Dugan's is definitely a much lower in torque curve, more of a gut punch.
Yeah, I was going to say, so for people that might not know engine packages, our main builders, you have Dugan's, Croyer, and Gibbs.
And Lofton, I believe, is on Danzio. Lofton's on the P660 Danzio. Yeah.
Okay, I believe that was my buddies Ryan Daniels and BC Vaught. So they're running the old Ryan Pierce Jimco two-wheel drive truck. And BC actually was in a rock band, Head PE, Breaking Benjamin.
Okay.
So it's kind of cool to see someone coming from the music industry out here racing as well.
So look at this here.
Is McCachran,
Watch how the speed, I mean, I just watched it in a couple of seconds go from 20 to 40.
And how much he's modulating the throttle and brake pedal.
Yeah. And then the number in the middle of the tachometer is what gear he's in. So you see if he's changing gears.
Correct.
In talking with a lot of drivers, we talked about the difference between an unlimited trophy truck versus a spec truck. And what a lot of drivers told me is that the unlimited truck, you can't drive that. Ooh, he made...
Something's off.
Nah, you got to go off
there
to
we
the
go.
left, but he kind of missed that turn a little.
Yeah.
But a spec truck, you don't have a ton of horsepower. So you're just kind of mashing the throttle all the time in that thing, just trying to get it to go.
Yeah, you're like 500
Versus
and change.
The unlimited truck is so fast, you actually have to use finesse driving that truck.
I think it's a lot like back before the trophy truck years. Class 10 was kind of the class that you ran before you went into Class 1, the unlimited open wheel class. But typically the guys that did well in the limited classes would do real well in the unlimited class, because you learn how to carry your momentum, and it's a great proving grounds for developing your driver skills. The other one too is motorcycle riders. Those guys, I mean, there's so many awesome off-road truck drivers today that started on two wheels.
Steve Henschild, for example, the Grand Marshal.
Yeah.
Justin Morgan,
Rosler, Ricky.
Rosler's the
I mean, just the list goes on and on.
And a lot of quad riders have
I
figured
don't
over
know
too.
about that.
The Matlocks.
Just not as many quad riders, but there's still a few in there.
I bet if you put a seasoned quad rider in a Mason truck, he'd probably do really well. I wonder if there's someone we could make that happen.
in the Legends class? Or?
Yeah.
Whatever class.
So it looks like we're on board here with Luke McMillan. And look at that, we're just an hour into the race here. We were predicting, about 8.5, 9 hours for the race? Have to do some math here at your...
Let's listen to Luke here, if we have this feed.
Blue straight over. Blue left 4. Blue left 6 over. Good.
What is Duncan doing
Left
with
6
his left
airplane.
hand?
I think he was hitting some buttons there. I can't tell exactly what they were.
Straight over. Caution. Straight over. Right 3. Through the 2 gates.
Should we shoot Duncan a text and see? He actually texts me during some races sometimes.
Not right now. I mean, he's a little busy, but...
Wait till speed's
He'll
up.
get a break in a little bit.
They paused for a minute. We can talk to him now.
Right. All right. Looks like that feed was being a little bit glitchy.
But back to the hour in, that's another thing that is always worthy of talking about. You know, this is not the longest race. This is a 500, but it's tough sometimes for people to process that. These guys that are not switching drivers, they're going to sit in this car for 8 to 9 hours straight and not get out. So they're just, they're not even a tenth of the way into the race.
So looking at Racer Redefined on the tracker there, so some have come through 45, but at 40 we had the majority of the trucks have come through, and Alan Impudia was actually quickest on adjusted, followed by Polvarde, Tavo, Max, Luke, Bryce. So, I mean, it's
3:45 now.
So
we've got 22 seconds. Alan's got 22 seconds on Christopher, and looks like 40 seconds on Max.
And where has he gotten by Tavo?
Well, we can watch the screen right here and see.
He's in something.
The tracker, I believe he's right behind Tavo. Yeah, he's in Tavo's dust.
Yeah, look at that. And you can just see how difficult it is to drive in the dust. That is one of the, I keep saying it's the thing that separates our sport from every other form of motorsports.
Yeah, is how well can you drive through dust?
Yeah.
Or how well can you restrain yourself? You know, we all want to win, we all want to go fast, but man, if you can't see, you can't drive. You shouldn't drive.
Yeah, it's having patience.
Right.
You gotta, in off-road racing, some areas are more dusty than others. And when you get into an area where it's not that dusty, that's where you gotta make your charge. And you gotta make it happen. And in these trucks, you got four 40-inch tires generally. One of them has 42, but they just kick up so much dust. To make up that last quarter mile to get onto someone's rear bumper is extremely difficult.
Well, you were talking about earlier with Christopher that you know, when you're out front and you've got clean air, sometimes you don't remember that you're turning up the dust behind you, and so is everybody else. So your ability to set the pace is really, that's a huge advantage. And if you forget that you're making dust back there, you're always afraid someone's right on your bumper, but they're not normally.
And the dust is typically worse from the all-wheel drives, especially through turn.
Yeah.
They tear up way more soil.
I feel like when you're out front physically, and it's so hard for someone to make up that gap. And if you kind of like slow down and make them try to push through your dust, you can make them make a mistake in your dust, and you kind of take out your competition. You know, if they get a flat tire in your dust, then you can make a run and pull a gap on them. There's a lot of cat and mouse that we talked about.
Glimpses of dust here looking through Alan. I wonder how far off he is off the bumper.
I think he's right at that window of where if he pushes any more into his dust, he's taking too many chances. So he's like hanging right where he can see. So here's Rob Mack in the Gen 2.
The Drink Weird energy drink. I believe that's the sponsor.
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, he's kind of just holding pace.
Yeah, I was talking to Rob yesterday, and I was asking about a strategy for this race with the new truck and the new team, and he said, "Listen, we're not going just to finish. You know, we're going to go run a race pace, and you know, it's a new truck, and admittedly they don't have
We do.
Look at that heart rate,
skin temp."
110. That's not too bad for.
I don't know. The oxygen saturation is not looking so good.
Yeah, that's a concern.
Breathe, Rob, breathe.
131 over 85.
How big is that? You know, it's just from. I was looking back through some texts with him from years ago. This is probably, I think it was 2018, super hot San Felipe, and he'd gotten out of the truck, and I was standing at the finish line, and his belt was all loose, and I'm like, dude, looks like you're losing weight. He's like, yeah, it was tight when I started. He texted me after the race. He said, dude, I lost 12 pounds in the race. A San Felipe 250, he lost 12 pounds.
Well, yeah, and for people that have never driven one of these and they think, oh, you're just sitting there turning the steering wheel. It's a nice, relaxing day in the park. No, you're actually getting thrown around all over the place, and it's fairly physically demanding.
Look at, watch the brake and throttle modulation here, or at least I mean, he's back and forth, back and forth.
And they're not exactly the coldest vehicles. They're pretty toasty inside.
Yeah, extremely, and extremely loud.
Rob was saying that the Gen 2, because of the way the exhaust runs, it's one of the quietest trucks he's ever driven. Seeing some UTVs off
Yes, yeah.
I think the UTVs are going to be able to finish pretty high overall in this race with the technical second half of this
100%.
course.
Yeah.
I talked to Brock Hager to see how high he tried to get him to call his shot a little bit of how high he thought he could finish overall, and he wouldn't kept hemming and hawing with me.
He's not going to jinx it.
But he's finished. I think 6th overall has been his highest, or 7th, I guess. So, I predicted he'd be between 10th and 15th overall. I think that's probably where he'll end up. But
I think it's pretty reasonable. I mean, we talked about top speeds and stuff. The trophy trucks, they'll get up to 140 plus or minus.
This is that Jason Duncan? Or not? No, Jason McNeil.
Yeah, this is, I believe, Beal's truck, so it'd be McNeil.
Yeah. I meant to say McNeil.
So this is the spec Geyser G6.
And we watched the drone shot of him coming through Rancho Nelson. It looked like he was really laying it down.
So Jason, tell us what the joystick is there in the center console.
That right there is going to lock up the rear end. So that is, in essence, is your hoon handle. It's your turning brake. So he's not really using it. Some guys do, some guys don't. But what that'll do is only lock up your rear calipers and let you, in essence, throw that thing kind of where you want.
Sure.
Yeah. Kind of like an e-brake.
I mean, yeah, right. It's a trophy truck e-brake.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a hoon handle.
Yeah. No, I wanted to kind of put it in perspective for people.
And it's, dude, I would say it's like 50-50. Some drivers love them. Some drivers, he's not even touching it, so total variable on that. Also, you have to remember there's drivers that will actually use the balance of the master cylinders, and then they won't even touch the turning brake at all,
So as you're talking about adjusting brake bias.
Correct, front and rear.
So can you kind of explain what brake bias is and how adjusting that would affect the handling of the vehicle?
Yeah, so again, totally driver preference and platform preference, but you'll have drivers that may want more rear brake or less rear brake. And you can do that. Most of them are going to be a balance bar based system where it's like a pendulum between the two masters. Some of them will run an independent system, and then what they'll do is they'll run a valve just for the rear and pull rear out by itself. So totally driver preference. I've seen it all over the board with everyone. And then you also have to throw in the mix of, do I run different friction coefficients in my pads front and rear, friction coefficients of rotors front and rear, pistons. I mean, there's other things you can play with too. Yeah.
So let's go to our Warbucks action desk with John Griffin for a Maxxis Moto Minute.
Thanks, Wes. Yeah, we've got some great action going on here, and the 1X and the 3X are now on the desert floor. So it looks like about a 5-minute and 5-second gap. From what I understand, Sam Pretchisher is on the 1X, and then Cody Simpson, also known as the Billy Goat, is on the 3X. So those two teams are definitely set apart. Arturo Salas is in third place, and I think he might be soloing. I saw his dad's name was on the list as well. So the rest of the teams are mostly making their way into Valley to Trinidad or on the cutoff road. So the 400X and some of the other teams are at that location. And boy, that trophy truck race looks like incredibly packed in together. The fastest times keep alternating between drivers. Looks like Ricky Johnson in the Gustavo truck was second on adjusted time at race mile 20. So, boy, keep an eye on the screen because it's anybody's race. And I think we also have a couple clips here to show of some of the motorcycles. And this here's the 1X going through the Goat Trail on their way as they work towards the summit. Definitely picking their lines through the rocks. You definitely see how those riders are exposed to the elements. So they make a mistake and it's potentially game over and serious injury versus those trucks that can bounce off the rocks and maybe have to do a flat. But there's injury at stake for these guys. I believe this is the 1X that's going to be headed towards a pit. probably right there going about 50 miles an hour as he's probably trying to identify where his pit location is, but burning it up. They're going fast. That's right around Hamu is where that pit location looks to be. Thanks to the SCORE helicopter for this great footage. Here we come into the pit. Like they're doing a rear wheel change, gas up, and changing rider. Looks like where Sam's getting on. You can see them changing the spigot device, which has a locator for the rider. Each rider must transfer that from one to the next. If you don't, you get penalized a half hour for not making that switch. Might be making a few adjustments on the bike because they've been doing from the high-speed stuff. Now they're going to go to all of that rocks going up over the summit both sides. Pretty extensive pit there. It looked like they had some kind of an issue, so burned up a little bit of time. That might be where it was about a 7-minute gap, and it got down to like 5 minutes at race mile 245. So. Boy, everybody's blood pressure goes up through the roof when they're doing these pits. The riders are just so anxious to get back on the bike, and mechanics want to get it right and not send it off too soon. There goes Sam heading out towards the summit. All right, back to you, Wes.
All right, hey, John, question. Why would they change a front tire? Because we were talking here at the desk, like I don't feel like a front tire would generally wear that much. Is that normal to change a front, or do you think maybe they had a flat?
So some of the teams, so this is right at the halfway mark, about race mile 250. So some of the teams feel like they're so fast that they can do a front and a rear in about the same amount of time. So, you know, a lot of the teams, I would just leave it on there because I didn't want to take a chance that something would happen. But some of the teams get so good at doing it that they're like, hey, this is an 80-second pit stop. We can do both tires. We're just going to put on a new front tire with a new front mousse. And especially with the rocks ahead, they might want that extra protection on the rim and not take any chances with those two summits that they have to deal with.
So you just mentioned the mousse. I was talking about that with Wes. It's something I learned about years ago that seemed it was a mystery prior to that. Explain what the mousse is, because I don't think a lot of the viewers know what the mousse actually is.
Yeah, so the bib mousses were started with Michelin, and basically it's a rubber tube, so there's no air that you have to pump up into the tube. So desert racers, Baja racers are always hitting rocks, they're hitting cactus, and we're getting flats. And so you just lose a massive amount of time trying to ride with a flat, lose control of the bike. So they came up with this bib mousse system, so now you don't have to worry about that. They do break down those, so over the miles, especially with the really fast riders, they'll get hot, they'll get a little bit softer, and so the guys may want to put in that, and especially with the front tire on a motorcycle, that's really your control over the bike. So I can see them wanting a little more protection. They've got a good lead, so they used some of that time to make sure that their bike was in top order for the rest of the race.
My understanding is that the Michelin mousse lube was like you had to have that as well to keep those things cool.
Yeah, that's right. That the lube plays a pretty big role in the Nitro Mousse, and the Michelin Dunlop has a system as well. But the lube is important to keep the heat down, so that they don't go down. But
this is Rob. Okay, yeah. So Rob Mack is stopped right now. Maybe do we have some audio? We can try to hear what they're saying.
We've got debris on the hood. Co-driver's getting out.
We're going to find out if the Gen 2 is struck again.
Heart rate's still the same.
Yeah, I was going to say, heart rate
it's gone down, actually. But, yeah, it looks to me like they just pulled off course. But I think they got something going on.
There's no way my heart would be that low at this point.
So Rob told me yesterday I think they were having some torque converter seal issues. I'm wondering if maybe they haven't solved that one yet.
The truck is so new that there's no way they have a torque converter dialed in yet. You know, you go back and forth on so many different things with converters.
Yeah.
It's going to take time, yeah. I mean, the other day, Luke was out there testing 4 different converters in one day.
Torque converter tuning is as important as your engine or shock tuning, right?
It's very important.
I think, can you explain how a torque converter works and how you would tune a torque converter while we kind of watch this and try to figure out what's going on?
Yeah, the primary thing, I mean, pretty much everyone's going to be running more or less a cone 10-inch-ish trophy truck converter. And they're going to be adjusting the stall of that converter relative to engine and driver preference and gearing. So
let's see what he says.
That could be what we're hearing. It sounded gear related, right?
I mean, there's a lot of gears up front. You have the front diff, you have the portals, you have all that stuff. So I think what he's referencing would be more drive system as opposed to like steering or something else. Yeah.
Well, I think they knew it was, well, Rob said 50-50, so sounds like the 50 on the negative side is what's happening.
I was betting on the under on this one.
Up,
what we talked about before. There just wasn't enough time in this truck to go out. If you look at how long it took to develop the Gen 1 Mason and all the gremlins they had to work out of that before they were reliable.
Hey, they're talking again.
242. I think that's probably our culprit, or what we're hearing. And Andrew, repeat again the second part.
I think Pavordi
that's that howling that we were hearing.
So that is Andrew, the co-driver. He actually preps this truck at Mason. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they were talking about howling they were hearing. Any idea what that might be, Jason?
If it was howling based on like drive sound, it could be.
Steve, I'm taking my helmet off. I'm on you guys
stuff like that.
Okay, hey, we got some breaking news from the Warbucks Action Desk. Let's talk to John Griffin.
Yeah, this is looks like Pavoldi was stopped for a minute there. You're always checking whether it's the tracker or not, but it does look like he's moving again. But for a while there, Menzies was closing in fast. So the action is hot and heavy. We're getting closer to race mile 78 where we'll have our next split times. So we're staying tuned to see who's leading this race.
Did we see anything on in-car that showed him actually stopped? And if he was stopped, was it a flat, or what do we think happened there?
I don't think we have the Pavordi in-car cam, so I wasn't able to see that. It was frozen.
Gotcha. Okay, well, we're in-car with him now, and it looks like he's doing okay. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see what exactly happened.
Yeah, it might have been just a tracking glitch of the tracker not registering, so you never quite know. But it looks like he's definitely in good speed right now.
Yeah, on the tracker that I'm looking at on Racer Redefined, it still shows him with a pretty good gap over Bryce, and it shows him moving. And obviously we're seeing him moving from his in-car. Actually moving really fast. He's throwing it down through this section.
And it does look like Lofton has made it past Luke. So there's definitely a lot of action going back there with Lofton, Luke, Max Gordon, and then Tavo is right behind as well, and Impudia close behind. So that group of 5 drivers are definitely on the gas, and it's a big 7-way, 8-way battle for this win.
Yeah, it looks like on the tracker that Polvarde's kind of pulled away a little. Bryce has a little bit of a gap, and then like you were saying, Lofton, McMillan, Gordon, Vildosa, and Impudia are just right on top of one another. So do we have any info on Rob Mack?
Nothing at this point. I'm not sure if he's made it back, got rolling again yet. We'll keep an eye on it for you.
Okay. He's definitely not rolling. Yeah, it looks to me like they may have a major issue here.
It's howling. It's howling pretty good.
I'm kind of curious if we could get some news on Luke. I'm going to speculate that he must have had a flat for Lofton to have gotten by him, because where they're at, it's so tight and dusty. To make an actual physical pass would be extremely difficult.
Yeah, Lofton had been gaining on him for a while, so I don't know if, again, there was an issue or if he nerfed him, but he's definitely on the gas.
Looks like Lofton's in the Oak Grove right now. We were talking about people thinking that Baja is all just desert racing, or racing out in the desert, and you go through so much different terrain. I think people don't realize you race through an oak grove and you're winding through oak trees, and then you're on the coast and you're in the mountains, and then you are in the desert. Like, there's so many different types of terrain that are thrown at these competitors.
The other, this is unfortunately not doing it justice from the feed, but this section right here where you have the shadows and then the bright sun like rapidly next to each other, man, that makes it hard to read terrain.
And if you clip one of these oak trees, they don't move.
No.
So, and it's really tight through a few of those there, and the speeds that they're carrying in these trucks, I mean, they're missing the oak trees by inches.
Oh yeah.
You guys, I'm looking at the score tracker with 0 minutes ago updated on the top 4 or 5, and I'm showing Bryce out front with Pavardi back. Are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing? No, you're not.
No, well, mine's not updated.
Left too tight.
It's one of these things, like it used to be you just had to wait, right?
Yeah.
And now we have these tools, they're not always exactly accurate, and we can get confused.
I feel like I trust the Racer Redefined, and that's showing Christopher out front. I mean, when we see his in-car, we're not seeing any dust in front of him.
Yeah, good point.
So, I mean, I like to go what my eyes can see, and that's a good telltale sign is, watching that. So, I mean, here we're from Bryce's helicopter. I think Christopher has pulled out enough that Bryce isn't even in his dust. I also think, I think Bryce probably just kind of wants to run his own race, try to hold pace, and then get this thing to Andy clean, and then let Andy wheel it to the finish.
Andy can chase him down for sure.
That's when we were talking kind of race strategy. I think the consensus was for Bryce's team. And one of the big things coming into this race is normally Bryce would be soloing this, and now he's not.
Shot right there. Wow.
That helicopter is right there.
That's cool.
Bryce has now teamed up with Andy, and that's kind of a very powerhouse combination.
And Andy's like literally one of the most experienced guys in these mid-engine all-wheel drives.
And has the raw speed to run with anybody, I think.
And the other thing is he's in a headspace right now. He's taking a break. He's kind of been doing different things in life, and his head is back in the game here.
Well, I think it's fun for him again.
Yeah.
I think sometimes racing can get so tedious that it becomes not fun.
Yep.
Which I believe is one of the reasons he kind of stepped away. But once you have enough time away, you get that hunger back, and you want to go. So I'm sure Andy's chomping at the bit. He gets this truck in second. I would expect him to make a run.
Now the question is, he doesn't own this truck. Does he drive it harder or not as hard as his truck?
Drive it like you stole it, right?
Yeah, I can tell you this. There's several guys I know that they're driving the trucks that they don't own definitely harder than the guys that own them. Yeah.
I think it depends on the owner and depends on what's going on. But at the end of the day, if you're racing with somebody that is there to win, everybody understands you're going to push to the limits.
I'm pretty sure Bryce is giving him the green light to push as hard as he can. But that's going to be something we need to kind of just keep an eye on. So, I mean, you look out in front of Bryce, I don't see dust for a very long way. So I think Pulvardi's got a pretty good gap, and that's what the tracker is showing. And really, it lines up with what I was saying earlier.
Tell you what's
where
interesting about watching Bryce right now, we were talking about left foot braking. I'm not, unless the sensor's not working.
I don't think his sensor's working.
Because he's not using the brake.
But watch, you can see the nose dive. Yeah, there's something going on with that sensor. See that? Because he was definitely on the brake right there.
Yeah.
Now remember, didn't Andy, he climbed pretty aggressively at the back end of the 1,000.
Look at this pass we got going on here. Who is this?
That's in Nelson, so that's going to be
spec truck,
like some spec trucks
yeah.
or something. Yeah. You see how many trucks were in that shot? There's like 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's easy to get wrapped up in what's happening up in the front with the trophy trucks, but we got to remember there's, what was it, 200 and something entries in this race?
Okay, Pulvardi stopped.
Ooh.
His tire. Yeah. He's on the right-hand jack.
Okay,
it's
so
going down.
Well, we talked about making a tire change.
But why is he unclipping?
It's like he's getting something out of the door bag.
He's getting a snack.
Well, someone's close because you can hear it.
Why did he shut the engine off?
It looks to me like it's froze.
I think it's stuck. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay,
Well, that just shifted things around.
Well, he had a nice gap, I think. So, you know, how fast do you think you're going to do a tire change? Like under a minute, right?
Under a minute, yeah.
So
I think Duncan got like 42 seconds at the 250.
So if they get a tire change done quickly, he should be able to still hold physical first, but it's going to be
when we were
interesting
sitting
to
there
see what
watching that,
happens.
you could hear trucks. If the audio was just the right
yeah, I was
audio,
just going to
there was
say,
something
we
close.
just did it, but if we go on board with Bryce, let's watch this and see if he can catch Christopher here, because he should be coming up on Pulvardi pretty quickly. And so Bryce has a helicopter. That helicopter is going to see Pulvardi's helicopter, and that's like, I wish we had the heart rate and blood pressure on Bryce, because I bet we'd see his heart rate spike the second he finds out that Pulvardi stopped.
The question is the helicopter going to tell him? Because he's not supposed to.
So we're going to listen in on this right here and see if we can.
40 off to your left, Bryce. Stopped.
Straight over.
There you go.
Outside, tight to your right.
That didn't look like a flat.
No. You know, it could be drive. Remember, he blew a belt. San Felipe qualifying.
So let's see here. Let's watch how Bryce. This is a new paradigm for him, right? In this race. Now he's got physical lead. There's a lot going through his head at this point, I would imagine. Now he's the one that gets to set the pace. He's the one that gets to toy with the people behind him.
He's got so much experience down here, though. Like I think this is a walk in the park for Bryce.
Arguably the one guy who pre-runs more than anyone.
Right and left.
And this has got to be falling right into his lap of, I think Bryce is like, okay, let's be patient. See if, just hold pace with Christopher and then see if something happens. And sure enough. Looks like Lofton. If we could go on board with Lofton, I think Lofton's about to go by Pulvardi right now too. And then we'll have McMillan coming by. I'm curious to see if Pulvardi, so Lofton should be coming up on Pulvardi here very, very shortly.
What is that blue bar? Do we know what that is? A TPS?
TPS, yeah.
Or up underneath it. They're changing a belt. Something. Already left.
They got a flat.
Need to keep going the pace we are. We're doing a good job.
Sure looks like it's connected to the tach, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can't really read what those letters are.
It says TPS and then it's percent.
Yeah.
and it's going up and down. So it's almost like it's.
A little faster.
Now, over the last few seasons, Lofton's trajectory has been very good.
He's sitting second physical right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's in a very good position. Be nice to see Lofton have a strong run here.
Yeah, he hasn't really. He's been solid throughout the races, but hasn't. He's done great in the United States, but he's just. We haven't seen him on the podium or get the win in Mexico very often.
I was gonna say
third last year.
He's won a lot of races
he got
in the
third.
States.
Yeah.
He's just never won it down here, but he's been in the mix a few times.
And this is an older truck that Mike Robb has updated for him.
All right, so we've got news on Polvarde. John, what's going on at the Warbucks action desk?
Hey, we're getting word that the Polvarde truck has tossed a belt. So they're going to have to replace that belt and probably going to lose a lot of spots there. So paying attention to the live timing on the side of the screen there. Pretty good action going on, so we'll hope that they can get back in the action soon.
That is frustrating.
So our expert engineer here, they called it with the belt. That's why we have Jason here.
They are, man, the
Nice.
mid-engines they suck to change belts. There's no way around that. That's going to be a Dugan's with an ID Designs front on there, and that's odd that he's throwing belts. That strikes me as an odd problem. Normally those things are pretty stout.
So I just got reprimanded by the legend Tommy Morris, who's watching the show right now. TPS is throttle position sensor,
okay.
not tire pressure sensor. And it looks like Alex Sherrill from Polaris had the same thing to tell me. Sorry.
And it's funny because you were like, "Oh, it's pretty correlating with the RPM.
RPM,
That's weird. I wonder why he's doing that."
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so
Keep
I
us
wonder
honest.
if Alan got by Tava, because I'm not seeing Dustin in front of him now.
Ooh.
And Alan's right about to go by Polvarde as well. So the whole field's going by Polvarde. But so, is it possible to? Obviously, it's possible to fix the belt. But how long do you think this is going to take?
4 to 10 minutes, 15 minutes maybe. It depends. Yeah.
God, and it's
So
all
he's
hot
getting-
in there
he's
too.
getting
Oh, it's going to be
shuffled
nice
to
and
last.
warm. It'll be
Yeah.
nice and warm through that whole thing. But that's what I'm saying is that's an odd problem. Typically,
Yeah.
you're not seeing that. So
What the in my head, you got a couple causes for that. Either something's not aligned from the get-go, or something gets up in there and bounces around. And
it could be.
If I remember correctly, didn't the belt pop off in qualifying
Correct.
at San Felipe?
Correct.
Yeah.
That was he just switched to the Dugans
Yeah.
on that. Yeah.
or it could be a flexing of a bracket or something.
That's what I was saying is those Ray pretty much only runs an ID front assembly, and those are stout. So to me that's odd. But one thing that does get very unfriendly is if you have any debris up by like where the dry sump pump is and stuff, and you wear one of those cogs or you get something right in there. These trucks, well, pretty much all the Masons, like that area is usually pretty covered. Like it's very difficult to get a lot of debris in there per se.
It's like we're continuing to watch UTVs off the starting line there. I don't know what the split is these days, but man, the UTV class has all the different classes have brought a lot of new people into the sport, and it's a great way for beginners to get started in the sport. And it's been fun to watch the growth of the class. You've raced it quite a bit. It's been fun to watch what the UTVs do here.
The other thing too is percentage-wise, UTVs, especially like the Pro Rs, they are faster and faster as a percentage basis year over year than any other class.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, power to weight. Mm-hmm. You know, they're all-wheel drive. Okay, very good power to weight. It's a great.
We got. Is this Bryce stopped?
No, that's Polvarde.
No, that's Polvarde.
Oh, it is.
Now it won't go into gear.
So he set at one point to gear.
It's in gear now.
There's a good spot right there.
They're trying to get to a better spot.
I think so. Same thing, Christopher.
So the question is, are they getting to a spot to camp and call it a day, or are they getting to a spot to start working?
Most likely start working. Yeah. The other question is are they going to put a jack up to make it a little easier? Or, I mean, you got to crawl in there. It's tough. And you can't be shy because you got headers right there. You got an X pipe right above it. Like, it's going to be warm.
And is this the time that you want your engine guy there to do this, or your shock guy to change a belt?
Now they're chalking the wheels. Interesting. It depends. I mean, usually like McCachran has the guy that preps that truck. Like, that arguably is the best guy in this situation.
Yeah, I always had my prep guy as my co-driver.
Yeah, it's too bad there's not a shock problem because Mike could handle that.
Well, belts aren't difficult. It's just a pain in those trucks.
It's knowing the right wrenches and the angles, and you got to believe Mike's trained for that as well. Though, I mean, this is a top-notch team, and
100%.
But it doesn't make the job any easier. The bummer too is that with coming off of the win for Christopher, I mean, he's right there.
The other thing too is, why does he have an alternator going out? Is it the power steering pump, being complicated? So there could be several things that could be the problem here.
As we're on board with Lofton, I just got splits on Racer Redefined, and through Race Mile 70, right now Lofton is our leader on adjusted. He's actually ahead of Bryce by 36 seconds. The other one I want to kind of watch is Max, because Max has been having a good run here so far.
He's still right there. When you look at
the guy that I think is kind of our dark horse here is Alan, and it's if Alan can kind of keep working his way through the pack, he's got 7 minutes. Well, I guess with Pavardi out, but he'd have 6 minutes on Bryce on adjusted to be able to play with. And really, all of these guys that started ahead of him, he kind of has that ace up his sleeve of he has adjusted time on them, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the spread in the top 8 through race mile 65. They're all within a minute and a half of each other. Not physically, but on adjusted time. So they're running, I mean, as to be expected, they're running a pace where they're just kind of freight training. Here we got our multi-view again here. What a bitchin' shot. And unfortunately, Rob's camera is still stationary and not moving, man. What a bummer.
So I got an update from the Concrete Motorsports team. They just made it through race mile 65, and everything's all good with them.
And as far as Class 1, Reeds are still out front with Adam driving, and Parkhouse is behind him still.
I just got a note here from Brian Harold. He said that Mike said something about hearing the power steering pump whine while he was changing the belt, and they should consider changing that.
That could be the culprit.
So we were talking earlier about fans out there shooting video on their phone, sending it, tagging SCORE. Just a reminder again, if you're out there on the race course and you got your phone, send us your videos. We might make you famous. So is this up in Nelson here?
It's race mile 20, so yeah.
Yeah. That's the other thing we talk about, the 8 or 9 hour time frame. So trucks start at 8 o'clock, they're going to be done 4, 5, 6 p.m. But you had 200 other vehicles or 180 other vehicles that are starting a minute apart. They're not going to run as fast as the truck. These guys are going to be racing all through the night, the slower guys.
10, 11, 12 p.m.
Yeah. So I'm getting word that Max Gordon may have had some sort of a problem. I think he's back up going, but apparently he's lost 2 physical spots on course. And then when we were seeing those biometrics with Rob Mack, apparently SCORE is actually working with a military contractor, and they've been testing biometrics. So that's
lifetime biometrics,
cool. Yeah. But I think as part of the streaming here, if we could have, I don't know if we need oxygen and stuff, but I love seeing heart rate.
Sure.
It just kind of shows what the driver is going through physically and who can stay calm and who's getting worked up or what's going on out there. So Bryce is getting pretty close to coming into Urupan here. And this is race mile 75, and there's some vineyards in this area.
He's getting close to the best crab burritos on the peninsula.
So we have a timing loop at race mile 78. So we'll be able to see what the timing loop says versus what Racer Redefined says versus what Stella says, and kind of compare them and see what.
So I'm getting a note here from our good friend Fish that we got a big bottleneck at race mile 37. 219 is stuck.
So that's probably the boulders I was talking about, where I said there's the chicane through the boulders.
Yeah. Takes
Trey Gibbs qualified first in spec a couple years ago, and then stuck it right in there and created a big bottleneck.
And it sounds like Rob lost a rear gear.
Which Rob?
McCachran.
Okay.
Yeah. Which would be the howling that they heard?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
It was awesome seeing the Gen 2 come out here, but there's just, like you said, they had less than 100 miles on it. Like, to expect that thing to go out.
It was a long shot, but you got to do it, And they didn't have another option.
Well, yeah, they didn't have an option.
Truck,
and then,
well, he has a 6100 to be fair, but that's the other truck is householders now.
Yeah. So here we are on board with Justin Lofton and TPS, throttle position sensor. There you go. That's why it correlates with
very
RPMs.
close to the RPM.
And through race mile 75, Lofton is ahead of Bryce on adjusted time. So this is our adjusted time leader right now.
Right on, Justin.
Right lap, 90 right.
The only one up in this class running a Danzio.
What is so we talked about a Dugan's is kind of known as being that low grunty
one, yeah.
Engine. The Gibbs is the one that's like high RPM.
Correct.
What's a Danzio motor known for?
I'm not even 100% sure. I haven't looked into it too much, but it's a P660, so 600 plus cubic inch. I don't know what they're spinning them to.
So something I do know about the Danzio team is they are able to remotely tune the vehicle, which is something we talked about, Starlink and all this.
Yeah.
So all these the streams we're seeing here, but something else that is a big game changer here is you can have your engine tuner sitting in his shop, monitoring all of the metrics and actually adjusting the tune on the truck on the fly.
Real time through the Motec, yeah.
So I mean that's a huge a huge advantage, or something that can really help these guys through a race like this.
And as that becomes more prolific and par for the course, we're just going to continue to see the cost of trophy truck racing go up. Because then you're going to have a whole cadre of engineers sitting back at your headquarters.
In your paddock.
Yeah.
In your F1 paddock.
Yeah, exactly.
Where your shock tuner's remotely tuning the shocks on the fly. Your engine tuner is remotely tuning the tune on it. And, So we're on with Tavo right here in Hobby.
Here we can get a little Spanish lesson.
Right.
And I thought it was interesting watching Ampudia earlier, expecting.
Hey, okay, so while we were sorry to cut you off, but Tavo is ahead of Lofton on adjusted time as he's coming through 75, and now we're on with Alan, and Alan is actually ahead of him. So
wow,
they're close.
So we have a very tight race going on. Everyone's just neck and neck.
Yeah, through 75, they're all within. Well, it's under a minute. I don't know. I guess Bryce is a minute and a half.
But again, to me, Bryce sitting physical first. He's the one that has control of the race, though.
Oh, he's in the catbird seat for sure. Yeah.
I don't care where I'm at on adjusted. If I'm physical first on course, I'm still pretty happy with where I'm at.
Physical first on course. Obviously, one of the top vehicles. and a very well-seasoned, experienced driver waiting to hop in at 250 or whatever it is.
I feel like if I'm Bryce, if I hand it to Andy first physical, I did my job, and I'm very happy with where I'm at. Alan's pushing.
Is Alan running the whole race?
Yeah.
Zooming out? Okay.
Yeah, so what I was going to say there is Alan's navigator isn't Mexican, it's Kyle Kraft, and he's speaking English to him.
Okay, so we're going to go to the Warbucks action desk. John, I hear you've got some word on Polvarde.
Yeah, Wes, we heard that the lower power steering pump failed on that truck. So more than just a belt, it's that power steering pump. And also looks like Max Gordon had some type of an issue because he lost 2 spots to both Tavo and Pudia. So still a tight battle, still in motion, and all of them are headed towards that race mile 78 timing loop. So anxious to see who's the leader on adjusted time.
All right,
so you hear this the power steering pump being non-functional, and to the layperson like, oh, well, just get in and drive it without power steering.
Oh,
not possible.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not like the old days driving buggies where you could muscle the car around with no power steering. I don't think you can turn the steering
can't muscle around an all-wheel drive 40-inch tire?
Yeah. No, that's a bummer. That's a bummer for Christopher.
You need Popeye arms to do that, right?
No, that's unfortunate. If you don't have one to place it, like you're a DNF.
Yeah. Tough break.
He could replace it. To be fair, still a lot of race to do.
Are we hearing anything or seeing anything about this bottleneck? I'm getting text messages about it, but do we have any? At 37, we have a camera at 46, but.
Probably, if we look at the score tracker, I'm going to say more likely than not, it's a spec truck that got stuck there.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have all the UTVs. Everybody's going to get just stacked
It's going to
up.
get interesting, yeah.
And what really is frustrating, because I've been in some of these bottlenecks, is say if you're in first physical in the UTV class and you got 30 dudes in your class and they all get to close up on you, now you've lost 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So
all that hard work.
Like you're literally freaking out while you're sitting there just because you know you're just throwing time away. So here's Alan coming
No,
to
that's
it.
Tavo.
No.
Tavo, yeah. I thought it was pink for a second. But.
That's Tavo coming in for crab burritos.
Okay, so how far back is Impudia off of Tavo is what I really would like to see. So we can kind of stay on this. Hopefully the drone goes back to Alan, and I think Alan's going to be just off his dust. Okay.
Oh, I just got a note from Fish that the 219 is stuck, but there's a line around it to the left. So if you're not there yet, compliments of Fish, take the line to the left.
Okay, so we've got our top 4 trucks have come through our timing loop at race mile 78. And right now we're showing Tavo, Lofton, Menzies, McMillan as our leaders. Looks like Lofton 16 seconds off of Tavo. And Bryce 55, and then Luke, actually off of Tavo it'd be a minute 11. Okay, we just got another update. Okay, Alan just came through, and Alan is our fastest right now.
Through 75, is that what you're showing?
Through 78. This is through the score timing loop. So the score timing loop is not going off of GPS or anything else. So like the score timing loop should be exact.
It's the ultimate source of truth. You know, my prediction, my choice was Rob. I was betting on the old guy. Since he's out, will you guys allow me to make another pick?
No.
I'm going to anyways.
Now You're going to say Impudia?
No, I'm going for Tavo.
Okay.
Did you guys ever see that
Do we all
clip?
get like backup picks too then?
There's that clip of him going across Diablo. I'm sure you've seen it. Oh my gosh, man. I mean, that was 10 or so years ago. But
the sketchiest clip ever.
Viewers, if you haven't seen it, search it up. Tavo on Diablo, but he's probably doing 120, 130 and hits a bush and, man, up on 2 wheels. It was the best save ever.
Even Andy commented on, he just did that podcast with Martelli, and he was talking about how Tavo was fast.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take a little break here, and then we'll be back shortly with more Baja 500 action.
Somewhere in the world, there's a place where every corner holds a new discovery. Want to find out? Here, comfort isn't measured by extravagance, it's measured by the purity of authenticity. What seems simple on these streets is a symphony of flavors at every turn, where history is served on a plate and the most revolutionary experiences are tasted one bite at a time. Like that first time standing before 12 volcanoes, feeling so unique. Or those giants in the middle of the desert who have waited thousands of years just to keep sharing their story with you. Here, vineyards stretching to the horizon are just part of everyday life. Dance, sail, run, and ride. That's a decision you can make at any moment of your trip. Let the wind guide you, the horizon inspire you, and the journey transform you. Here, what seems ordinary, like crossing a desert, enjoying the sea, and watching the sunset from a forest, is truly a treasure. This isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And what is just part of daily life for us? For you, it's an invitation to an unforgettable journey.
Welcome back to our coverage of the BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 500. Right now we are on board with, can you guys tell who that is?
I cannot.
Spec Truck?
Must
I'm
be.
not sure who that is. But our leader on adjusted time through race mile 80, we have Alan Impudia, Tavo Vildosola, Justin Lofton, Bryce Menzies, Max Gordon, and Luke McMillan. Super tight race. They're all within less than 3 minutes of each other. And that top three, they're less than a minute apart. As far as physical passes, okay, we're Trey Gibbs right now. I believe Trey is our trophy spec leader. From what I've seen on the tracker, I wasn't, unless McNeil in the 241, he was our fastest qualifier in Stefan Beal's truck, but I'm not seeing him tracking. So from what I can tell, Trey Gibbs should be our trophy spec leader, at least physically. There's a lot of guys in that class, so there could be somebody ahead of him on adjusted. And then Abdali Lopez in that Brenthal truck is right on him in second. They were second and third in qualifying, so that would correlate to where we're seeing them on course.
Looks like Trey Gibbs' navigator is going to get hot in the helmet here at some point.
The mag lock failed.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like his comms. Oh no, his comms still plugged in.
And so what we were talking about, that hose there, these guys, they have fresh air systems. So it's a fan that generally has filtered air blowing air into your helmet, which one keeps your head cool, also can help with fogging.
I don't think pressurizes the inside of the helmet.
Yeah. Well, and it keeps dust from coming in because, like you're saying, it creates a positive pressure in your helmet.
You know, we were talking about biometrics earlier. I don't know how much further along Fluid Logic is in this, but they had worked out a whole system where you plug in all your biometrics and the Fluid Logic hydration system would calculate just the exact amount of fluids you need to keep your body operating at an optimal level, but not so much that you're having to pee all the time. I think there's a lot that we're going to see advancing in motorsports around, you know, just the human side of things. You know, the equipment is advancing so fast, and we haven't done a lot on the human side of things.
Yeah, I mean,
here we're on board with Ryan Arcieri. I know he uses the Fluid Logic system.
Yeah, hydration's important, nutrition's important.
Sleep before the race.
Like, you know, Ryan is, I believe, soloing this race. A lot of guys are soloing. That's a 500 for your faster classes. They're going to be in the vehicle probably 8 to 9 hours for the faster cars. But in, like, say, a Baja 1000, you know, you could be in for 16 to 20 hours.
Yeah.
And there's guys that solo that. And that's where it really comes into play, where you got to be really paying attention. You know, I think getting as many calories in your body in the days leading up, you know, because I always, you want to have your fuel tank full when you start the race.
Yeah.
You know, and then also hydrating and, you know, and then staying hydrated and getting some calories throughout the race. But you can't have bathroom stops, so you got to also watch what you're doing there.
We have, it looks like I can't tell who that is, but there's dust. Someone's chasing some dust down right now.
Yeah, so let's go to the Warbucks action desk. I think we've got an update on Rob Mack. John, what do you got?
He's moving.
Rob had called in and said that, you know, his engine was just fine, but the drivetrain was howling so much that he had to bring it to a stop. He is on his way, basically slow going to get the vehicle back out. But his race is pretty much done, it sounds like.
Okay. Yeah, so where they're at, they're in between Ojos and Urupan, which is kind of no man's land, so it's a hard retrieval there. If they're able to just slowly drive the truck out, then they can get to Urupan, which is Highway 1, and then get out of there.
I also have an update on the motos, and so the motos have come down the Molina summit, and they're now on the west side of the summit. And the 3X and the 1X are still battling for the lead. It's down to about a 4.5 minute gap on adjusted time. So race is not over. They're still hard at it.
Okay, I don't want to cut you off, but I don't know if we can get some audio here. We've got Tavo stopped.
Yeah.
I'm
right side
thinking
jacks
he
up.
probably has a flat.
Yeah, it looks like the jack. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because Tavo didn't get it.
Well, the impact's a dead giveaway.
You know, not enough gets said about these guys that get out and change 30, 40, 39, 40, 42-inch tires in under a minute. That is not an easy task.
Nope.
Well, I mean, so tire wheel package for a 40-inch tire and what, a 17-inch wheel, you're talking 150 pounds? Is that right?
It varies depending on the stuff, but yeah.
You know, so to pick that up
it certainly
and
isn't
put
like
it
40
onto
pounds.
a hub, that I mean,
they had to get it out of the spare rack first.
Yeah, they are hub-centric, which helps.
Yeah.
So, and people don't know what hub-centric is. There's a centering piece, I guess, that I just
Kind of like a guide.
how it works.
It's basically like a guide, so you can get it up on the guide, rotate it just enough to get the lug right in, and be done.
So there's a guide that sticks out of the hub, and then you have the center hole in the wheel, and those match basically, and then you can get it onto there, and then you just rotate it to line up with the lugs.
And you got to be careful in case that hub's too hot and it grows too much. It's going to fight you.
Yeah.
Man, what a great shot that is. Beautiful weather. I bet those guys are wishing there was maybe a little bit, but it doesn't look like the wind's blowing super hard.
So according to the tracker, it kind of looked like that happened to Tavo on the road just out of Santo Tomas heading to the coast. And it looks to me like Impudia got ahead of him. And if this tracker is correct, I don't know, we're gonna have to keep an eye on this, but it looks to me like Luke got by Lofton and now Impudia is right on Lofton, which we're seeing dust in front of him. I believe that's Lofton right in front of Impudia. I think Impudia is looking really good to make a run here to take the win right now. There's a little shortcut right there that trims that corner. Been there for about 25 years.
So, kind of an interesting note here. Not that it's always the same, but we're going counterclockwise this year.
So Lofton's in dust. So this is lining up with what we're seeing on the tracker. I'm going to say Lofton must have had a flat or something too, because Luke appears to have gotten by him.
You know, eventually we're going to have like live flat detection. So you'll be able to see like what's in the basket, what's left.
Right.
The new TPMS systems are...
Some of these guys, we can see their TPMS.
Correct.
You know,
yeah.
So, you know, at the San Felipe, we were monitoring some of them, and I think it was Luke that he was getting the sensor. Yeah, because they got out, and because we were calculating, do you drive to your pit or do you change it on course? And they changed it on course because he had enough cushion to comfortably do it.
But that all goes back into the strategies we were talking about, right? You know, if you know your pit's too far and you're going to end up, you know, you'd rather be able to pull off somewhere where it's easy to change versus difficult to change. There's so much that goes into making these decisions.
Also, how flat is flat? They don't always go fully flat.
Yeah.
You know, you could have 15 PSI still and hop it to the next pit pretty easily.
So we haven't started talking about this yet, and it's a little premature, but we are going to be getting into pit stop range here probably in the next 30 to 45 minutes, I would think. We're hitting race mile 100 here pretty soon.
Yeah, I think they're all planning on doing 2 pits.
Yeah.
Correct,
other than Rob. Rob was only going to do 1.
And I think
Did they
he's
plan
planning
on one?
going back to town. So,
but was
they're going to do a long pit stop.
Were they originally planning on just one for the truck?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
he was going to 250.
Okay.
And he said that they still had more. That was giving him a cushion at 250. Which that's going to change. When these Gen 2s get figured out and that extra fuel capacity, that's going to change the game. I mean, we talked about how the pit stops didn't really used to matter. We were talking about it yesterday. Like, they're running so close. I mean, we're seeing it with these time splits. That pit stop becomes a vital component of this. And being able to eliminate a pit stop as the only guy, I mean, if Rob didn't have that problem, that would have been a huge advantage for him to gain 30 seconds or more on the entire field.
Well, in these top teams, like Luke, coming into this race, he was posting some videos of his shop where they were practicing pits.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and it's like a NASCAR or an F1 pit now where everyone has a dedicated position,
Oh, yeah.
dedicated job, and it's you get them in and out of there as quick as possible. And they're basically doing about a 30-second pit right now.
There's a
And that's,
lot of work that goes into it.
120 gallons of fuel and generally rear tires in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think they would do all 4 tires in 30 seconds. That might be a little rough.
Yeah. No, generally they just do rears. Maybe in a 500.
It depends.
For the second pit, you'd maybe do all 4.
I don't know. It'd be interesting
depending
to
on
see.
how big of a cushion you had too. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
It's plausible that the front could last 500. It's plausible. But again, driver preference too.
It depends on the tire.
Yeah.
And I don't share your same thoughts on the tires.
Which tires?
I think that BF Goodrich still.
Oh.
We talked about opinions earlier. I'm just going to say it, and I've spent a lot of time very, very close to the engineers at BFG, and I don't think there's any other tire brand that's putting as much effort and resource into developing off-road racing tires as BF Goodrich.
Well, I mean, look at what BF Goodrich has
done
over the last.
How bitchin' is that? Right on, Jose G.
Looks like the crowd's kind of thinned out at Rancho Nelson. On with Alan?
Yeah.
He has been in dust all day so far.
I tell you, that can
He's
be
charging,
so
man.
frustrating if that's the race you're running, is just constantly, like, you know you have the vehicle and the skill sets to drive faster, but you can't see. It's so hard to not overdrive.
But he started 7th, and he's sitting in 4th physical right now. And like I said, that having that cushion to play with on adjusted time, like, he's got to be pretty happy to not. Well, he's about 98 miles in, and to be sitting in 4th physical. I think Alan's got to be extremely happy with where he's at right now.
We got Bryce showing up here through race mile 100 now.
Yeah, through 95, it on adjusted times is Empudia, Menzies, Vildosola, Lofton, McMillan, Gordon. So something happened to Lofton. I don't know if maybe John could get us an update, but I'm going to say Lofton had to have had a flat or something.
Well, and they're all, it looks like it's all grouped within about a 3 minute, between Empudia and Max is 3 minutes on adjusted time.
What's kind of weird to me is, we saw Tavo had a flat just out of Santa Tomas, and it seems like Lofton probably had a flat somewhere in that area too. And that's really not an area I would expect to get a flat. It's mainly fast graded roads. I wonder, like, if there's something that, like, a rock had kind of come up, or there's something that was, like, getting guys there.
Here we got Bryce out front. He should be getting, we should start getting some pretty gorgeous views as he gets out to the coast here. It was always about this time when I started feeling better, because I could start smelling the salt air.
Well, and it's nice and cool over there. Yeah. And I mean, sometimes it gets socked in with fog.
Yeah.
That actually sucks. But it looks like it's pretty nice on the coast right now. Generally, you have a little bit of a breeze too, like some onshore flow, so it blows the dust out of the way. Although Bryce probably wants no wind at all.
Yeah.
But, yeah, if you're sitting out front, you want no wind. If you're anywhere behind somebody, you want as much wind as possible.
That doesn't
look like Bryce.
No, that does. There we go. So yeah, that's the Pacific Ocean there on the horizon.
And this is coming into like La Calvera.
Yeah.
And then gonna go down through like Rancho Tampico and Punta Cabras.
Yeah, hang her right there, and you go over to that weird compound where all those weird people live.
Teachers group.
Something like that. Yeah. So I've mentioned it a couple times, we've had to shift away from it, but we are going counterclockwise on the peninsula this year. Last year it was clockwise, I think. seems like for some reason I feel like that this coast run is always something recently that's been done in the evening or at night. So it's nice to get out and see the ocean during the day. Oh, did you hear that? Cows just off to your left. There they are.
Yeah. So when I was out pre-running the course, there was a ton of cattle all over the place. So that is something that they're going to have to monitor.
Oh, that's a real deal for sure. Another thing that you don't encounter when you're an IndyCar racer.
Livestock.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you have to adjust your apex for a cow.
Oh, this is Travis Picoy. So Travis cut his teeth in short course racing, but then he did some the Red Bull, wasn't it Rallycross, or it was he was doing some rally racing several years ago. There we go. That's the view I was talking about.
So I'm watching the tracker here, and it looks like Luke is gapping Lofton a little bit, and the field is kind of stacking up behind Lofton. So you got Impudia, and it almost looks like Tavo and Max are being able to close up. Okay, so here's a shortcut down this hill. This is right at La Calvera. So the graded road goes out over towards the coast more and makes a couple of big loops, and then, you know, that shortcut's been there about 25 years or so too.
Longer than that, buddy.
But yeah, as long as I can remember, I guess we'll put it that way. But yeah, so Bryce took that. I'm sure everyone's going to take it. I feel like back in the day, everybody talked about lines. And now with all of the satellite imagery and just how much guys are pre-running, lines don't exist how they did.
Well,
back
you know
in
what
the
else
day.
they're doing? A few of them, and I won't name names. They're using drones. So they don't have to go and make the trail. They go and scout it and mark it on a GPS, but they don't lay any lines down.
Well, and a lot of teams go out with helicopters too.
Yeah, but when you're
the drone is the key.
Pre-running, and you think there's an opportunity for another line, it's, you know, you don't have to. It's not the $800 an hour fuel bill, whatever. It's just throw your drone up.
No,
and then you don't have people seeing you cut it in.
I took one with me before. But you really kind of, with the satellite overlay, you don't hardly even need it. Because you can look and you're like, hey, is there a line over there? And you look at your satellite imagery and it's like, okay, yeah, we can try to make something happen. You take a look at it.
Hey, hats off to Craft Services for the goldfish. Thank you.
So Bryce just went through Rancho Tampico. That's where you gotta watch out for the chupacabras. For people that don't know, there's a sign right there that says Precaución Chupacabras.
Is this Tavo out again?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
Okay.
Another flat?
Chris, do you see anything? ¿Verdad?
No, this looks like something else.
Sí, no veo, es que no me alcanza a meter. No. No, okay.
Lambda mixture looks fine.
Yeah, that's what I was
see
looking at.
anything
I'm looking
wrong.
at Lambda, they look fine. I'm going to remove my helmet so I won't have to get it.
That was my number 2 pick.
Do you want a third pick now? Is that how we roll?
I can hear you. Can you hear me from here? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Go ahead. Oh, what's he doing? He's got another dash?
All right, so we got an update from the Warbucks Action Desk. John, what do you got?
So we've got an update on the Pro Moto class. Race mile 332 on the timing interval is now down to 3 minutes and 39 seconds between the 1X and the 3X. It's been difficult to track the 1X because their tracker hasn't been working lately, but we got that live from the timing loop. So the race is getting even tighter. And also the 15X has made a move on the 11X, so they are back into third place overall, but still quite a ways off of the top two.
What time do you expect our Pro Motos to finish?
I'm thinking that they're going to be probably in that 1 o'clock range, 1 p.m.
All right. All right, thanks for that update. While we were hearing from John there, I was looking at, through Race Mile 100 right now on adjusted time, we've got Alan Impudia followed by Kevin Thompson. We haven't really been talking about Kevin, other than earlier we mentioned that he and Harley could kind of sneak in here, and right now they are. And
is it Harley driving or is it Kevin?
It's Kevin was starting, and then Harley's going to do the second half. He's getting in, I believe, at Valley T. So something that's kind of happened here is both Alan and Kevin, they started 7th and 9th. They've worked their way up right now, and if like where Alan is sitting and Kevin, really, if they can just kind of continue to work their way through the pack, like Kevin is where he's got a big gap of clean air in front of him. If he can make a run and catch up to Max Gordon, he's going to make a lot on adjusted time.
And he, like Bryce, has got another hot shoe ready to get in at some point in the middle.
Yeah, Harley, you throw him in Valley T, he's going to throw it down.
He's a rocket ship,
and he can make up some time as well. They've been in the mix on some of these races last year. They just never had a clean run. So it would be nice to see them have a clean run, and I think they definitely have a shot at a podium.
We're not seeing anything about Ryan Arciero, are we? Last time I saw any note on him was through 85.
Is he on Racer Redefined?
He is.
Okay, yeah.
But he stopped showing up after 90. He's moving.
Yeah.
But maybe a testament to the disadvantage of a two-wheel drive.
Did you talk to him at all? Like, why is he racing the two-wheel drive in the Unlimited?
So I haven't talked to him, but Ryan and I are good friends, and I got an opinion, and I think I know why. Because he's a racer, and he wants an over. I mean, you don't go for the class win; you go for the overall win. I did so when he took the job with the Herps. Spent quite a bit of time talking. We were kind of parallel pathing for a little while. They are definitely working on, and you may know more about this, getting a four-wheel drive truck out in the field. I don't know how far out they are, but they're not ignoring what's happening in the industry for sure.
So we were talking about where Harley was getting in. Well, he just messaged me. He's going to actually get in at Llano, Colorado. So he's going to do the crossover road 2, which that's like such a fun section. That's like full rally car across the crossover road. So I think Harley's got to be pretty excited to be sitting where they are right now.
There you go. Ryan's using the cutting brake.
Yeah.
Difference in the trucks versus the open wheel cars. You got a diff in the open wheel cars, so a cutting brake is actually you're locking up one side of the car, not both rears. In the truck.
This would be a turning brake. Cutting brake, you can go left, right. Yeah. I don't think there's too many guys using cutting brakes up here. It's common in Australia.
I remember seeing some trucks that had it on the pedal, actually. I think short course, they do that.
Some of the one cars do, don't they?
At the pedal?
You're talking about cutting brake?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't think there's too many guys using them.
You know what, the horsepower you have nowadays, you almost don't even need it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he's into Erendira. And so he's going to turn into the right here, and then he'll be out onto the cobblestones in just a second.
You're talking about the at the beginning of the race, the pomp and circumstance happening before, and the towns embracing it. This is a perfect example. I mean, I don't know about you, but if you were driving down my driveway making all this dust, I'd be pretty pissed. But a lot of these towns, they live for this. They love it.
Yeah. So Alan's just going through Punta Cabras, and you can see he's got Lofton's dust right in front of him. And he's pushing. He's going to make a charge. And then I think right in front of Lofton, that dust out, that second set of dust is McMillan.
Look at all the people.
Yeah, so you
camped.
can see McMillan's dust right in front of Lofton. So these guys are stacked up.
What an exciting stretch to be sitting there watching. You got all these trucks coming through so close like that.
Yeah, this is, where else in the world do you get to race down a coastline in a truck going 120 miles an hour or whatever they're doing?
Not stateside.
Because there's some really fast sections here.
And this is like the Long Beach Grand Prix. Like, this is literally people's houses.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
I do
almost
like
at Coyote Cowles right here.
That we're starting to see these speed zones too, because it didn't used to be this way, and that's the respect.
Okay, so should we message Duncan right now?
Yeah, hit him up.
He's on his phone.
Yeah, shoot him a message. Say, hey, how things going? He's texting right now. Okay. While all this is going on, Max is going to be in this section here pretty soon too. So he's been hanging in there. We had heard that he had stopped for something, possibly a flat, and seems like he's kind of made up some time. So here's Bryce. He should be right about to go onto the cobblestone, I believe. Oh, he's staying. Okay, so these guys, they're all staying to the left now and not even going on the cobble. A lot of times that field gets flooded and turns into like a muddy mess, but okay, so he's going onto the cobble now.
God, that's so abusive to the underside of the trucks.
What you got to watch out for, Jason, because these are probably kind of baseball-sized cobblestones.
Skid plate under the engine, for sure. On a mid-engine like this, skid plate under the engine. Because
these get like whooped out cobblestones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you've got the bottom out scenario, but you also have everything coming off the front tires. Like, I mean, they're cannonballs.
Like rear brake lines, stuff like that.
Yeah.
That poor
Drive
housing
line.
is just getting gnarled. Yeah.
All right, so let's kind of listen into them while they're talking here, going through here.
Left up here. 45 here. Left up here. Right, which is 2 minutes, 50 seconds behind. Walk on left here. Got that jump coming up. Left back in here. Caution, firm on the left up here. Tighten right. Right towards left.
Left 5 into the rocks. Easy on the shaft, just don't try not to turn too much.
Pit 83, one just came in for a pit at 1 minute.
Alan just came into the pit. Blue tip, nice and easy, easy, easy. Left 5. Left 5, stay right straight through. Caution drops off, left 4 in the rocks. Nice and easy right here. Good. Nice and easy. And go. Got a 6 airplane. Good, left 5. Good, stay right straight through. Good, yep, straight through, straight through. Right line, straight through airplane. Right straight through airplane. Big rocks on the left. Right straight through. That one and that one. Good, left line, left line. It's all good, it's all good.
Right in the center of the rock.
Yep, yep. Big rock in the right berm, caution. There. Right 6 over, jump, blue dot. Stay left in the side, straight through, WFO. Yep, yep, right there, wide open. Go, go, go. Airplane, left 6, right 6. Airplane, left 6.
Don't need that in here. Straight. What is that? 45 left. They handed me the Coke bottle right when I left.
Oh.
Straight. White left. Straight. Left 4 tight. Right 4 tight, rocks in. Left 5-4, rock right. Caution, jump. Left 3. Go. Left 5, right 5. Right back. Left 5 tight, right 4 tight.
You want to hit the drive line? Up to that, you okay?
Okay. Green, 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 green. Big left. And then into rock again. That's easy. That's easy just for 100 meters. All right. Good job. Forward left. Off the road. Green, green. Rocket middle up ahead. Rocket middle. Go right, right. I'm trying. I have to jump. That's easy. 300 feet over. That's easy. Perfect. Good job. Now, green, green. Green straight. Big right. Stay front left, stay right side, no push. Green. Walk out left, right, right, left. Stay right side, right side. Perfect, good. Good job. Forward left, forward right, just a little bit.
It's going to be dialed.
All right, so that was some pretty good action there. I think one of the things that we saw was Empudia pitted. And we were discussing that while we were watching those videos. And most of these teams are going to have to do 2 pits. But by him pitting early, I think that's going to really work to his advantage with where he's sitting. One, because it gave him clean air. He was right on Lofton. It allowed him to let Lofton gap out because you're going to need to pit at some point anyways. And now he's got clean air and he can roll back up on him, which is going to allow him to gain time on adjusted, as well as towards the end of the race. Now other guys are going to have to pit.
Let's talk about the pit, though.
Finish.
What we're talking about. It's fuel. Ultimately, these trucks they consume fuel. 2 miles of the gallon, is that a fair number?
Yeah, roughly.
So they're limited in how far they can go on fuel, and honestly, the tires. The tires, they are pushing so much horsepower. The tread will eventually wear off these tires. So what you've got, what's that?
We got to add engine oil too.
Oh, all right. Ultimately, what we're talking about is the distance that each car can go before they have to fuel. And what Alan just did was he did a short fuel. He fueled way before he probably needed to. But what that's going to allow is, because he's kind of mid-pack right now, or not mid-pack, but he's got people in front of him. Those guys are going to have to fuel, which now Alan's going to be able to drive by them, hopefully, and gain a track position or two.
Now, do you think he's going to go long on this one and short fuel the back, or short fuel next and then go long to the finish?
If they're thinking through it the way that it appears they are, they might be able to call an audible. If they're not.
Either or.
Right.
Well, I think if on max range you're 180 or so, like 200 maybe?
I don't think it's 200.
It's not going to be 200.
Okay, so if the Gen 2 could go 250, and Tavo in that video piece said that the Gen 2 could go 60 miles further, then that's 190 you could go on a Gen 1, right?
It's going to be in that range, but
so
again,
180, 190.
Sure.
So he just did it in 110. Which means now they can kind of play with how they want to do the next two.
Hold on a second. I'm interrupting everybody.
Class 11.
Class 11. Sorry, yeah. Trophy trucks are cool, but there's nothing cooler than that. That's Eric Solorzano. That guy has been at this for so long. In fact, I think he just got inducted into the Off-Road Hall of Fame, which he deserved for sure. What a cool tribute to the roots of our sport right here. He's, 47 minutes into his race.
Now, to put it in perspective, what do you think average Class 11 times are going to be?
Oh, man.
Average speed. If we're thinking mid to high 50s
just over the time limit, or the.
Well, like the wide open cars for the 1,000, I know were in the 40s, so this is going to be slower than that for sure.
Okay, as we're watching our leaders on the tracker here, Bryce is coming into. He's about race mile 128 or so. While I was out there looking at the. Okay, so Bryce is pitting.
Is he pitting?
So here's another pit, yeah. Let's listen in here. That's a pit.
I don't.
Okay.
No,
yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, it is.
Well, he's in a pit.
Well, wait,
I don't know if it's
like
a
it was
scheduled
Steve
pit.
on the ground.
Something's up.
No, they got the bottles on their back. That's a pit.
Yeah, that's the compressed air for the guns.
Did he say, "Come on, guys"? I wish I started a stopwatch on this to see how long he's sitting there.
You know where he's at?
He's about race mile 128. He had a pretty good gap. So he's still holding physical position. Looks like he's going to be out of here pretty quick.
Light right. Sorry, go left. Light left and right over.
All right, John, you got something to say from the Warbucks Action Desk?
Yeah, that's right. We've got some action going on there as Bryce seems like he's hanging on to his lead, but update on the Pro Motos. The Sportsman Cutoff, the ATVs took the Sportsman Cutoff, so there's now 3 ATVs physically leading the race ahead of the Pro Motos. So now those Pro Motos are going to have to dodge through the dust of those ATVs, and they're at roughly race mile, I want to say around 350. So some action going on at the front there.
Were they Sportsman ATVs or were they Pro ATVs?
They're all A-class teams, so I'm not sure, but they have taken the Sportsman Cut, and there's 3 of them now ahead of the bikes.
and those guys put up more dust than a bike, so they could actually be kind of hard to pass for a dirt bike.
Absolutely. The pro teams will not be thrilled with that.
So Bryce is coming into about race mile 130 right now. While I was out there checking out the course, there's a hill that I think could be another potential bottleneck point, and we've got a video package of that. So let's take a look at what this course is looking like in that area. For this year's running of the BFGoodrich Baja 500, our competitors started in Ensenada, went out through Rancho Nelson, Ojos, crossed over to the Pacific Coast, down to Erendira, over towards San Vicente. And right here at race mile 132, there's a big uphill. And I think this is going to be the first kind of crucial section of this year's race. There are some big boulders that are scattered through here, more that continue to fall down onto the course. So we need to keep an eye on this. I think our lead all-wheel drive trucks will get through this okay, but some of the slower classes, even a trophy spec, could have a problem here. And if someone does get stuck, there's potential for a bottleneck. Okay, so Bryce is getting ready to come into that area. You could see those boulders that were on the course. It's barely wide enough for a truck to fit. I think that our lead trucks will get through there okay. Where I think there could potentially be a problem is a spec truck clipping one of those, getting turned sideways, and there's really nowhere for you to go. So if someone does get stuck there, that's going to be a problem.
So it looks like we're on board with Gus Sr. And
Ricky's driving right now, isn't he?
I don't know. Look at the Mexican flag on the helmet.
Oh, well, yeah, it does kind of look like maybe Gus. But Ricky qualified, I thought.
Stop 19.
Oh, listen, you can hear the lead nav talking. Well, if it is Gus.
So maybe Ricky started and then they put Gus in for the coast or something, and then
What a
Ricky's going to get
stud
back
in that driver's seat if it's Gus, because that man is no spring chicken. He is a stud. So if you can hear the female voice over the radio there, that is
Stay middle.
a navigation
In
system called
0.3
Lead Nav.
miles. Rock left yellow.
She's reading off notes that have been pre-programmed into their GPS. Super helpful.
Rock
Rob
left
uses it a
yellow.
lot.
Well, then your co-driver doesn't have to call things out so much.
Exactly.
They're just automatically called out.
Hey, Wes, is he wearing one of your visors?
That's what it looks like.
The co-driver is for sure. Ricky runs one all the
In
time. He's like one of
0.3
my best supporters. I think he loves it. All the ex-moto guys love that visor.
L5R4. 1,314 feet. Must stay RIGHT. BY.
And so this is coming out of Erendira, kind of in a whooped out sand wash, heading towards the San Vicente section.
0.6 miles.
So these guys have been on a winning streak for a couple of years, I think, haven't they?
Mm-hmm. Up until San Felipe 250, I think they won like 17 in a row or something like that. And then RJ, seasoned veteran, goes out, qualifies first, and then
overall,
what, 25 miles in, or less than 20, puts
mile
it on
17.
top.
Yeah.
Love you, Ricky, but it's good to get a dose of humble pie every once in a while.
But he kept going. They got out
No,
from
they got
steering.
it fixed. But I know he was pretty disappointed in what had happened there.
He's no spring chicken either.
So our leaders, I think Bryce has already come through that uphill section. If we could look at some in-car of like Luke, Lofton, and Impudia, they're all coming to that uphill. I'd like to see them go through there and how they do on that uphill if we've got that shot.
I know that girl. I know.
While they're searching for that, why don't we just kind of touch on the variety of classes that we do have? We're not seeing them on the show here, but we talked about the different trophy truck classes. There's quite a few open wheel buggy classes. You've got the unlimited class, which is class 1. You've got some of the legacy open wheel classes like class 10 and 1600. And then you also have all the UTVs. Looks like we're on board here. This is a spec truck, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's McNeil in. Okay, so I'm hearing that this is the first spec truck. So I'm just thinking his tracker wasn't pinging because, earlier we were talking about it was Trey Gibbs out front, and McNeil was the fastest qualifier. And so I from what I understand, McNeil is actually our first spec truck on course right now. And he's not, he started right behind, actually, no, it went Gus's truck, Chris Miller, and then McNeil in the 241. So he's kind of holding pace with Gus and RJ in the 1L.
Rocky, tight one right.
Okay, so we're on with Bryce. Oh, okay, so you come right up here. If we can stay on with him, you get to this little radio tower shack, and then you drop down this hill. I almost crashed in my Razor. The course, the graded road goes to the left, but there's a shortcut that goes straight down the hill, and it's got big rain ruts in it. And my rear end got cross-threaded, and I was going sideways down the hill. I know Mark Burnett did the same thing. I want to kind of see what Bryce does down this.
Look at this shot.
I'm going to say with the big tires that he can cut right down it. Yeah, you're on this ridge, and then you're going to drop down this hill, and then you get down kind of into the flat and run along the fields there.
That's a great shot.
It's another example.
Okay, so see those rain ruts right there? That's what I was talking about. And he did take the shortcut. I think the big tires and probably from everybody pre-running it kind of knocked the rain ruts down.
Rut outside. Off camber left, rut out. Tight 90 right now. One left, good, sorry. One left, two.
This is the red dirt too, man. This stuff is so bad in the dust.
Yeah, and so I was just going to mention that the silt is really bad in the dust right now in the section that they're in. Bryce has clean air, and he's got a little bit of a gap. And then you got Luke Lofton, Impudia, Max, are just on top of one another. That's just got to be a crazy dust cloud. If we could maybe look at in-car, if we have it for like Luke, Lofton, and Pudia and Gordon, I bet it's just whiteout dust right now for Lofton and Pudia and Gordon.
One thing we've been talking about how well Max is doing.
So here's Lofton.
He's going to be handing off to his dad at some point here, I would imagine. That's the left-hand turn you were talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the course went out to the right, and there's just that shortcut down the hill.
I'm going mode 1 up there. Let's see what it does. It's a choppy shit.
You got Jack broke. 219. That's why we're stuck.
So it seemed like earlier Lofton was complaining about something being wrong on the truck. Or Jason, you
It sounded
have
like
any
he said
speculation?
someone threw a Coke bottle at the truck.
45 right.
That has been known to happen.
Right, left.
It's kind of funny, as I flip through the tabs on my computer, we've gone from having no information at all back in the day to having so much information you got to question which one's accurate. I got to believe we're getting closer to a finish with the motos, aren't we?
I think it'd be closer to 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
1:30.
Yeah, they got a little ways to go, I think, still.
Left 2, rock right.
They're in the Katarina area, kind of.
Okay.
Right 2.
Max Gordon is, I want to kind of see where he's doing on time, but okay, so through race mile 130, I'm showing Kevin Thompson.
Hey, what do we got here on the
first
screen
unadjusted.
here really fast? Is that a...
That's a Wilson.
Yeah.
Class 1.
And
So,
I'm gonna.
so at 130 on adjusted, Kevin Thompson 8 seconds back, and Pudia a minute 3 back, Bryce Menzies 2:03 back, Luke 2:24 back, Max Gordon, and then 2:39 Justin Lofton. So Kevin Thompson is got a strong run going here.
He's got Kellen Walsh as his navigator, I'm pretty sure. Seasoned navigator. This looks like it's a Class 1 car, no?
No, this is
No,
yeah,
it's
this
Kevin
is
Thompson.
yeah.
So there you can see on the middle of the screen there, that's the Motec, and you can see he just shifted gears from first to second.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, look at that. He is on the gas there.
Right, see the outside line.
Yeah, see, you can see there the dust plume that's just all back behind him. What an advantage that is to have clear air in front of you.
And the ridiculous amount of dust that it kicks up.
Yeah.
Right up here.
Yeah, like this close shot does not show the amount of dust. That wide shot really puts it in perspective.
No, and think about this. That's coming from a helicopter. He's on the deck right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna send you the link right now.
Here. Right, you left, caution, rock.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk.
Rock up right here.
Pull it over.
Left cut here. Straight
over, and then we're going to go to the next right cut that we can. Take this right cut here. Might have a little G out here, a little G out here. Check up downhill, caution. Tight left, tight rocks after. Slight left over, slight left. Straight over. Stay left, rock on right. Small ditch at the bottom of this. Straight over, then it's tight to right, left. Stay left, stay left. Two right, tight left up here, two right sweepers. Tight two right here with the G out. Three left. Three left, G out, stay right up here, caution. Stay right into this G out. G out here. Three left.
Perfect. That was gnarly. Check out big ditch. Straight over, then left 4, blue dot. Narrow rocks in the course. Caution. Go slow, narrow rocks, danger. Big ditch on the left. Rocky uphill, caution. Hug the left side, then right. It's fucked up. Left 5 over. Left 5 over airplane. Good. Stay left inside, airplane. Straight over airplane. Airplane, stay far left. Airplane, straight over. Airplane, straight over. There's that small ditch, kind of sharp. Airplane straight over, cut left street through. Yep, you got it. Left 6 long, WFO, ditch on the right. Good. Cut left outside. There. Right 3 airplane. Yep. Perfect.
All right, so that was that really rocky uphill we just saw Lofton go up over, it's about race mile 138, I believe. Okay, so I understand we have Harley Lettner calling in. He's chilling in Llano, Colorado, waiting to get in that concrete motorsports truck. Harley, we got you online?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, man. So I think you're watching the show because you're texting me while we're here. What are your thoughts on how the race is playing out for you guys?
So far, it's playing out really well. After a not so good qualifying spot, I think we're just cruising along at a very good pace. Kevin and Kellen are doing an amazing job, and we're just trying to move forward without doing it. Just got an update that I think we're on time at 1:30. We're up in the front, so we're just keeping our fingers crossed for a clean race and get over to the summit and get over that clean.
Yeah, I'm looking at through race mile 135, Kevin was ahead on adjusted by 27 seconds over Allen and 53 over Bryce. So you guys are sitting in a good position. And he had like a big gap between him and Max. It looks like he's kind of closed up on that. And was able to take advantage of that clean air. What's your strategy going to be once you get in at Llano?
Survive, and now I'm nervous. He's doing too good.
Pressure's on, buddy.
We got fortunate enough with a couple cars going out early and gave him a lot of clean air on the beach section. He did a lot of homework, a lot of pre-running, and he loves that section. So we expected him to make up some time, so we're pretty stoked on that. Like I said, I am nervous here. I'm just as nervous getting in the second half as I am starting, just to not mess up. So we're gonna try to get over the crossover clean and just get over the summit and Llano, Colorado without making any mistakes, and hopefully carry the same momentum Kevin and Kellen are doing, and see what we have when we get to Alamo, because from there in it's pretty fun and fast.
Yeah, what do you think? The two summits are super slow and technical, but then it's fast when you're in the wash going up to Cabuzo and back down. What do you think your pace is going to be there? Like, what are you going to average through those summit areas, through those rocks? How hard can you push?
I'll probably go to the summit area, probably averaging 80, 90 miles an hour, I think. Just going to hold it wide and hope for the best.
Maybe just go straight and go like off the cliff?
Yeah, well, the first one is the bottom wins, right? No, it's super technical, super rocky. Steve and myself have done it about 11 or 12 times. So it's going to be survival. I think you're going to be 20 miles an hour, maybe 30, just crawling over some of those rocks, because me and Steve don't like cliffs. I don't want to go off one. If you get a flat or anything, you're going to bottleneck. So we're just going to try to hold pace, not get a flat, and get down where we can drive and go fast and let her rip there.
All right, man. Well, I know you got to get ready to get in the truck here pretty soon. I know you got a lot of miles under your belt. I got faith in you, man. So good luck to you guys. I'd love to see you guys have a solid finish here, man. So thank you for calling in, and we'll be watching you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. We're going to try to keep it together at the end, and you guys are doing a great job on the show. Thank you.
All right, take care, man.
Buddy.
See ya.
All right, that was pretty cool of Harley calling in. John, I hear you got some news for us at the Warbucks Action Desk.
Yeah, Wes, we've got a report that Tavo Vildasola is now out of the race.
Oh.
So he was a contender for the win, and we're hearing that he is out.
Any word on what happened or why?
Don't have the details yet on what was the issue.
Okay, well, that's a bummer because he had a good run going there. So we've had a lot of our lead trucks have problems here. Gen 2 dropped out. Polvarde is having issues. Now Tavo. So
that's Baja.
Mm-hmm. Well, definitely, yeah. But we've had some races where we've had like 6 trucks with no problems just run wide open to the finish as well. But I think this is really playing into Kevin and Harley's hands as well as Alan and Pudia. Because those guys didn't qualify really well, but they're like to what Harley said. when guys drop out, that allows you to make up that time.
You know, people don't talk much. Talking about these the generational families. The Lettner name goes back a long time too. Harley's grandfather was no slouch behind the wheel. And clearly Harley's not either. That kid has really done. He's put on some clinics in years past, especially in that Class 1 car. Looking forward to seeing him hop in this truck. Looks like
I did get word too that is RJ driving right now.
Is it? So
yeah,
he's just paying tribute with the Mexican flag on his helmet. I like it.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Okay, so we're talking about Pulvardi having problems. We've got Christopher right now. Christopher, you can hear me right now? Pulvardi.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I hear you, man.
Hold on.
I'm not supposed to be talking to you. What's going on?
No. Sorry about that. 2 trucks were just passing by. Oh, yeah, we're having a tough day. We were having a great day. I was feeling really good running up front, and we lost a belt and replaced it. Then ultimately we lost another one. And then we changed the power of the steering column. Now we're back in the pit, making a couple changes, trying to not have any more failures.
That's got to be disappointing. Do you feel like you guys are going to be able to get it fixed and get back out on course?
Yeah, I'm confident our team will get it fixed and whatnot, but I mean, our days are, now it's just time to get to the finish. Be smart and not really anyone else's day. That's what I'm going to have to keep reminding myself. All the other guys are myself, so they're really going to ruin their day, even though it seems like they're going to be going a lot slower. But now we're just looking for a finish.
How long do you think it's going to be until you can get back out on the track?
Hopefully in the next 10 minutes, I would think. But yeah, unfortunately, when we changed the pumps, we had some issues up out in the field that we had to kind of troubleshoot, and we got that figured out now, and the guys are just doing their final, figured out some professionals look at it versus Mike, Kim, and I against Mike, more me. We're not the best mechanics. Let these top tier guys make sure our work's good before we go somewhere and can't change it.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to have a mechanical issue over on one of those summits or something, because that'd be a difficult retrieval.
Oh, 100%. These next couple sections are really high speeds, and having a failure at 100-something miles an hour is not really on my check list today.
Yeah. So if you can get going in the next 10 minutes, what type of vehicles are going past you right now? Like how far back are you in the pack?
I think it appears there is just on Instagram. Looks like there might have been a log jam. So honestly, we haven't had a ton of trucks pass us, but now it seems like the pack's getting by. We actually just had Brock Hager pass us, so not a good sign. But yeah, I mean, Brock Hager is special, but he's probably way ahead of everyone. So hopefully, it's only UTV that gets us, and we can get back on and just not only spec trucks mainly.
Right. Yeah, there was a bottleneck, so people did get held up. So if you can get back out as quick as possible, it'd be to your advantage.
Yeah, copy that. Yeah, that's what it seems like. We're these boys are wrenching as fast as they can. It's just, it's a tough. It's a heartbreaker. Heartbreaker.
Hey man, I feel for you. We talk at these races all the time, and so keep your head up and get that thing fixed and just log some miles. Try to get that finish, and at least you'll get finishing points and kind of try to stay somewhat in the hunt for a championship.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go learn these BFGs. Those first 70 miles on the BFG were pretty awesome. So I'm looking forward to using the next, 400 miles, just learn the truck and figure out how we can make it go faster.
All right, man. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. Good luck out there. Stay safe and try and get that thing to the finish.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
There's nothing worse than sitting on the side of the race course watching cars that should never be in front of you pass you.
Yeah, well, I've had it happen in a UTV where we had problems and Class 11s are going by, and you're like, okay, this is going to be a rough day. You know, and your adrenaline's going and everything's going good, and then it's like when it goes south, it really goes south. So, I mean, I feel bad for him.
Class 1 leaderboard here. No surprise, we got Parkhouse up front.
He got past Reed.
And look at that, we got Von Gittin and Lauren are in there.
They are.
What are they in for a Class 1?
They're in their Ultra 4 cars.
The rules have changed. Yeah, you can run an Ultra 4 based.
I thought so, but I wanted to confirm that.
So I believe they're the live axle cars. So I think they're they're both Triton Engineering cars. Yeah. I've
been saying this for years that the Ultra 4, the 4400 racers and cars, that is the true off-roadsman. Those guys race around the country in all different types of terrain, not just the rocks.
Short course.
Yeah.
Is that who are we on board with, Rhea? Is that Parkhouse?
Yeah, that's
Look at that
Parkhouse.
old school steering wheel.
You know how I recognize it because of the visor. That's like a deep dish wheel, right? You don't see too many guys run those anymore.
Well, he is not running paddle shifter.
He's definitely a shoe in the Class 1. Well, I mean, just period. But I mean, he's always in the mix in Class 1.
Which guy?
Cody Parkhouse.
Of course, yes. Yeah.
I used to have some huge battles with his dad back in Class 10.
And then looks like, is that Bryce that we're on board with up top?
Yeah.
I think that's who that was.
We're showing Kevin Thompson still in the lead through 145.
Kevin's having a hell of a run.
I almost feel guilty we weren't talking about him earlier on in the day. And now all of a sudden he's...
Okay, so I think Lofton is having issues.
Pace has dropped.
Because it looks like Impudia has gotten by him. And now that the field has started to spread out, Bryce, Luke, Impudia, and then I think Thompson's going to get by Lofton here pretty quickly. So our top 4 should all kind of have clean air, and I think they're going to be able to run their own paces.
Here we go. This is Adam in Cody's car.
The thing you got to think about, though, is that we're not even close to halfway through this race.
Oh, yeah.
So much can change.
Our leaders are going through 155.
Yeah.
They got to go to, 453 or something like that, right?
So Cody's getting in the car later on. This is Adam right now. And I believe he got passed by Parkhouse, judging off that board.
So while we're on board with this, let's go ahead and take a break, and then we'll be back with more action of the Baja 500.
It starts with a line, a choice, a commitment to the surface beneath you, on the street, track, or way off the map. We don't just build tires, we build an unfair advantage. From short course carnage to the wide open throttle of Baja, we've proven it in places where the weak don't survive. Built for every track, every trail, and the terrain in between. Maxxis tires, tread victoriously.
25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to change the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. You gotta keep pushing. The desert's not gonna let up.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to finish.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Best views are earned.
This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Hey, if you're looking for some good dirt in the off-road industry, what's happening in the racing, all the different classes, check out SCORE Journal. They are always covering all the different aspects and the current events and giving tech tips.
Hey, SCORE Journal. It's the best way to get your news, get your information, catch up on all the off-road gossip.
I want to remind you guys to take a look and give a read to the SCORE Journal, the best place to pick up any news that's going on down here in Baja.
All right, so we've got some social media clips here from fans out there on the course. Definitely, if you're getting some videos, tag @SCORE International. We love seeing this content, and we know you guys are out there all over the place, and you're getting shots that we generally don't see. So show us as the racers are coming by, and just make sure tag @SCORE International. All right, so we got Bryce. This is down in the Colonet area. And so this area, Jason, he's right on, there's about a 200-300 foot cliff just to his right-hand side over there.
40, 50 yards to the right?
Yeah. Well, a few areas less than that, yeah. If he goes a little further south, you actually get even closer to it. But super cool section because you're like right on that coast. I haven't been through here a lot, but it's like really fun. Kind of fast, flowy.
It
looks like, go ahead.
And quick correction from before break, reeds have not been passed by Park House. Park House is still behind the reeds.
Okay, so we've got Cody Reed out front in...
Adam is in Cody's car.
Okay, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an all-wheel drive, right?
Correct, all-wheel drive Lumacraft, yeah.
Which is kind of a unique Class 1.
That is the only all-wheel drive Class 1 right now, other than technically Lauren Healy, etc., that are running the Ultra 4 style ones.
Say that.
There we go. There he is.
Okay, is the Reeds right there?
Well, yeah, Adam is in the car right now. Cody's stepping in the car in a little bit.
Gotcha. Okay, so Bryce should be coming through 165.
There's Parkhouse. Now, Parkhouse has been right behind Reed this whole race.
Yeah, they're running 1-2. What was the differential? Did you see it?
It was close. Well, it was showing, like I was saying, right before the break, it was showing the inverse.
How big of an advantage do you think it is for the Alumacraft all-wheel drive versus Parkhouse in the two-wheel drive?
It's like huge.
It's definitely an advantage, for sure.
Huge.
Big time.
I agree. I'm just letting you guys say.
When that car is on it, man, that car is so freaking fast. Yeah. And Adam is really fast.
So this uphill is super rocky. There's been a lot of erosion on it. Mm-hmm. There's kind of a high line you could go on the rocks or the low line where you're down in the silt. Most of these guys are staying on that low line.
Probably because just how rough that right side is.
Well, I think too that the left had eroded so much, it might be so off camber that you couldn't even stay on the high line.
Mm-hmm. You said that's like 128?
138, I believe. You would recognize the hill.
It's right after Arendelle.
You're down in that canyon and you go up the canyon out of it. This might be Bryce, yeah. Okay, so right there, if he keeps going straight, there's a gigantic cliff. There we go.
There we go.
Wow. The drone pilot listened to us. Yeah, you don't want to not make that 90 left.
What a great shot that is.
And then right here is you really kind of straddle the cliff.
Yeah, this is Punta Colonet right here. This is where we rolled tires off the cliff.
Caution, right left here, watch rock.
Yeah, look at that. That is Baja racing at its finest right there.
This is such a cool section because you're on Punta Colonet, and then they're going to work their way down towards a surf break called Cuatro Casas. And they're going to turn right before they get in the silt beds down there and start heading towards town, and then really start working their way back east. And this is where the race, in my opinion, is really going to start changing. Once they get over to Valley T, the course is getting a lot more technical.
Yeah, you see that? That was
big rocks, right? Yeah. This is like quintessential Baja racing right here. You've got ocean view for him, clear air, leading the race. Dad in the helicopter. Like these are the moments we live for as off-road racers.
Bryce has got to be pretty happy with how the race is playing out for him so far.
You know, and the best part for him, he's got a Gen 2 Mason waiting for him when this one's done.
Yeah. Pretty solid program.
Yeah, you get an idea. I mean, this race course is just right. This section is peppered with rocks, and it's all the volcanic stuff that is sharp. All those little black marks on the side, that's all rock.
And there's a couple little sections where they're embedded down in the ground.
Tight left up here, then a one right. Tight left, one right.
It looks like Jurgensen is in the lead for two-wheel drive. Is that what it's showing? Trophy truck two-wheel drive, right? 20 seconds ahead?
Yeah, he should be. Do you know where they're going to do a driver change? I'm assuming like Valley T area?
I vaguely recall him saying roughly 280. For some reason that number stuck in my head. It might have been 240.
All right, so we got Luke kind of coming through that same section.
Don't go straight.
So he's not that far back.
No, he's not.
No.
I'm wondering though, have we seen? Bryce fueled, right?
I haven't seen Bryce no, Bryce did
fueled.
Stop and fueled. We haven't seen if Luke did or not. I'm going to assume he probably has at this point. Such a cool shot. But what I was going to say is, while we were talking over this, what's it been, like a minute or two since Bryce came through?
Not much.
Not much, yeah.
And Luke started a minute behind him, so got to be real close here on adjusted time with Luke. So through 165, Alan is in the lead with Bryce 30 seconds back, and then Luke a minute 37 back. Yeah, I mean, he's a ways back. Bryce's dust was kind of pretty far off in the distance there.
Rocks in the course. Left 5, right 5 airplane. Left 6, blue rocks in the course. Blue left 5.
So let's listen into these guys right now.
And then caution, check up, twisty. Narrow rocks, caution.
And this is Jason Duncan, navigator.
Right 3, rocks inside. Caution. And then a left 2, tightens. Ooh, good job. Rock on the left line, caution. And then blue rocks. Straddle rocks on the left, blue dot. And then check up, tight right 2, caution. Right here. Blue right 4 long.
Caution, rocks, left 90. Caution, straight over rise, left 3 tight. Caution times 10, left 2 tight, rocks. Caution times 3, rocks.
As we're watching Alan come through this section here, our top 3 physical are Bryce Menzies, Luke McMillan, Alan Impudia. Justin Lofton is running 4th. The truck that we were really kind of watching that was in first on adjusted through some of the recent timings that we saw was Kevin Thompson in the 70. I'm showing him stopped right now at race mile 155. See if we can get an update maybe from Harley as to what's going on. But okay, so his tracker just updated. I think there's just something wrong with the tracker because I'm showing him right behind Lofton. So,
That other BCP I was trying to guide you to is over here. Oh, well.
I'm going to say he just got passed by him, I think.
We went down the fence line. Yeah.
I think they were just saying that he missed a VCP making that pass. You guys heard that, right?
I could not tell what he was saying.
I think Lofton's co-driver was saying there was a VCP down over there.
I don't know how you heard him because you were talking.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear him because you were talking.
White right. Straight over.
So sketchy.
I think that's concrete right there.
Yeah, because that's the HP heli. That's
Almost
Brad up there.
Rotor washed
Yeah.
the race course.
And then I'm assuming we're going to see Lofton right. Yeah, Lofton's right behind him. So Kevin made that pass.
Wow.
Hopefully he didn't miss a VCP. A VCP is a virtual checkpoint, and the competitors need to be, with a regular one, it's within 120 feet of that virtual checkpoint. Otherwise, you get a penalty. I believe it's a 10-minute penalty. It sounded to me like Lofton's co-driver said that they thought that Kevin may have missed a VCP there. So hopefully that doesn't come into play later, because right now Kevin is in the battle for the overall win.
So the cars, the vehicles have a tracker, a transponder on it, and that's how it's recording where you are relative to those virtual checkpoints. And the software that SCORE uses to manage all of this will go in and scan all that at the end of the race and apply the penalties, if there is one.
And one VCP will cost you pretty much into like 8th place.
Yeah, I believe it's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And
you will be out of the top 3 for sure.
90 right.
And it's interesting too when you start talking about why there's VCPs. Back to the guest in the country scenario. We're racing on a lot of private land, through a lot of agricultural areas, and there are roads that the locals don't want us tearing up, and that's the reason for the harsh penalties around some of the VCPs. It's to keep you off of some of these areas that the locals have asked us not to go on.
And the agriculture.
Yeah.
That was a really cool shot there, off in the very distance, running down the coast on the other side of that little bay. You could actually see, who I believe was Impudia.
Oh, okay.
Off in the distance. You could see his dust. So see
Yeah,
the
look at
dust
that.
there? Yeah. In the very far distance, they run down on the lower edge of down by the water, and then they make a 180 and they come back across the bluff. I think that was Luke coming on the high line and Impudia on the low line there. Well, we've got Lofton in front of us on the still kind of up on the bluff.
I'm a little
here.
distracted by the swell right now.
Yeah.
No wind. Looks like Cuatros Casas is probably going off.
Yeah, so off in the distance, you see the dust. That would be Luke and Impudia.
And that's when it hooks back over into the arroyo here. Oh, this is so 180. You're saying that's a new section. They're not running up the standard wash at Camaloo, right?
Correct.
Or Colonet.
Yeah, you're basically, there's some kind of new stuff there, and then you're hopping onto a long graded road that kind of goes in it comes in just south of Colonet.
Look at this.
And then there's new stuff.
He
by
almost had to
7-something.
come to a complete stop. It was pure red out.
And that dust was hanging for a long ways because going down to this canyon, it's probably just going to sit there too because it's more protected from the wind.
A rearward shot to kind of get a feel for what it looks like coming off the back of it.
45 right.
It's interesting. We start looking at this region on the peninsula, and 58 years into the Baja 500. Hats off to the people at SCORE, Jose G, and the guys that are laying out the race courses. There's a lot of stuff that we use over and over and over again, but Jose's always looking for a new segment, right? And every once in a while they'll either be able to negotiate something to get access to something else, but it's fun to have new sections of the race course as a driver.
Yeah, I'm always amazed at the new things they're able to come up with. So, John, at the Warbucks Action Desk, what do you got for us?
So we've got a new timed leader of the trophy truck class. So Kevin Thompson has been pushing hard and is currently showing across the timing loop as the leader, slightly 23 seconds ahead of Ampudia, with Menzies in third on adjusted time. On the Pro Moto side, the 1X and 3X continue to battle. 1X is just going by El Alamo right now. So they're kind of on target to probably finish at Rancho Nelson around 12:45 to 1 o'clock. Still running in that 5 to 6 minute lead over the 3X, but those two teams are pushing hard to the finish. The other thing was we had Pierce Herbst in the Trophy Truck Spec 219 has officially called it. They are out of the race.
Do we know what happened to them?
Don't have clarification on what happened to the truck.
Okay, so this is a shot, looks like something happened with the shock. They're trying to cut it off.
I can't.
That looks like it's a jack.
Yeah, that might be the jack
was
system.
it the jack?
Yeah, I didn't catch that. That panned real quick.
And that, I believe that was from probably over an hour ago. This was a while back.
Are they the ones that started the bottleneck?
Yeah, that's for sure the jack. That's part of the jacking system.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it got stuck. Maybe they got stuck and they tried to use that to get unstuck.
And then maybe
it got
bent.
stuck down or it got
could
bent. Like the weight of the truck bent it.
Totally can if it gets off
camber. So then they're trying to cut it off so they could
well, if it gets
get
bent
going again.
Down, like you got to cut it off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's a very expensive tripod out there right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, note the logo here on the screen. Send us your stuff. We'll get you on the broadcast. We know you're out there with your phones.
Yeah, if you're out there and you're posting to Instagram, tag at SCORE International so we can see your clips.
That video just came from someone.
Definitely. So we got some more drone shots here. Let's see, can't really tell who it is, but probably Householder maybe?
Now, he did have some damage to the right rear.
Looking at the tracker, that should be Householder, I believe.
Yeah. But he completely blew off that rear fender and bits, so something happened.
Okay, so we've got Bryce has clean air. Luke is far enough off of him. He's got clean air. Imputia's got a gap of clean air. And Kevin Thompson does. The four of them are kind of all together. You got Andy's going to be getting in here pretty soon with Bryce.
Mm-hmm.
And then Harley's going to be getting in at Llano, Colorado. Actually, I think before Andy, because I think Andy's getting in at Valley T. So it'll be like 30 miles or so before.
Mm-hmm.
But so we're going to have two fresh drivers coming in. How do you guys think that's going to factor into this?
It's a great race.
Factor in huge.
Yeah.
I think you've got, I mean, even though they're still young and, it's not a super long race, you put a fresh driver in, especially, like with Bryce, handing the truck over in the lead to Andy McMillan, I expect to see fireworks.
You guys think?
Especially because he's going to have to, he's being beat right now. So he's got to wick it up.
Do you think Harley and Andy can make time over Alan and Luke?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I got him.
So sometimes I feel like when you're in the truck and you're in the groove and you got a flow going, and then you throw a fresh person in, it kind of takes them a second to kind of get in that groove. It can work both ways.
Well, whatever groove, Bryce is doing a great job, but he's being beat. So whatever groove he's in right now, it's not good enough.
Right. Well, again, though, we talked about physical track position, and Bryce is probably just taking care of the truck.
Mm-hmm.
I think as Bryce, it's like, hey, if you want to come beat me, come try to pass me.
Yeah.
That'd be the game I would want to play right here.
They still have
what he's doing.
A lot of miles left.
And a lot of really tough miles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're in that new section right now, kind of northeast of Colonet. Pretty fun. You're just going through some ranches, kind of fast little elevation changes, pretty much all graded roads. This is something new that SCORE added for this event.
Is it sandy graded or is it pretty hard pack?
No, it's pretty hard pack. The one thing you do got to watch for is there were a lot of cattle in the pre-run in this area.
Mm-hmm.
But hopefully the ranchers kind of have them put away for right now.
It's always amazing to watch these guys, how easy they make it look.
Well, and the trust that you have in your co-driver calling these corners.
Mm-hmm.
And they've pre-run it a lot too, so they probably have this down by memory. Okay, so he took the right line, the higher line over the, which I almost think, because this is two-wheel drive.
Correct.
I don't think you want to get down in this silt. I'd rather be on the rocks and have that traction.
Yeah, that's a spec too, so he's limited on power.
Is that Fox?
Yeah.
Maybe it looks like.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah, it looked like Fox's truck.
Straight over. In 944 feet. L2. L2. In 1,224 feet. L4 over chicane.
So that's RJ in the 1L. He's having a good run.
This thing?
They've been dominating
L4
the
over chicane.
Trophy Legends class for, I think we said that, I think 17 wins in a row up until San Felipe. And Payne was actually able to get a win at San Felipe, which good for him. He's teamed up with Rossler, who's a legend. But it looks to me like Gus and RJ are kind of back to their old ways here.
So do we want to run through some of the running orders of the other classes while we're
definitely
about to hit the midway point here?
Yeah, so why don't we go through, what do you got for, like, say, out of like our two-wheel drives?
Well, let's look at class 1. We got through race mile 154, is that right? We got Cody Reed, Cody Parkhouse, Brendan Gahn. And then in 4th, we've got Lauren Healy, Von Gittin. In 6th is Tarak Karam. And then in 7th, look at that, Morgan Langley back with the cops cars. And then Rob Archibald, haven't heard his name in a while, in 8th place. That would be class 1.
And what I'm looking at would appear that the Reeds have opened up the gap. They're even further ahead of Parkhouse right now.
Well, Wes asked that silly question, is the four-wheel drive an advantage?
Yeah.
Clearly it is, buddy. Let's see.
Dodge Pullman throwing it down here.
Where is he stacked up right now?
He's another good young driver. He comes from racing UTVs, and then he and his dad have been racing the specs, and then they're in a two-wheel drive trophy truck now. But Dodge can definitely throw it down.
Let's walk through the Pro UTV Open. And big surprise, Brock Hager is running in 1st, and then Wayne Matlock. This is numbers through race mile 78. I think they're further along, but this is what the running order was. Got Brock, Wayne Matlock in 2nd, Dallas Gonzalez in 3rd, Mitch Guthrie in 4th, Caden McCackern in 5th, Joe Tarana in 6th, Brandon Sims in 7th, Ethan Groom in 8th, Kristen Matlock in 9th, and Paul Barnhart in 10th. And there's a few others, but that's the top 10.
Pretty cool to see Mitch Guthrie here. You know, he started racing trophy carts in the U.S., and then he raced SCORE, and then he ended up getting a deal with Ford, and he's been running Dakar and doing a lot of rally racing now.
Who is this?
Coach Luna Romo. I think this is their 10 car? 33T.
Sounds like they're adjusting the ride height on the front shocks.
That is definitely something.
Well, let's look at class 10 while we're... I'm showing Zach McLaren in 1st, the Lumacraft, and then Ted Baker, Matt Willert, William Garlick in 4th, Robert Fleischman in 5th, Rob Martinson in 6th, Stan Potter in 7th, and Shane Lowry in 8th. Now, Stan Potter is usually running up front. Look at that, we got the Langley car up on the screen there.
Going through the cobbles in Erendira, just finished, and be turning up the wash.
And then you want to run through the specs?
Yeah, I do two-wheel drive trophy truck and specs. See where Jurgensen is relative to Baldy.
You know, so we were talking about Dodge Pullman.
Yeah, two-wheel drive trophy truck.
Okay, he's actually in Unlimited. Okay, because otherwise I was going to say he's doing pretty well.
So I just got a note from Fish here that lead changed in Spec TT. McNeil just ran out of gas, it sounded like, and Gibbs got by him. Thanks, Fish. A little bit of a delay, 3 minutes, but yeah, he's showing
I'm
up.
showing McNeil in the 241 at 0 miles an hour at race mile 161. So that sounds like that might be true.
You're off the speed limiter, you're going. Go left 2, left 3.
Any way to see Parkhouse in car? I have word that he may be stopped.
30 right, left, front, right.
Yeah, if we've got in car with Parkhouse, we're hearing he may have an issue.
Sharp left or right with a danger right. Right 3. We're 40. Left to right. Tell me if you need it again. 30 sharp.
So we've got Bryce through 190. And we're showing on the screen here, Alan in the lead at 185.
There we go.
Okay, so Parkhouse is stopped.
So the tracker is correct.
Parkhouse is out with
and if I
helmets
can,
off.
both of them are out of the car. Okay.
Looks like Arciero just went by right there too.
That was definitely Arciero.
Out with the right.
Parkhouse has something going on there. The Reeds are still out front.
So the leaders, you guys, we're just getting close to that 200-mile mark, which is not quite halfway. But as we're kind of inching along in the day, the guys that are not running up front, the reality of eventually driving at night is going to come into play here. I don't think the top trucks are going to have to deal with any nighttime stuff, but that is a shift in the whole strategy of the race. Clearly, the visibility is different. Some guys like driving at night. I always did. But the whole game changes when you reach up to the dashboard and flip that light switch on. It's a new paradigm.
Yeah, you have night driving specialists. You know, I think that at night, at least, you can see shadows from your lights versus like at noon when the light's directly overhead. I always felt like that's the hardest time to drive because it's hard to see the holes when there's no shadows.
Well, the other thing too is that when you're in areas where there's switchbacks, you can look over your shoulder and see if there's lights coming at you. And I was always afraid someone was right behind me, and it was nice every once in a while to realize, okay, it's still dark back there. Here we got, big hole there. So race mile 198.
Yeah, he's crossing the wash. He's going to go onto the highway into a speed zone here in just a minute, and then he'll be going up to Llano, Colorado. And then he goes over the crossover road and he'll be handing it to Andy.
And that's not too far out then. You were talking earlier this morning about, this race is two segments, right? It's pre-summits and then post-summit or summit. He's going to hand that thing off and Andy's going to get in and then pretty much instantly start heading downhill.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for everybody that's watching this, if you're not familiar with this race course, we've got a very exciting race right now. Our top 5 are all right there neck and neck with one another. But this second half of this race course, there is some brutal terrain that they're about to go through. And they've probably been averaging, I'm going to say, somewhere in probably 65 miles an hour through the coast here. We're going to see that mile per hour average drop substantially. Because, as we were talking with Harley Lettner, he was saying he thinks they're going to be going about 20 miles an hour through some of that stuff.
And having a fresh driver for that's going to be key. The guy's trying to do the full pull, man. You're getting into fatigue at that point.
Look at this. He's doing 90 miles an hour with zero margin for error on this road right here.
Yeah, a lot of people think 90 on the freeway is going fast.
Yeah.
Try doing it on this road.
90 miles an hour on water and in off-road is different.
I also feel like the in-car shots, I mean, it looks really cool, but it doesn't really do justice to how fast they're going and how sketchy this is. Because a lot of times, you're on the dirt, and it's not like the car is just, or the truck is just planted. It's sliding, it's moving around, and you're kind of keeping it pointed in a general direction.
Mm-hmm. Here we are, 100, 105. Here we got some. It seems like Luke's just been kind of back here.
He's running his race,
minding his own business. Yeah, that's another one that could sneak up on us here.
I think Luke, according to the tracker, Alan's starting to kind of creep up on him though. So he might have some company here pretty fast, and he might either have to pick up the pace or Alan's going to overtake him.
Is Luke doing the full pull today?
Yeah, I would.
Yes,
think so.
he is. Okay. And we're going to see some pit strategy come into play here too, as they're doing driver changes, and we're going to have some more pits coming up.
Caution. Rocks right here.
There's one on the left.
Yeah, it's the last second. Right 5 down. Airplane, left 5. Airplane, right 5 over. And then caution, check out, straight over drops off. Stay left 5 down. Dip, and then
Listen how calm Jason's voice is talking
straight
to
over
Luke.
airplane.
Just smooth.
Okay, so as we're on board here with Luke, we've got legend Rob Mack calling in. Rob, if you can hear me, again, you're not supposed to be talking to me right now. Thank you for calling in, but what's going on?
We just had some traffic.
Left 5 airplane.
We decided to
Blue tight left 5.
get that.
Blue right 4.
Hey, Rob, if you can hear me, can you maybe hold your phone a little closer to you or something? Because I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah. There was,
All right, try talking now.
yeah, you got me?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Yeah, we just we started out going along, cruising. Everything was going good. We started getting a bit of a vibration. It started humming a little bit, and they got a little noise there, so we decided to stop, cut, keep the truck, together, and be able to go. So it's unfortunate. Gen 2 made very new truck, right? Miles on it. That's where we came here, and it's very, very promising. The basic point, they did a heck of a pretty impressive. So it's just a bummer. We thought we would run good, and which I know it will. And we're paid and just waiting for the court so we can get back.
Hey, Rob, unfortunately, the connection's really bad. We can barely hear you right now.
But I think we can guess what you're saying. It's
Yeah.
not how you wanted your day to end. And we were rooting for you, man. Hate that we're sitting here talking to you right now. But I know we'll see you in September. And at that point, I would imagine you're going to have some more miles on this truck and some of those gremlins worked out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
sorry about this. Windy fly, probably. It's very, very windy.
Gotcha. Now, hey, thank you for calling in. Super bummed for you guys. It was very exciting to see the debut of the Gen 2. But, like Ryan was saying, I think, we expect to see you guys coming back strong for the 400.
Yeah.
All right,
Right
take
on.
care, man. Thank you.
Well, I know what Rob's going to do now.
Test?
No, he's going to go watch his son.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Alan should be going into the speed zone right now. We've got Bryce and Luke in the speed zone.
So That looks like that's an MSAT antenna in the top of that roof there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Interesting that we're still seeing those things. I thought
as a backup.
It must be, yeah, because I don't think it's certainly not the first choice anymore with all the Starlink and all the different push-to-talk apps.
Something we're going to need to watch here is with Harley getting in at Llano, Colorado, I don't think that Justin Lofton is that far behind him. Does Lofton have to pit? If he doesn't, does he gain physical position on Harley? Because if Harley is in Lofton's dust on the crossover road, that's really going to hinder his ability to try to close time.
Yeah, and he's not going to get much after that either. I mean, it just goes into switchback nightmare at some point.
The one thing that is good with the rocky sections is it's not as dusty. So like over the summit, you actually can make a run on someone in the rocks. It's just, risk versus reward. I can't really tell who that is right there. Is that one of the Lawrence trucks?
It could have been. It looked like the 19 Industries truck.
Yeah. So this will definitely be an onboard that we want to keep an eye on. Be a little bit down the road, but see it right now. I'm showing him ahead of Kevin Thompson, but Thompson's tracker's been acting weird, so I don't know that I believe it yet.
The good news for Rob and Paul Wheel is, they didn't put a ton of miles on the truck. So it's fresh and ready to go put miles on in a testing format.
Correct. They can just simply fix that, bring it back out.
Go try to break something else.
It's all part of development.
No, and Rob was talking about, he is one of the best guys to have in a development program. He's been in so many different vehicles over the last 40 years and honestly developed so many different cars.
I mean, he did the Jimco program.
Yeah, he did. You didn't have to write it down. Sorry, I was eating goldfish, everybody. My favorite.
So I believe that was
who told you?
I believe that was Gaunt that just went by. The only class 1 on 42s, yeah.
Okay.
20-year-old car with 42s on it.
Yeah, that's rad.
He seemed to really like him too when I talked to him about it.
I would assume if he didn't, he wouldn't run him. You know.
I mean, it's the future. I think it's just a matter of it's going to take a little while to kind of get it dialed in. And we had talked before about going to the 40, how it took a little while and people dabbled in it and went back and forth, and then finally now everyone's on 40s in the trophy truck classes.
Yeah.
I feel like when I was talking to Matt Hanlon about that tire, he was part of the last go around to try to run the bigger tires, and when they abandoned it, he did some things in this tire to make it so where it wasn't as big of a I think it was ultimately the weight. They were able to shave some weight off of it for making it bigger. Text him, see what he can tell me.
trying to see if we can get an update on Kevin Thompson. I want to make sure he's moving because he's been right there battling for the lead on adjusted time, and on Racer Redefined, he's not moving. Got Jorge Sampietro. He always runs good, man. Okay. I'm showing on both trackers right now that Kevin Thompson is at 0 miles per hour at race mile 192.
Oh, no.
So that is not good news for the Concrete Motorsports team if that is in fact true. And the fact that 2 separate trackers are both showing that is making me think that that's might be what's going on.
And then it's not a scheduled
And that's got to be a
stop.
heartbreaker for Harley because he's about 15, 20 miles from handing the truck off to him.
Who are we on board with right now?
San Martino, spec truck. Okay. It's a Mason truck, Mason spec truck, I believe. That I believe is Thunderstruck.
Yeah, that's
Racing
Bryce
that just
Swain,
passed.
I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Dan McMillan's driving with him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So this is looking more and more like it's going to be a 3-horse race now between Menzies and Andy McMillan, and then Luke McMillan and Alan Impudia.
Arciero is stopped, probably pitting. Yeah, it's a pit. How phenomenal is it to get all these in-cars right here?
Information overload right now.
Yeah.
That's Householder?
Yep. So we haven't seen the Concrete Motorsports truck come through here in this drone shot. So that, again, I think is verifying to me what the trackers are saying, because the trackers are showing Householder, he should be the next truck coming through, and that's what we just saw. So I think that Kevin is down right now. What is that?
That's either a Tisco or that looks like a Tisco possibly. Diaz? Spec truck?
Spec, yeah. Okay, so Bryce has come through Llano, Colorado. He's just starting the crossover road.
Culvert on the inside.
And this is a super fun section, full-on rally car, rotating the truck through all the corners. I think Bryce is going to have a good time through here.
180. 2 left 45, 2 left 45. Straight 200 feet, then a tight 2 right 90. Straight over, then tight 2 right 90.
So Jason, as a car builder, when you're watching and listening, not that I was a builder, but I can visualize as I'm driving all the pieces moving, right? If I'm pushing on the accelerator, pushing on the brake, or hitting a bump, I was always visualizing the movement of all the parts. And
Are you asking me what I'm looking for?
well, I'm just wondering, like when you're watching this, are you thinking about the mechanics of what's happening there, or are you just enjoying
What I was
the view?
watching right there was mostly pre, apex, and post each turn.
So you're
I
watching
want
the
to see where
driving,
he's on
yeah.
throttle. I want to see where he's positioning that. Yeah.
90 left chicane.
Because it's fascinating. They are very similar platforms, but you get like for example, Gibbs platform and these, they are driven a little bit different. So if you pay close attention, you'll see that there are slightly different in gearboxes too, 5-speed or 6-speed, stuff like that. Yeah.
Look at that. So you got up to 104, but it's for a nanosecond,
Yeah.
and it's back down to 70 miles an hour.
And Bryce is running a 6-speed, correct?
Yeah, he's on X-Trax, I believe.
I believe so.
Dugan's with an X-Trax.
2 left, sweeper. 2 left, sweeper.
There's only a few of the trucks that have that 6-speed X-Trax.
2, I believe him and Pavorti are the 2 that have the 6-speed. Yeah.
Caution, right, 45 left over.
Does Householder? Because didn't Paul and Toby's truck have it?
He might.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh!
Whoa,
Oncoming traffic.
That's not
my
fun.
goodness.
Okay, so
You don't find that in IndyCar racing either.
Yeah. For people watching, if you're out there on the course, make sure to keep people off of it, because you end up with sketchy situations
Man,
like that.
that was almost a disaster.
Yeah, because he was pulling 4th, 5th, 6th gear right there.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen his heart rate on that one.
Dude, my heart rate went up watching that right now.
I've had some close calls on crossover. I think mainly it's like pre-running. That's why you got to be really careful and just remember it's pre-running and not racing.
Not pre-racing.
Correct.
But yeah, if you pay close attention, you can see the different driving styles. It's really fascinating.
Slight checkup.
What are you seeing as far as a driving style difference between, say, Bryce and Luke?
Like how they enter turns, how they kind of rotate pre-apex, stuff like that. When they come back on throttle, how they come back on throttle.
So what are you seeing though?
Well, he doesn't have. We're not seeing the telemetry. Like on Bryce's, you can see like right when he's rolling the throttle, right when he's stabbing throttle. Is he doing that pre-post, gear change, stuff like that? Like, there's some cool stuff if you pay attention. Like that's why the telemetry and all the other bits that we get to see really add a whole nother layer to this equation. I mean, you can still see his somewhat because you can see the dash, but it's not as easy to pay attention to like when they have it on the screen.
So
I don't know if there's any way to let Luke and Alan know that there's a van potentially on course. If you want to text Duncan.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
But anybody watching this, if you're part of any of the top drivers' crews, let them know that
there's
a white van driving.
He just passed it
on the course. It's not too far into the crossover now. And he's in an area where there's houses, so hopefully it's like going home or something. But Alan's gonna have to watch for that too.
It looked like he was parked when Luke passed him.
He pulled to the side.
Okay. Waiting for the next car.
But that's an area where it's not a big deal because you're on a straightaway and you can see him coming. Bryce's was super sketchy because I was around a corner.
Oh yeah. And he was like in 4th gear.
So right now we're on board with Alan, and at race mile 210, he was first place on adjusted. So he's sitting 3rd physical, but first adjusted. And he is 53 seconds ahead of Bryce Menzies and 2:05 ahead of Luke.
So he's gaining on Luke.
Alan's right where he wants to be. After that mishap in qualifying, going into a false neutral, having to start 7th, I mean, oh man.
Yep.
That was the.
You were correct. That dude's gonna keep going down. Yeah.
That was
close.
A sketchy
that was
spot right
close.
there. So I guess the next person that should be notified there's a van on course is Householder. Anybody with his crew, let him know there's a white van driving backwards on the course. And if anybody is watching, sees the white van, tell him to get the heck off of the course. Or he may be a hood ornament here pretty soon.
So it's funny, looking at the iPad or iPhone that's there on the screen. Looks like it's a VP logo. Just rotating through their sponsors.
Or I guess we actually forgot about, or I forgot about Lofton. So Lofton's crew tell him there's a white van and householder. So Luke's about 1:10 off of Bryce on adjusted right now. Okay, so we were talking about, well, that's through that section. So right now they're averaging about 68 miles an hour. Which on a road with that many curves is an extremely solid pace.
Yeah, curves with
cliffs.
No room for air on either side usually.
Yeah, I think people talk about Pikes Peak and how you got to memorize 114 turns or whatever it is and how hard that must be. Well, for a Baja 500, you got to memorize a million turns or something. I don't know.
No, I think you touched on that earlier. You know, it's you drive what you can see. There's no. You can think you're going to rely on your notes and your GPS, but it's a fool's errand at some point.
It's like sheer experience and visceral feel.
I think even too.
There's Jurgensen.
Like blind corners, you want to kind of set up wide so you can peek around the corner early just to see if there's something. Well, see if there's a white van around the corner
or a Buick Regal.
Yeah. So he's got a strong run going. Jurgensen, would be our. Should be our first two-wheel drive.
That's what the tracker was showing earlier.
I mean, he's not that far off pace.
So we are 12:14 p.m. Didn't somebody say we were going to start seeing bikes around 1 o'clock at the finish line?
Now I'll take a look, see where they're at. They should be getting pretty close.
Yeah, Jurgensen passed Myers. He's almost to Thompson right now.
A great shot of Justin right there.
Right, 90 left.
Yeah, talking about bikes, I'm showing 3X at race mile 414. I don't show 1X on the tracker, so I'm not sure where they are. Well, I don't think their tracker's tracking. It hasn't updated for 37 minutes, so yeah. They're getting fairly close to ours. Well, on the outskirts of ours.
I'm glad that we're not seeing any from the in-car here with the front trucks. I don't think any of them have found any of the straggling bikes or quads, so that's always a good sign.
They're
45 right, 45 left.
3X actually has a quad right in front of them right now.
Oh, from the crossover deal?
Yeah. Yeah, the 124A is right in front of 3X.
45 right, coming up here. Over there.
You know, and dust is one thing for the trucks and buggies, but it's a whole nother thing for dirt bikes and quads, because the consequences of making a mistake in the dust on a dirt bike or quad are a lot more drastic, I guess, than.
We're talking about why the bike riders seem to do so well in the cars. And I think that's a big part of it is that you become an expert in reading the terrain and making decisions. Because, man, if you make the wrong decision or you override the terrain, you're going to pay for it dearly.
You have a very short career if you override a dirt bike or quad.
95, rock right.
So Lofton's coming down this hill, and then this goes into a straightaway here, where he'll be kind of opening it up, going through this little ranch. This is kind of where you start getting out away from the ranches more. All right, who do we got here? Is that Householder?
Driver's change, looks like.
Yeah.
Who was driving with him?
I'm not sure. Watch, Adam wasn't even in the truck.
Someone just went by.
I don't see anyone else listed. That's interesting because I thought he was soloing the race.
Someone just passed him.
Yeah. It might have been Thompson, but I don't. I'm still showing.
Let's see here. Was it Ricky Johnson, maybe?
Could have been, yeah.
Because I'm not showing him on the Race to Redefine, but that's, I think, who would have been in the hunt there. Yeah. On the tracker, RJ was right behind him, so that would have been Ricky. Which we haven't talked, but he's got to be doing pretty well.
I was
on
just going to say that. Here I was bad-mouthing him a little earlier. Watch him.
I mean, he's always like, kind of right there. I mean, he's he and Gus they're capable of putting that truck in the top three.
Man. It's just no way around it, both of them.
Right one, rough in.
But I like to roust them. So here's another classic Baja view, you know, just this is the desert.
The bluest of skies.
Yeah. They're kind of getting into the section right now. So if we could actually go to Bryce, he's in a new area, especially if we had his helicopter view, where this is where they're going on what used to be a line and going off the graded road.
Yeah, you were talking about that.
Yeah, it's just past race mile. Yep, he's on it right now. This is just past race mile 225. The graded road is off to the right. It's on the other side of that ridge, and this is the line. So crazy how worn in that got just from crew running. And when I went out there, it was covered in weeds.
About a 1 lap.
So he's going to go a little ways further here. There's a pretty big G out that's coming up in just a little bit here. And then right after that, I'll drop down a hill and make a left back onto the graded road. But this is all new. SCORE's never run this as the course where he's on right now. So it's something kind of different for the crossover road, which generally... Okay, there's that G out I was just telling you about.
That was brutal.
So let's kind of just listen into Bryce and his co-driver here.
All on the left up here. Tight to right, all out. So tight right and left. Tight 90 right here. Tight 90 right. Tighten that right chicane here. Tightened up. one right here, tight 90. Two left, sweeps about 90. Two right, 45 open. Long sweeper left. Sweeps about 180. Two right, sweeper coming in. Over. Tight two right sweeper up here. Tight two right sweeper here. Kicks right and straight over the crest. Straight over. Tight two right 45. Straight over this crest and do a two left. All on the right here. Left tightens up. Tight level. One left here. Tight 180 left. Got a one left, goes 180. 180 right, got a one again. One left 90. One right, that's about 180. Caution, one left 180. Caution, one left 180. Tight two left and a one right. Rock inside this right. Here, good. Tight two right, 45. Straight over, then home. Tight two right 90. Rock on left after it. Tight two left 90. Tight two left 90 here. Caution, tight two left up here. Left tight, caution, tight two left here. Tight 90 right. Tight two left and got a one right. One right here. Tight two left 45. Two right. Right 5 right. Right 3. Left 2. Right 2 tight. Right 5 tight over eyes. Left 3 tight dash 2. Caution times 3. Right Mike. 1. Left 3 tight. Right 4 dash 5. Left 3 tight dash 2. Tightens up.
caution, right 2, ditch inside. Sweeping left 4, blue dot. Right 3 tightens, blue dot. Caution check up, left 2, clip outside. Blue left 4. Then caution, left 2. And then check out, tie right 3, ditch inside, caution. Blue left 2. Blue tie right 2. Blue left 3. Right 2 pizza. Tight left 3, blue dot. Left 4 over, blue dot. Blue right 3 tightens. Caution, check out, left 2 pizza. Right 3 big rocks outside. Check out, left 3 caution. Straight over them, right 3 caution. Blue straight over them, right 4. Trip up, left 2 caution. Blue right 3. Blue right 3, and then a blue left 2. Right 5 airplane. Straight over airplane. Straight over airplane. Blue check up, straight over, then tight left 5. Right 6 over airplane.
235 and out 235. The helicopter's right above you.
Left 4 airplane.
Back to the air.
Blue sweeping right 4, clip outside. Airplane. Right 6 airplane. Caution check up, tight left 2. Caution right 4, ditch outside. Caution check up, tie right 3. Left forward and straight left here. Right 90 left here. Tight 2 right, then rock on left. Tight 2 right, rock on left. Then rocks both up here. Sweep left and tight right over this crest. Tight 45 right over. Good. Tight 90 right up here. Big rocks both sides. 1 left. Drops after this crest, rock on left. Mark on right now. Rock on left down here. Tight right, rock on left. Tight 2 right up here, 45. Tight 2 left. Tight right
leftover, slight right leftover. Got a slight left right over, slight left right. Straight over, small checkup. Small checkup here. Rocks left, going down this. Rocks right, and rocks left. Race 7, we are 5 miles out from driver change pit. Race 7, 5 miles out from driver change pit. Right, then tight to left. Straight over this one, straight over. Tight to right up. So one left down here. Tight 90 right here. Straight over, then a one left, rock on right, one left. Rock on right here, good. Caution over this crest to drop straight. Drop straight, then tight right, bottom. Straight, small checkup. Straight over, you got a G out. G out here. Straight over this crest. Right, left. Straight over. Right to right, 45, it's right. To the left, straight over. Straight over. Caution, tight, left, right, and stop this. Tight right, watch rock, stay here. Rock on right. On the right here, then a 180 left, tight. Rocks both sides, down this. Tight right. Straight over the next crest, straight, but big rock on left. Big rock on left. One left. Big rock on left here. Rocks both down here over this. One right, caution rock. Caution rock, yes. One left. Rock and left front and a one left down here. One right, off Amber ditch. The ditch here. Right, rocks both sides, caution. Straight over.
Left 2 pizza, caution. Caution, right 6 down. Rocks in the berms. Check out right 4 over, rock outside, caution. Right 3, left 5 over, big rock on the left, caution. Narrow rocks both, caution. Rocks both sides, caution. And then rocks in the course, caution. Danger checkup, straight over narrow rocks. And then checkup, go slow, rock crawl.
5 overrise.
Right 2 left, speed zone.
Right 1, rock right. Hug right, tight over eyes, rocks. Left 1. Left 1, right 1. Stay right 5, over eyes, caution times 3. Straight over eyes.
So we've got Bryce Menzies, our physical leader on the track, in the pits right near Valle de Trinidad. And close behind is Luke McMillan and Alan Ampudia right behind him. They're going to be coming across the SCORE timing loop, so we'll have some great intervals to tell you. There's Bryce getting back out on the road with clean air in front physically. And remember, after they go through Trinidad, they head up the Goat Trail and start heading to the summit, which is going to be one of the more challenging sections of the race, and this is by far not over. There's going to be some issues. There's going to be things getting stuck and up over both summit runs, so lots of action to come today.
going left 3.
Might be a little.
Right here.
Listen for it. Okay, bump it down.
To the 3 race mile 250, all good.
Okay, after the pit and the driver change for the number 7, you guys are a minute and 45 seconds behind Andy, and Apudio is a minute and 5 seconds behind you.
Copy that, thank you. You're clear. 60? No.
Still in left. Watch that big one on the left. Again, in the left. Okay, concrete deal, yep. Okay, rocks mid, keep right side as you clear the crest. Still looking for that rocks mid. Here, yep. Bunch of stuff coming up here. Around this hard right, rock in right. Yep, keep left, big rock right, left. Copy. And the rocks both and narrow. Here's that rocks both. And then rock both with narrow job here.
All right, we're live here with the Bryce Menzies team. Andy McMillan is now driving that truck, physically in the lead of the race, going up the goat trail and heading close to our new section at near race mile 267. There is a cutoff that SCORE made specifically for Class 11 and some other teams that didn't have to cross both summits because of the extreme terrain, and we've got a little video for you on that.
At this point in the race, we're at race mile 267, which is just over halfway. Our competitors just went through checkpoint 1, and right here is the sportsman cutoff. The sportsmen are going to keep going straight, miss the summits, but our pro competitors are going to be turning and heading into the summit and then dropping down into El Medio Wash up to El Cabuzo and then coming out through Cordillera de Molina. Cordillera del Molina is a very technical uphill summit. I think there's potentials for bottlenecks there. In my opinion, this is going to be a make or break point in the event. It's hot down there. It's been kind of 95 or so up here, but it'll be in the hundreds down there, I believe, on race day. And the summit, both these summits, it's gonna be very crucial to get through there clean, not have any mechanical issues, no flats, and then take it from there to the finish line and the checkered flag.
1. Stay left to left 1. What did he tell you?
Just the pit limiter popping.
Oh, good, sir. Easy. Yeah, shoot. Katie, huh?
Up in the back.
Right 4. It's all good. Tight left 3. Where's that tight left 3? Right 4. Left 5 to right 3. Short. Left 5. Still left 5. Short jog. Right and left. Yep. Right 5. Coming right 4. Here's that right 4. Left 5. Over to left 4. Tighten down to right 3. Here's that left 4. Let's go right 3, left 3. And again, right 3 up here. Second 4, right 4, and left 5. Left 5, right 5. And coming left 4 through caution tip. Not that, left 4 through tip to right 5. We're going to stay outside the long right 3. Copy. Yep, staying out. Coming to left 3. Yep. Right 4. Again, right 4. Straight through here, left 3. Here's left 3. And again, right 3 here. Right 3. Yep. Gonna stay left side. Stay left. Right 4.
Oh, like that.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. Okay. You do you, boo-boo.
Yep.
Coming right 4, kind of tight. There you go, you're all right. And again, left 4.
the green light, go. Straight, straight, straight.
Up here, going left to right. Now 50, left 6 crest. Down, 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 50, left 6 crest. Okay, 70. G out. Staying in. 80 between the poles, and then 50 left 5. Yeah, just like that. You come in left 5. There it is. You're good. Over crest. Going down. At the top up there, it'll be a 40 hard to see, left 5, the left line. And it down, 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 40, down, down, down all the way. Comes right. 80. Danger right. Budge left a little bit here. You're 80 though. 40, left 3. Down, down to 40, left 3 here. And then you're 70 out. Got a danger.
So just to let everybody know, we've got the 1X about just a few minutes from the finish line in Ensenada, and they are still ahead of the 3X. Looks like about a 8 minutes and 39 second lead. So they have really dominated the day and stayed ahead of that 3X, but those two teams are very cleared off from the others. So great race between the two of them, and we should have some footage of them crossing the finish line shortly.
All right, so we're back here in studio. We're watching. I can't tell who that is that was changing the tire right there.
It's like they're on the moon.
And then we also are on board with the 168 at Cody Reed. Jason, who were you saying was getting into the car right now?
I believe this is Cody. Adam started, and Travis Kritz, his co-driver. Travis was Shelby's co-driver previously.
And right now they're currently first in Class 1.
And a relatively smooth driver change, and it looks like they're about buttoned up and ready to go.
So during our little lunch break, I think we had, I don't know if we had more attrition, but we were talking about the attrition of the race. And I think I said this morning that San Felipe was the Baja 1000's angry little stepbrother. I think the Baja 500 is the pissed off cousin.
Yeah, and they aren't even into the toughest parts yet. Like right now, so while we were away, Andy and Bryce swapped out. So Andy McMillan is now in Bryce's truck, and he's our physical leader, and he's coming into the summit. So that is going to be one of the slower, rockier sections. From what I'm hearing, Bryce is averaging about a 51 mile per hour average. Is that what you said, Jason?
Yeah. That's what I said, yeah.
Or
that's what it
Brian and Jason. Yeah. So that is leading me to believe that this race is going to be slower than I anticipated, and I think a lot of people, because they're going to be going through some of the slower sections of the entire course, and that's going to drop this even slower.
Well, bikes,
so I think we might be.
We got bikes about ready to finish now. They started at 3. That's 10 hours.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see a lot slower race than we were expecting with the trucks, with everybody.
Right. Yeah, I'm thinking we might be south of 50 mile an hour average by the time we're said and done, because they're gonna lose a lot of time as far as average speed going through these two summits.
Hats off to Jose for making a real tough race course this time.
And you know, you go through the two summits, you get through Rancho Los Pinos, and you're like, oh man, I'm home free. And then you just zigzag yourself to death in kind of the Catarina area there. You know, so that area is going to have a slower average too. Not so much because it's rough and rocky, but just because it's so twisty.
Yeah, a sub 50 is pretty brutal. Pretty brutal.
When was the last time we saw that in the trophy truck class?
been a while.
So we did get, thanks to all the keyboard warriors and announcing hecklers, we did get some information that there wasn't a driver's change going on with Householder. That was actually Bryce Swain getting out of the truck and Dan McMillan getting in. So thank you for all the keyboard warriors for keeping us honest up here. Feel free to continue to heckle away.
In our defense, it did say Adam Householder on the lower thirds.
I'll just say, in our defense, come sit here and try this.
And it was a blue and orange hood. So I will say that was a pretty easy mistake.
Yeah, but you just threw our people upstairs under the bus.
But it's nice
to see. End of the day, I'll be accountable for it.
We still have another McMillan out racing again. You know, Dan's
so
back
right
in
now, our two physical leaders are McMillans.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And man, I feel like maybe it's just because it looks like on the tracker that Luke is actually closing on Andy a little bit, but I also think that Luke is still in the like he's just getting to the summit and Andy's in the summit, so I think it's kind of optical illusion possibly there too, because I think now once Luke gets into that, like right now we'll probably see it's going to look like on the tracker that Alan is catching Luke, but that's just because he's going 80, 90 miles an hour and Luke's going 20 miles an hour.
So I don't know if you guys have picked up on it, but every time we look at a Vildosola truck, they've got a different graphic on the screen. This is...
Okay, that's a different helmet. Says Gus in now?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
Looks like Gus.
Mm-hmm.
But this is, so Mexicana Logistics, Gus and Tavo's company, they do a lot of truck tracking and stuff. So I got to believe that what we're seeing here on this screen is part of what they've done for their business, which is kind of cool to see. And look, he's not using his brake
Gus
either.
just went up the goat trail right there. Kind of, he'll start heading towards Hamau at this point. So I wonder if Gus is gonna take it to the finish now, or
I can't imagine doing another driver's change. No.
Yeah. And he's 78. Is that what they said?
I think I was
76, 78.
Yeah.
It's incredibly impressive.
So, I mean, it's kind of surprising to me to put Gus in for the roughest section and probably most physically demanding of the course.
Because he's a stud.
That's a testament of how much of a badass Gus is. You know, and like we were saying, they had, I think, gone about maybe it was more than 3 years, maybe 5 years undefeated or something in the Trophy
17
Legends.
in a row or something like that.
Yeah, 17. So there's 4 races a year. That's basically 3.5 years or whatever.
Nope, he's 74.
Or no, 4.5 years.
Just got the update from his helicopter pilot. 74 years.
Hey, Gus, I apologize for adding some years to you there, but you're still a badass. Still a badass for doing this at 74.
Driving harder than 20-year-olds.
Definitely smarter.
I don't know if we could go on board with Bryce's truck with Andy driving. He should be kind of in the summit right now, and take a look at how rocky that is.
I love seeing the Langley name back up there. The hiatus there was, we missed them. Good to see him back.
Something that I'd like to point out is the 70 of Concrete Motorsports. Looks like they're back up and running. I haven't heard what happened with them, but it definitely good to see them going again.
There we go.
So, John, at the Warbucks Action Desk, what are you hearing and seeing up there?
So just a couple points to add to what you guys were discussing with the driver changes and so forth. So the motorcycles are nearing that finish line, and it's looking like their average speed for the race is about 46.4 miles per hour, which is, since they had 3 hours of darkness to race in, it's not unexpected that they're a little bit slower. So typically they might be 50 miles an hour on a Baja 500 course like this. But I would expect that these trucks, like, yesterday we were talking, are they going to average 60 or 58? I'm thinking this is going to be a 52 or so mile an hour race. So now it plays into Andy McMillan, who's now in the Menzies truck. And, one part about splitting the drivers is he's fresh, and he only had to pre-run half the course versus Alan or Luke that had to pre-run the whole course. So how much can you memorize each corner, every rock? There are certainly some advantages to that.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I was kind of curious to see which line he decided there. There's a shorter line that went to the right, but Andy's taking the safer line to the left. Yeah, having a fresh driver in there with Andy, he's probably pre-run this more than any of the guys that are soloing just based on sheer time. What do you guys think on this?
Well, I can tell you the McMillan family comes from a legacy of pre-running. They pioneered their own systems. So yeah, giving Andy a shorter section to really go in and be diligent around his notes.
Okay, so we have our moto finisher at the ramp, so let's hear from them.
Oh man, I'll tell you, really unofficial, but Pro Moto Unlimited coming in. Oh, 1X, so it's actually going to be in here, and I believe Sarah Naren's not far out in the 3X, so let Tyra go ahead and get the helmet off, get his finisher, and then we'll talk to him about this race. And oh yeah, the checkered flag, baby. The smile says it all. All right, well, we'll go. Oh, look at the champagnes coming out, Tyler, man, you got to be stoked. The smile says it all. First Pro Moto unofficial winner right here. The 58th run-in of the BFGoodrich Baja 500, baby. You got it.
Yes, sir. It feels good.
Tell me a story. How was it out there on the course, man? Everybody's just saying it's rough, technical, and just gnarly.
Yeah, it was super rough. It was rough from mile one in the wash, but no, SCORE put on an awesome course for us this year for the Baja 500, and I enjoyed it. We had a little bit of fog this morning, but no, it was super good. I rode super well. My two teammates, Sam and Carter, they rode an awesome race, and they helped bring this bike home in first. Unfortunately, they're obviously not here yet. I think they're on their way back. So, but no, I couldn't have done it without them.
Well, I mean, it's a good feeling. I mean, it's always a team effort, and everybody's just got to do what they did, and all the notes were taken for pre-running, and it sounded like the plan came to fruition.
Yeah, definitely. We've had a super big week of pre-running. We've put in a lot of miles. So it definitely the work was done, and the results came. So we're super stoked.
Well, it definitely keeps you guys in the running for the SCORE Desert Championships, and got 2 more to go for this. Are you ready? We're going to see at the 400, and then of course the 1,000, right?
Yes, sir. They're going to be here before we know it.
I know, man. A blink of an eye. Well, you have so many people that make this team possible. I know it's time to give them a little love.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, first and foremost, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Obviously, Mark Samuels for giving us an amazing platform and team to race on. Bobby at San Diego Powerhouse for building us an amazing bike that gets us through every single race with no issues. Honda, Showa, Fly, Heatwave, IMS, Dunlop, Monster. the whole Monster Energy SLR team. There's so many people to thank, and the pit crews, my family, my wife. There's way too many people to thank, but it takes a village to get to these races, and it takes a city to win these things. So, just thank you to everyone.
Congratulations, Tyler.
Thank you.
Right on. Oh, here they come. All right. There they are.
All right, so there we heard from Dave Arnold with Tyler Lynn down there. John, so what are your thoughts on how the moto race played out?
Well, I would say that, the Tyler Lynn 1X has been the kind of the bike to beat for the last year and a half, so they did their job well. Now, it does appear that the 3X is finishing within about 8.5 minutes of the lead. So I always thought as a team, if we could be within 1 VCP of a win. On the motorcycles, it's a lot harder to hit all of those VCPs, even as hard as you try to pre-run. But they had 3 hours in the night. So some of that times it's possible to miss a VCP. So they're still within the realm of, hey, we got to check the results Sunday morning. But also a couple updates on some of the action that's still taking place in motorcycles. We have the 400X is still leading the 40 Pro class. We actually have a serious battle right now for the Ironman, and Edgar Coda, who is a multi-time Ironman champion, has actually pulled into the lead, but there's actually 3 teams within about 4 or 5 miles of each other at the race mile 356, 357. So those guys still have another hour or hour and a half or so of racing before they get to the finish line. And boy, this is a pretty brutal course. So whoever wins that is going to be a true Ironman.
Yeah, they're going to be out there, 14 hours or so on a bike, I think, for our Ironman?
Yes, for sure.
So, that's...
That's a long time to be on a motorcycle. That's a long time just to stand up 14 hours straight.
Well, just riding a motorcycle on a highway for 14 hours would be considered tough, let alone on the BFGoodrich Baja 500 course.
Yeah. Well, and then they got 2 summits, and it was probably 104 down on the desert floor when they hit it right in the middle of the noonish time. So those guys are going to wear their stripes when they come across that finish line.
So, I was just looking at the San Felipe results, and Tyler, obviously you mentioned this, he's on a winning streak, but his time for San Felipe was 5 hours. So doubling the mileage, doubling the time, it stands to reason. We're right at 10 hours roughly, right?
Yeah. So the other shot here, I think we're on board with Luke, it looks like to me. And while we're waiting for second place bike to come through, something I wanted to touch on is our lead trucks now. They were over on the coast. Temperatures were a lot cooler, probably around 75 degrees or so. Now they're crossing over to the desert side, and I believe it's supposed to be around 105, maybe even 110 down south of Mexicali, like Cabuzo Junction. Jason, how does that affect temps, torque converter, engine, all of that? What are your thoughts?
Well, more ambient heat, obviously less fun on the temp side, but yeah, torque converter, want to stay out of the stall as best you can. And engine temp, same thing. I mean, you got to keep all that under control, but obviously higher ambient temp, that's going to start to trickle everything up.
And just even for the drivers, it's pretty warm in those cabs. Mm-hmm. It's not exactly, you don't have air conditioning, and you're in a driver's suit. You've got a helmet with a skirt on. I feel like it's important to stay hydrated and try to stay cool.
And the mid-engines, I feel like, have less cab temp, as far as the front engine trucks too. So.
Yeah, that definitely helps, having the engine kind of more behind you than
correct. Yeah, having those headers and stuff, right? The co-driver's feed. I mean, you still have oil and a few other bits, but for the most part, I feel like the mid-engines definitely are much better in cabin temps.
And I'm watching Luke right now, and it's just, he is so smooth. He could be driving a boat.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe you guys can tell me, but I don't see a drinking system with those drivers like Luke and so forth. Do they have it underneath their helmets, or are they just driving the whole race without taking any drinks other than at pits?
No, they more than likely have got a setup that's running through their pumper hose or something. I mean, at a minimum, they'll have a Camelback where they're not going to go for the full race without drinking for sure.
Yeah, that would be very rough.
That would be the way to lose. How many pounds was that, Wes? 12 pounds that the one driver talked about losing?
But no, that was Rob McCachran at San Felipe 6 or 7 years ago.
You got to have electrolytes. You got to be prepared.
I think I was saying that earlier. I think that's a big part of one of the things that's going to push our sport further is when we really start getting into the body mechanics we put all this effort and time and research and development into the vehicles, and we really haven't done a lot at treating ourselves like athletes, and these guys are athletes.
Treat it more like triathlon competitions, yeah. Get into all the fun stuff, hormone optimization, all that fun stuff.
So through 270, Alan Impudia was our adjusted leader, and then followed by Bryce and Andy a minute 51 back, and then Luke at 222 back. And then Lofton's like 10:35 back. Yeah. So yeah, it's really kind of three truck race right now for the overall. And I think Alan's really happy with where he's sitting right now because he's in an excellent position with like we were saying, he's got that padding in his back pocket of starting 7th. So he's got
he's got him covered up, and he's got a nice gap, a clean. I mean, look at this shot right now. He's got no dust. So I mean, he could run this pace right now and win, unless the guys in front of him slow down, which they're not going to slow down.
Yeah,
but
of course,
let's keep in mind here, we're still, we're about halfway through at this point. Anything can happen.
And the toughest parts of the course coming up.
Right.
And I agree with you that Luke, in some cases these guys are blind. Alan can see exactly in front of him and know whether he needs to keep pushing harder, but he always has it right in front of him on how many minutes he is behind, knowing that he started 5 minutes behind Bryce and Andy. So he's kind of in the catbird seat and doesn't necessarily have to rely on the communications from the helicopters, which the other guys have too, but very good.
Okay, so let's go back to the ramp with Dave Arnold here, and we have the 3X of Kieran Niren.
And John,
all right, the 3Xs come in. Let them get all done here. All right, looks like he's got a medal here. Who we got there? I know you guys were at a battle out there, but who we got sitting here?
Yeah, Kieran Aaron, rider of record, but we're a three-man team. Couldn't have done it today without my teammates Lyndon Snodgrass and Cody Simpson. Both the boys rode incredible, put in a hell of a charge. Honestly, I kind of made the most mistakes today in the first 80 miles today. I think I had 3 crashes, so let the SLR boys unfortunately get a bit of a lead on us, and congrats to them. But we wanted to be a little bit closer and have a little bit more of a battle. But like I said, can't thank my teammates enough. Lyndon rode phenomenal. Cody, this was his first Baja race ever, and same thing, he rode incredible. Super proud of both of them, and couldn't have done it without them.
We were watching you guys on the tracker, and you had the lead for a while. Were there some problems, some issues?
No, Unfortunately, never actually had the lead. That tracker was fooling us all there for a second.
Oh, okay. All right. Can't trust those things.
No, yeah, we the visuals and everything. We kind of sat around the 5 to 7 minute mark all day long. Unfortunately, just weren't able to get close enough. But yeah, obviously couldn't have done it without our team owner Giovanni Spinelli right here, and like I said, my 2 teammates and my dad and all our chase crew. My dad built a damn good motorcycle, and all of our chase crew too. They're camping out in the middle of the desert just to do pits for us. And I just want to thank everyone behind the scenes. Thank you guys so much, and we wouldn't be here without you.
I know there's a lot of stickers on this bike, and it took a lot of those things and to make it happen. Like you said, your dad put the bike together, and he put all the right parts on it, looks like.
Yeah, just want to thank Ducati North America. Without them, we probably wouldn't have been racing today. A few weeks ago, we got a stator that we could actually run a proper headlight, and with a 3 a.m. start, we definitely need a headlight. So just want to give a special shout out to the guys over at Ducati North America. Obviously Malcolm Smith Motorsports, Optima, Method Race Wheels, Traley Designs, Heatwave, Moto Cuts, Bob Bell at Precision Concepts. He's been busting his butt trying to get us happy. IMS, Sunoco, Pirelli, Nitro Moose, FMF. There's just so many people that help us out, and we wouldn't be here without them.
And I tell you, Ducati's got to be stoked to get their bike on the podium here in Baja. I mean, it's such a new machine.
Yeah, it's been really incredible working with Ducati. Super stoked that they've been believing in us, and we're trying to make them proud. We're chasing that win, and I think we're close, but still got some work to do.
Right on. Congratulations to you. It's awesome. Beneficial, of course, second coming across and all that. And, Gio, Bonnie, the team owner over here and Hero Racing. And just get a quick word with them while he gets out. Gio, you guys put together such a good program. Known you for years for racing, and now you're giving these young studs an awesome opportunity.
Yeah, I think we keep trying our best. We just keep coming up a little bit short, but we're going to keep trying and try and make the bike a little bit better and get the riders a little bit better, and that's all we can do is come back and try and win the next one.
I mean, come on. Such a new bike out here and put it on a podium in Baja. I mean, that's an accomplishment in itself.
No, for sure. They've been super dependable. The Ducatis have given us no issues. It's a new platform, new bike. We're really happy with the bike. It's just a matter of getting it, dialed in for the course that they just rode, right? I mean, they had rocks and they had sand washes, and how Baja is. So you need to make the bike as good as we can get it for so many different terrains.
Well, definitely. Well, congratulations over you guys getting it. It's always good to see you, my friend. And, man, it's good to see what you're doing with the teams.
Thank you.
Right on. Bonnie, of course, long-time racer and knows how to put it on top of the box, and it won't be long for that. But Sarah Naren, of course, those riders there, Simpson and Logan.
All right, so great job there by the 3X team, taking the second spot on the podium. Right now, we have Brandon Walsh calling in, so let's talk to Brandon.
What's going on, guys?
How's it going?
It's going. Unfortunately, I mean this in a nice way. If I'm talking to you right now, it's not the best day, right? But yeah, we broke a radius rod at the back of the car, and it pretty much ripped the whole back of the car off. Axle broke the shock. My axle's out there somewhere around mile 76 or so. We had axle, radius rod, stuff like that. I did not have a shock, so unfortunately, we had to go back to Ensenada and get the free runner so we could rob the shock off this thing. And that's what the team's working on right now. And our race car's over here. So,
Brandon, that's not what that car looked like when I sold it to you last year.
Yeah, man. I don't know what happened. It just broke right at the wells. Let me see if I can turn this around for you guys here. There we go. So, pretty much, joint right here, it completely broke. When that came out, we were in a pretty rutted area. It just ripped everything this way. Axle came out. I don't even know where it's at. Sway bar, the active dynamic sway bar is ripped apart. Shock ripped apart. You can see this right here, just completely ripped it off. So not really salvageable.
Do you think?
And now we're trying to take some shocks off the other car to get them on here.
Do you think that bolt came loose and then oblonged out that hole is what caused that to break off?
Well, here's the parts right here.
Oh, jeez.
It just broke right here.
Gotcha.
Pretty much it's just ripped off. And I'm assuming what happened at that point was everything just went boom. And there was some nice locals at about 76 or so. We had someone took their belt off their pants so they could wrap this up here. It was crazy, man. Those guys were awesome.
So
we had
Brandon,
a ratchet strap
what
on
do you
one of
got
their
strapped
trucks.
to your rear bumper?
What's that?
What do you got strapped to your rear bumper?
Oh, that's tails. We got Sonic in the front, tails in the back. Any of the old school video game guys will understand that one, you know. But we've always just done that. But yeah, these cars are pretty amazing. And, you know, the good thing about them is, yeah, they're the race car, they're the factory car, they're fast. But even though the car does have better parts on it than, let's say, a stock Pro R, all the stock Pro R parts fit right on it, man. So if you have one around, you can pretty much finish the race still. So it's pretty awesome that that's even a thing.
So, hey, come clean with us, man. What'd you hit?
Honestly, man, I asked my co-driver, I said, did I hit something? And, like, we don't think we hit anything, man. I really don't. I would just say I did. We all make mistakes, man. I don't think I hit anything. It was actually on a straightaway when it happened. So, and maybe something got hit earlier and then started to fatigue and break. But I'm kind of at a loss of why it happened, but it is what it is. And it's kind of crazy to see dirt bikes finishing because we just started the race around mile 78.
Well, hey, sorry to see you not in the driver's seat anymore, man. You'll be back in September, yeah?
Oh, for sure. And I want to show you this over here, too. Our boy Alexander Noble's over here. He's got a little bit of problems, too. He wanted to say hello to you guys, so. He's dealing with something similar over here. He's got a lower control arm that he broke, so. We're just having a little razor party over here right now.
Just hanging out.
Well, thanks for calling in, Brandon.
All right, we'll talk soon.
All right. Thanks for talking to us. Okay, so that was Brandon Walsh. Unfortunately, it looks like the race didn't go how they wanted to. But we're on board with Sam Baldy. He's having a pretty strong run in the two-wheel drive trophy truck class. And I believe our leaders they should be out of the summit at this point in El Medio Wash.
So I think, was it John was maybe earlier talking about the Stella. For people that are new to the sport or just tuned in, you can kind of see that little square box on the right side of the car on the down bar. That's the Stella, and you can see there it's flashing that triangle. That Stella is letting you know when you get close to a VCP, when you hit a VCP. That's also what is part of the tracking and timing and scoring system that SCORE uses.
Yeah, I don't know if we still have shots from Bryce's helicopter, but I'd love to see if we did have that, how far back Luke is, because it looks like he's pretty close to Andy right now. They're in a fairly slow section. I think it's going to open up. Yeah, so here's in car with Andy.
This is Andy McMillan we're talking about, and his cousin Luke McMillan behind him.
And Dan even further behind them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they're out of the summit. I think this area they're in right here is you're kind of up on this mesa that's kind of in the foothills of the mountains.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the ambient temperature is now that he's down in the desert, but I bet it's pretty hot.
Triple digits?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going over the top, danger rock.
Yeah, the forecast for Mexicali, I think, was 105.
Oh,
so it could be in that 105 to 110 range.
And here we got Luke McMillan.
It's 102 in Mexicali right now.
Man.
So I'm going to say it's probably 105 where they're at.
It's probably 135 in the cab of the truck.
Definitely. Okay, so we can see Andy McMillan's dust is not too far out there. And for a driver, that's like blood in the water.
Especially when it's your cousin.
That's a pretty strong family rivalry right here.
Yeah, I'm just noticing over on the left here, little green triangle next to our buddy Cameron. It's like he's moving up in the field here a little bit.
Yeah, from what I understand, Cameron, I thought someone told me he was second. And someone was saying second in class, 10th overall. So I'm not sure. Not sure if that's which one's correct. But.
So we were talking about how Gus is like a old guy, despite Cameron's youthful looks and the dark-colored hair. Our buddy Cameron's pushing 60 here. He's going to be 60 before.
I thought he was an old man.
I love any opportunity I can throw Cameron under the bus. It's one for you, buddy. Love seeing you in the third position spot. Keep working your way to the top, but let that hair go gray.
And Jurgensen's out of the truck now, so now it's Miller.
Okay.
They just did their driver change.
All right, so Jurgensen did a great job getting that truck to wherever they did a change, probably Valley T, and then now Chris Miller is in.
Yeah, I mean, he built 2 minutes, 30 seconds on Baldy, roughly.
That said, Baldy's having this is a tight race. They're 4 minutes apart between our top four in the two-wheel drives.
It's crazy how quickly we kind of just dismiss the two-wheel drive. That used to be the elite of the elite.
Yeah.
And well, there's still going to be potentially one in the top five.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not out of the realm of reality. So, a two-wheel drive trophy truck is still a pretty solid weapon to bring out in the desert.
They're not slow by any means.
So we're on with Alan right here. Our
reigning
lead
champion. We keep forgetting to say that.
Yeah.
He's 2 years in a row.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was having a really solid run. San Felipe had a couple issues, slowed him up, but I think. Well, I mean, he's our leader on adjusted time right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just looking to see if we have. Do we know where the point's standing right now? That's another thing. The right now for the 500, we're halfway through the season. The championship's got to be kind of weighing on Alan's mind right now.
Well, he finished 10th. So he would be 10th in points. I don't know what the exact point differential gap would be, but it's a pretty substantial lead that Luke McMillan would have over Alan Apudia. Something I want to kind of keep an eye on here is they're getting into a section going up into Cabuzo Junction where there's a pretty virgin wash that didn't have a whole lot of tracks in it when I went out there and pre-ran it. And I want to see what it looks like now because I'm sure there's some pretty straight lines that go through that wash.
Pretty well tracked, yeah.
But I felt like that was an area that you potentially could have multiple lines because you could kind of make your own line there. So we might see some of the trucks actually go a few different routes through there. That it might be 6 one way, half dozen the other, but if you can get out of somebody's dust or maybe make a few seconds here or there, you might be able to gain some time.
That's a distinction to point out. The SCORE races that happen in Baja, it's the only place anymore that you still pre-run before races. all of the U.S.-based races. You can't do that anymore. So that's another element to being successful. Oh, we got Ryan stopped again.
He doesn't look happy.
No, he doesn't.
No.
I think he was waving at us. But yeah, that's another important component of being a successful off-road racer, especially if you're racing in the SCORE series, is the value of pre-running and doing that properly. You've got to have the right equipment, you got to have the right crew, and you got to have the right approach to it. Oh no, gloves are coming off.
It looks to me like on the tracker that Bryce and Luke are right on top of one another. I don't know if we could get a shot of one of those. I think that Luke may have, okay, it just changed and updated. So, okay, the tracker hadn't updated yet. That's why it was, because it was showing Luke actually passing Bryce.
You're good, you're good.
So, Andy McMillan in Bryce Menzies' truck. Looks like he's still running strong. I think he's actually potentially could have opened up a little bit of time over Luke McMillan.
Well, we've been talking about this too. That you know, Bryce, the Bryce's truck, Bryce up until now, they can kind of set the pace here. And now it's not like Andy doesn't know a little bit about his cousin behind him. He knows what he's capable of, and so I would imagine we're going to start seeing the pace pick up a bit here.
This section's really
taking
fast.
A hand off the wheel. Is he blocking the sun? Must be.
Possibly.
Sometimes, like, I would hold my hand up to dry it off.
Yeah.
Because it's really hot and your palms get sweaty. So I mean, he could be just doing something like that, and it helps like get air through your suit.
Sure.
But so let's. We've got a couple social media clips. Let's take a look at those and see what we got. Okay, I think this is that bottleneck that was just outside of Ojos. It looks like it's exactly that section I was telling you about, where you do the little chicane through the boulders. And is that the Herps truck that we were talking about? That
that they were showing with the track? I don't know.
I believe it's the 219.
I'd love to hear the banter going on behind him right now.
So the problem is, in this area, there's those big boulders all over the place and a bunch of brush. There's just not good. It looks like we had a fire in a pit. I can't tell what truck that is. But definitely you don't want to see smoke anytime. Okay, so it's the 297 that had a fire issue.
Yeah. Engine bay.
Fire in race cars is no bueno.
All right, we're back live. BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 500 at 104 miles an hour with Andy McMillan and Bryce Menzies' truck. And then look at that, right back down to 80.
And so this is that area I was talking about, there potentially being multiple lines.
Yeah. You know, I don't know exactly how long it's been since Andy's been in a truck, but it doesn't look like he's lost anything.
No, he looks like he's on the gas pretty hard right now.
Yeah.
He was at the 1,000.
I mean, we just saw 106. Yeah, he raced the 1,000
He was
with
chasing
Dan,
Luke
right?
at the 1,000. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And then that truck went to
108.
concrete.
I think the only thing keeping them from going faster right here is they're in kind of softer sand, and there's a lot of drag on the vehicle.
So do we know, did O-Ring stay in the right seat?
I haven't heard.
So I heard him rattling off the speed a couple times, and that's another thing that's important. You know, as a driver, sometimes you can't tell how fast you're going, and getting those references kind of gives you a heads up as to what's really happening with the truck.
Yeah, they'll be sitting there like, oh, I'm just cruising. He's like, wait a second, you're at 112, man.
Yeah. Well, and maybe help. So he missed a turn right there. Or he's changing lines. He missed the turn, but You could see that line that was burned in, that he went wide out past it.
But that brush is nothing.
Yeah, so let's kind of listen to these guys talk this through for a little bit.
Straight ahead, straight ahead. Right 4. Left 6. Yep, keep working here, right? Stay right 3, left 4. Yep, little twist. Okay, coming danger, rock in, go right. It's going to be kind of on exit of the clearing here. Not yet. There it is on the right. Get ready to stay straight. Stay straight. Coming right 5. Here's right 5, and we're going to go left. Go left. Cut right before rocks. Get ready to go right virgin. After that, go right virgin. There it is. Right 3. Step 5. Left 4. Coming caution, rock right, then left. Step on exit. Coming right 5. Caution, rock right, then left. Left 5. Left 3. Right. Danger, 2 rocks in right. Sorry. Let's stay right. Left 5. Left 5. Danger, rock left. Not that big bastard. That little guy. Still left 5. Rock in right berm. In right berm. Go out. Stay left. Job. Go right at tree. Danger, rocks.
Right up the bush, straight through.
Stay right. Rocks. Saw. Straight across. And right 5. Exit left 3. Right. Get ready to go left and right 5 here. Make it right 4. We're going to go left. 10 seconds off your bumper. 1-0. 1-4. Go 20 seconds. No, 10. What's that? Like 1-0, Steve? 10 seconds? 10 seconds. 1-0. 1-0. Left 4 tight. Left 5-4.
Cut left. Cut left 4.
Rocks, right 4, left 4. Left 4.
Good.
Right 4, left 4. Rocks out. Straight. Right 5. Stay right 3. Left
Good.
3. Right 4. Left 4. Rocks both. Left 4. Caution, right 3, rocks both. Coming slow, hard right 3. Here it is, hard right 3. Left. Right 5. And hard left 3. Here's left 3. Right 6, go ahead. Is my dust hanging? Doing perfect, exactly. Right 5. Keep driving, you're doing perfect. Is it windy outside or no, Steve? Go right. Go right. It's windy, and now you're going to turn into where it's right downwind. You're going to slow down. Copy. You ready to cut left in? Here's cut left in. Okay, left 4 in the trees. Right 25 back now. 10-4, thank you. Get ready to stay left. Here's the stay left. Yep. Coming caution, hard right. So we're hard right 4. And hard left 4. We're going to go left.
All right, so we're here at the BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 500, and from that helicopter shot that we saw a few minutes ago, you could see Andy McMillan has now closed up right onto. Did they say Luke or Andy? Luke McMillan has closed up onto Andy McMillan's dust. He was close to making a pass right there, coming out of the wash at Cabuzo Junction. They're heading back south now to the base of Cordillera del Molina, and like where they're at right now, it's so fast and dusty. It's gonna be tough for Luke to make a move on Andy, but once they get into those rocks, the dust isn't that bad. The problem is there's nowhere to make a pass. So Luke can close up in the rocks, but he's gonna need Andy to pull over and let him by.
Yeah, but I think he's also going to play a smart game. Andy knows he's back there, and Luke's got.
But the problem here is Luke has got to get by him and gap out Impudia, or he's not going to win the overall. So if Luke wants to win the overall, he's got to get by Andy, in my opinion.
He's got to force Andy to make a mistake.
True. Or both of them just run a faster pace and gap out Impudia.
Which it does look like on the tracker, but the problem is they got to really kind of open up a gap on Impudia to take that overall.
They still have a lot left, and those definitely are two guys that can do that.
If do we have in-car from Luke McMillan's truck so we could kind of see how far off his dust he is right now? This is the battle for our physical lead, and to me, this is a make or break point as to whether, I think it's really Luke McMillan and Alan Impudia are the two that really have the best shot at winning this race, in my opinion.
Yeah, and like we keep saying, Alan's in the catbird seat. He's just got to sit back there, and he's drooling right now. He's right where he needs to be.
Yeah.
He can be very patient right now. Yeah.
The whole race has been playing into Alan's favor, but
he can sit back and just watch the cousins do battle, and one of them.
And so apparently Luke's feed is frozen, so we don't have that right now. Okay, so I wanted to see where he's at. Okay, there's still a little ways from getting into the rocks.
Steve, is there anyone behind Luke? Alan, but long ways back. You two are out. The rock boat. Copy. Just get to the rock. Get up that hill.
Steve giving.
Were they talking to the helicopter right there?
Yeah, pretty sure they were.
Yeah.
Yep, straight through, straight through, straight through. Go left
Let's
and
kind of
drop off.
listen into them here and see what they got going on.
Left 4. Stay left low to hard right 3. Yeah, things working good right now. Coming right 3, left 3, and then right 3 again. 18 seconds now, Andy. Good job. Watch out in right, left. Left 4, we get 5. You're good, you're good. Right 4, because of your speed. Now you're 5, go ahead. Okay, hard left 3 up here. Go hard left 3. Left 5 short to right 3. Yep, here's right 3. Coming danger rock right, then left. There it is. Coming left 4, tighten down, rocking left. Left 4, tighten down, rocking left. We're going to go right 3, rocking left bank.
Keep back up on the attack, Andy. Maybe 30 seconds back. I'll give you a split in a second.
Copy. Thank you. Coming right 5. Right 5. Nice and easy. Good job. Looking for death rock in the left. After the right, death rock.
Okay, in that wide shot, you could see the two McMillans here. Andy out front in Bryce's 7 truck, and then Luke is just lurking right back there in his dust. And they are getting extremely close to the base of Cordillera del Molina, which at that point it's going to get rocky, and dust is not going to be a factor. If Luke wants to make a push, especially right in the very beginning, there's multiple lines through the rocks right there. He could make a run at Andy and see if he could make a physical pass.
This is going to be an interesting thing too, because they're on different tires. So we're going to see, how much abuse both brands of these tires can take.
So this just updated. Did you guys see that on Allen's? He's 11 seconds, Luke, on that one. See that?
Are you talking about 3:10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, this is where I think this is the make or break point in this race. If Luke wants to win the overall, he's got to get by Andy, and that's going to allow him to kind of gap out Empudia.
And Empudia's just got to stay back there in that clear air window.
Well,
and ride it to the finish.
Unless he gets held up by Andy, and Luke's able to continue to open up a gap. That could give the win to Luke.
Yeah, Andy could push.
Luke would
hard.
be seizing it, but you know.
They could both push hard, and by default, Luke could almost pull ahead of Empudia.
Yeah, we talked about how everybody was saying Cordillera del Molina was going to be the make or break point in this race, and it seems like it's playing out exactly like that.
Right 5, danger rocks mid, joggle very slow.
So we're seeing 60, 70 mile an hour here. That mile per hour is going to be dropping to like 20 in 10 more miles.
Okay, coming danger 2 rock in right. There's 1, 2, hard right 3 coming here. Yep.
Yeah, it's about to get really, really rocky.
So here we'll get a shot of how far back Luke McMillan is.
He's right there.
He's literally right there on that
He's
turn.
right there.
Oh, geez, I didn't even see him.
Yeah.
Yeah, there he is. Wow.
He's
What a race.
less than 10 seconds off of him.
And it's important to note that, like, Impudia still is on projected time faster.
I just think, okay, so here's where it's going to get rocky, and there are multiple lines that you can take there. So as Andy gets into this area, this is where Luke can make a move, and actually he wouldn't even need Andy to pull over and let him go by. He could take an alternate line and actually make a pass. I think Luke's got to be chomping at the bit right now, because like he can win the race right now.
Yeah, look at that. It's just happy.
He's right there. He's, what, 100 yards off him?
Yeah.
And like I said, it's not, so he's going into the rocks right now. Dust is not going to be a factor. Luke has got to make his move
Look
right
at how
now.
hard he's pushing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hard left.
So see how there's a split lane right there?
Left. Oh, yeah.
What do you think? He's going left?
He could stay left. I think that links back. And then there's multiple lines here. You see how they're like...
Oh, he didn't take it.
No, he didn't take it, but...
This one here, stay right.
But it's like dust is absolutely not a factor. See him charging right now?
So that last section just between Luke and Andy just popped up on the screen here. Luke had him by 50 seconds, 53 seconds.
Yeah, it would be awesome if we could get the in-car in Luke's truck and hear what they're saying. But I think this helicopter shot this is the shot right now. So you can see the multiple lines I talked about here. Luke's just not making as much ground as I was kind of thinking he might be able to. And this just comes into how hard you want to push and risk getting a flat. Because he could throw it all away by getting a flat.
Yeah, how cool is this too? So rare do we actually get to see head-to-head competition in desert racing, especially on a screen, you know. Great shots from the helicopter.
And a lot of this is just solid embedded rock. So you can see the suspension articulating on this, and you know it's tough on tires. You got to make sure to not tear a tire in here or slash a sidewall.
Oh man, Andy can feel Luke breathing down his neck right now.
So right here, there should be a good split lane. Some of those other ones are really too wide, but there's some good either ors coming up right now. It does look like Luke is slowly creeping up on him. I feel like Luke has got to try to make the pass here, because once you get out of this, it gets really narrow. And even if he's on Andy's rear bumper, there's nowhere for Andy to go to even let him by.
So look at this. The times are just in for mile marker 3:15. Alan still has the corrected time lead, but it's only by 18 seconds.
Yeah, hey guys, I was just going to throw in there to you too, just a reminder of the starting order. You know, Luke started 1 minute behind Menzies, so he's on his bumper, and if he stays there, he would be ahead of Menzies. But Impudia started 5 minutes behind Menzies' truck and 4 minutes behind Luke. So if he also stays in that window, he's got him covered. So this is still a great cat and mouse race to the end.
I think Wes has hit the nail on the head. For Luke to actually get this win, he's going to have to pass his cousin.
100%. If he stays in Andy's dust, Alan's going to close on them, and Alan will have it without even having to pass. So if Luke wants the overall, he's got to make this pass on Andy McMillan.
Another thing.
Here we are on board with Alan now.
Another thing that'd be a little bit interesting is if this was Formula One, we might think about someone pulling in front and then having the other guy slow down through that narrow stuff to hold Impudia back. But I think with all different team sponsors, these guys are probably all going for the win themselves.
Yeah, I mean, if Luke was able to get by Andy and Andy wanted to be really nice, he could make that truck very wide through this section and hold Alan off a little bit and get a family win. But like you were saying, I don't know that he's has that much loyalty, being that he's driving Bryce's truck.
Agreed.
Okay, so the problem here for Luke is they're about to drop down, and then it's going to get really narrow, and you're not going to have these. This is the last split lane, and then they're going to drop down this hill, and then there's really nowhere to go. So from this point, for probably the next, I'm going to say 10 miles, for Luke to make a pass, he's going to need Andy to pull over for him. Because he's not going to make this pass right here. And, man, I think Luke's got to really, really try to make this pass in the rocks.
Wes, do you think we're going to see some cousins nerfing each other up there in the rocks?
Yeah, I think if Luke gets up to Andy's bumper, he'll try to get out of his way. But, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how that next holiday meal or dinner goes with these guys.
Yeah, all your fans, you got to go grab some popcorn because it doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, so right here is where they're going to drop down the hill, and that this is going to be kind of the end of the split lanes. Unless there is the area where there's a hole on a high line and you can take a low line through the ranch, that one's going to be fun to watch because it's high risk to take the high line, but it's definitely faster. And what do they choose to do? I kind of feel like in the situation they're in, they're all just going to go for the high line and try to stay to the right and carry momentum across it. What do you guys think?
We're going to see a lot about the pedigree of these two guys driving right now, because this is about as high a pressure as you can get, right? And in terrain where there's no margin for error, if they're smart, which they both are, they're going to take necessary chances, but they're not, because they can throw it away. Either one of them can throw it away right now with these big rocks. Being smart is number one right now, not being fast.
Bad rocks. Yep. Left right front down. Stay right. Rock in right. Rock in right.
Yeah, I'm seeing Cameron moving his way up again. 3 minutes off the lead in the two-wheel drive.
Stay right. Coming danger, rocking right.
So I don't know, does Luke have a helicopter
And
support
they'll
him?
rock out right on the way up. Ready, turn me down here real loud.
I don't believe he does.
No.
How's that? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, better. Got it? Yeah. Okay.
So this is where it just gets really technical. You've got a lot of just rocky uphills.
And danger, rock left, caution, right.
There may be 2 miles, I think, from that section where there's a hole and they get to the ranch.
And again, danger, big rock left.
Maybe even less than that. It might only be a mile.
You know, this shot, this is phenomenal footage, but it does not give you the level of intensity that both these guys behind the wheel are feeling right now. You can't really tell how treacherous it is off to the left here. And it doesn't seem like they're going that
this
fast.
gives you a better perspective here of showing how
I mean, even the mile per hour,
is.
it doesn't seem like it's fast, but if you were driving a regular pickup truck on this, you'd be going 2 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're going through rough stuff right now.
And to see a Mason all-wheel drive going 15 miles an hour, you know that's rough terrain. I'm actually amazed that he's going over 30 through a lot of this. He even hit 40.
And you're seeing that thing jaw slate up and down. Those are hard hits. You are feeling that.
He wants the win.
Wish we had the biometrics on these guys right now.
I was just thinking that. I'd like to see heart rates right now.
I mean, I'm putting myself in the driver's seat right now, and this is about as intense as it gets.
Dips here, yep. Still dips.
And the other part about this is they're not 50 miles from the finish line.
Yeah.
They still have, what, at least
200
miles?
Over 200?
Yeah. So if they keep this up, it's just going to be hours of this intense competition.
right. Caution, left 2 rocks. Caution, right 1.
So he's at 320. We just got an update here. Luke's got 8 seconds on Alan. So Luke and Andy are outpacing Alan right now.
Okay, he should be getting pretty close to that ranch, and this is where SCORE made a bypass that stays to the left and goes down by the ranch, which that's going to be the safe way to get through there. The high line is, if anybody that's been watching SCORE social media, there's a hole. I think this is it right here. Okay, so yeah, that's the ranch. Andy's going on the low line. What's Luke gonna do? Because if he stays on the high line, I think it's faster, but you gotta get through it. So what? Okay, is he going right or left? He's staying low. That you can see that high line, and if he was able to get through that, I think he would have made a pass.
Look at how steep that is, though, man.
Right in the middle of that high line, the whole left side has got you can see where those rocks were right there. It's just gotten washed out. Hey, he's going 15 miles, 14, 13. Super rocky, slow, technical terrain right here.
This is one of those points where you just want to get everything quiet in your head and get into a rhythm and just kind of tune all of the noise out.
92 motorcycles to your left. Copy. Off road.
Okay, they just caught a couple motorcycles right there. Let's kind of listen in to what they're saying.
Rock out. Okay, huge boulder left. Around. 180 right. Left 180. Just past the motorcycle. Hard right. Gonna be a washout in the right. Right one. Big rock left. Washout right again. Big rocks left slow. Big rocks left. Left right. Again left. Left right. Hard right. Right. Boulder in right. Left. Job. 180. Boulder here. Oh. Line. Big rocks both. Here comes your rock. Stay left. There you go. Rock sticking out left. Warning left. Boulder in left. Oh, careful. Yeah, thank you. See out, straight over right. Left over the top. Right a little. There you go. Okay, ledge in the right. Keep left. Caution, right 2. Rock mid here. Clip on the right side. Still working. Clip right. Caution, straight over right. Square ledge around this. And a rock in left. Still danger. Rocks left. Rocks right. Around this. Left 2, rock out. Yep, rocks right. Rocks both here. Boulder left. Really narrow boulder on your right. left, slow. All right. Boulder in right. Danger rock in left, then right. Danger rock left, right again. Gosh, rock in right. Boulders everywhere. Left over. In right. Good job. That did. Yep. Same with. Get to the end of it. Yeah. We're almost there. Rock in left, then right. Danger, stop, bad rocks. Real slow here. Fire. Hard left. Yep. Got it. You're good. 30 seconds. 30 behind you. How far, Steve? Okay, hard left, slip on your right. Hard left. To right. Left 3. Wrist mile 325. All good. Left 3, tight. Danger, rocking left up at the top here. Rocking left. Again, big rocking left, then right. Sit rack. Yep. Okay, rocking left down on exit. Again, danger, rocking left. Where's that son of a bitch up here? Yeah. Coming danger, rocking right. Danger, stop, narrow, boulder in right. Danger, rocking right. And again, rocking right. Coming around here, rocking right. Danger, bad rocking left, right. Now mid 2. Danger, stop, boulder left. Right 2, cliff left. Danger, boulder right. Gonna be big rocks inside here. In the left, still in left. Beebo's rock in right coming. Happy. We're clear. Rocking right again. Right there. And again, danger rocking right. Right over the rise, clip on your left. One left. And one right. Rocks left, rocks left. Danger, rocks sticking out right. Right 2. Right over crest, cliff on your left. Tight and twisty here. Right 2, left 2. Left 3. To right 2. Here's right 2, long left 3. Right 2, long left 3. Right 2, 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 exit. Hard left. Rocking the right now. Left 2. Working clip right side. Right 2. And again, going to be right 2. Boulder in left, clip on the right. I did not see him come around that corner, so we're still probably 30 plus. Hard right here. Rock in right. To rock and right. Sit. Now coming danger rocking left. Over the top to danger rocking left. Tight right 2 and left 2. And right 2. Left 2, clip right. Rocking left, narrow. And again, danger rocking left. Double. Tight right 2. Left 4.
All right. Awesome onboard footage here with Andy McMillan in Bryce's Mason all-wheel drive. It looks to me like he's actually kind of gapped out Luke McMillan. What are you guys seeing?
Well, he's not in the shot like he was a few minutes ago. I don't think he's gapped him to the point where Luke doesn't have a chance. I think, Luke made a push, let Andy know he was there. Luke's not going away. And if Luke was able to push up and catch him once, he can do it again. So this race isn't over. And Andy has definitely not won, and there's 100 plus miles to go. So we're going to see some more battling for sure.
Well, through 3:25, our adjusted times were Luke McMillan, first place, Alan Impudia, 27 seconds back. So they've actually been opening up a gap on Alan.
Yeah.
And then Bryce Minzy / Andy McMillan at 43 seconds back. So Andy has been closing on Luke on adjusted time, pulling away physical. About 20 seconds or so, I think, in the last 5 miles. So through that kind of rocky technical section, I think Andy got about 20 seconds on Luke, which, I felt like this is where Luke had to make his move because dust wasn't as much of a factor. Once, really where Andy is now and going into Rancho Los Pinos and then all the way to the finish, it gets really dusty again. And it's going to be extremely difficult, in my opinion, for him to make any move on Andy. So now, is Andy's pace fast enough to where Luke is not being held up by him and they can pull away from Alan? I think that's the story that I see now.
I tell you, what a battle for the BFGoodrich 2026 Baja 500. I mean, it's been a long time since I've sat and watched this intensely a race. But I'm going to do it more often now. I mean, if these guys are racing this close, it's fun. I mean, I'd always rather be in the driver's seat, but this is a pretty good seat right here.
I think with the coverage that we've had over the past, especially 2 years now, it's so fun to watch these races, and it's exciting. And we
didn't have to get dirty. I'm not dirty. I'm not sore.
But the battles that we have, it's these lead trucks, they've gotten so reliable now that these guys are driving them, to the ragged edge. And you have so many competitive drivers and trucks that it's almost always coming down to seconds, not even minutes between first, second, third place. And we're watching that play out right now.
If Bryce and Andy come away with a win here, you got to wonder, how is that going to affect their choice on what truck to race at the 400?
Oh, if they win today, I would assume they're going to keep the Gen 1 running,
Yeah. Or do they enter 2 trucks?
I mean, I know that they're really happy with the performance of the Gen 2. I think they just need to get to a comfort level of that truck outperforming this truck and
Well,
being
if
more
we use
reliable.
today's results, it's not outperforming. It's just getting past mile marker, whatever it was.
But
40 or
that's
50.
very new. Development always takes time.
That's my
you know?
point.
Yeah.
Do they take that chance?
I
we'll
don't
stick
think
with
Bryce
Gen
would take
1.
the chance.
I
I think he would stick with Gen 1
1.
because he knows he can win in this truck. Yeah.
Well, and especially if you just did win. So.
Yeah.
And that for Andy to put 20 seconds through that section is ridiculously impressive.
Ooh.
That's close.
See, that's the thing. There's still, and that's the other part of this, is Andy's probably taking a little bit of a breather right now. Okay, the intense battle has subsided a bit. When you start to relax a little more, that's also when you can make a mistake.
Yeah.
So here we've got a two-shot with Alan Impudia and Andy McMillan, and this is kind of cool to watch both of them. Alan's, he's right there.
Where is he at mile-wise?
Let me look here on the tracker. He's probably a mile or two back, maybe. I'm gonna say 1.5 miles to 2 miles behind them right now.
So has he made it through that real bad chunk, the 2 mile an hour piece? Did he pass that yet? Okay.
Yeah. Just looking at this, all of our leaders have made it through the worst section that everyone was concerned about. It's still tight and twisty here, but it's not as rocky. It's like you can see his pace is picked up tremendously from when we watch Andy go through a couple of sections. I think he was at 2 miles an hour at one point, which is basically a standstill. But some of those rocks and ledges and lips that you got to go over through that, in order to not damage your vehicle, you got to slow down to those speeds and just crawl through it.
Hey, so we keep talking about the coverage here. I'm just reminded that one of the cool things about what SCORE has done in the partnership with Racer is that this is now all packaged up with the Racer network, which means way more eyeballs are seeing it. Cool move on behalf of SCORE and Racer to make that move.
Yeah, it's in Racer, the Racer network. Like I'll be sitting in a restaurant or a bar or something, you look up and they're replaying this, and it's always kind of cool to go, oh hey, there's the Baja 500, So yeah, that's an awesome partnership that SCORE has worked out.
So look at this, we're on board with both Andy McMillan and Alan Impudia here.
Andy's getting really close to the Rancho Los Pinos. And this is going to be kind of the top of this summit. It's the highest elevation we get on this course. I believe it's right around 5,200 feet. And again, we talked about how the varying terrain of Baja, you actually you get into some junipers and like pinyon pines up here.
Yeah, it's always funny to ever mention snow in an off-road race in Baja. And to those that don't know, like, what? Really? There's snow in Baja? Like, yeah, there is.
I've been in snow in a Baja 1000.
Yeah. So have I.
Up in Mike's, it can get really cold in November.
Yeah, you think about how cool is this? We've been from, not necessarily on the Sea of Cortez, but on the Sea of Cortez side, up over the mountains, along the Pacific coastline, high desert, low desert, cactus, pine trees. It's the magic of Baja for sure.
All right, so let's go to John at the Warbucks Action Desk, and I think you got some updates for us. What do you got?
So yeah, we just wanted to show kind of the overall map of where they are. So right now the 83 and the 7 are actually underneath each other, or the 7 is underneath the 83. That's how close they are from this particular view, and we're waiting for it to refresh. But the one a little while back, but still, again, he was 5 minutes behind Menzies at the start. So is he within 5 minutes? And the answer is probably likely. So we've got a timing loop coming up at race mile 332. So we're going to see within the next few minutes on adjusted time where these all sit. And of course, Luke, if he stays within 1 minute of his cousin Andy, he could have the win, assuming no penalties and so forth. So still too close to call.
So through 3:30, it looks like Bryce and Andy are now 53 seconds back off of Luke. So it looks like Luke's made up another 10 seconds in this last 5 miles. Alan should be coming through fairly shortly at 3:30. So that's where we need to see what's going on with Impudia. You know, did Impudia just kind of play it safe through here, and then is he going to pick it back up once he gets to like Rancho Los Pinos and gets out of this really precarious area? You know, Alan has the ability, has that raw speed that we talked about. You know, but honestly, so do Luke and Alan Luke and Andy McMillan.
Here's your big dip. Half right, Steve. Where's this next hit? Right 4. He's right 4.
While we're looking at this multi-view, you guys want to kind of go through some of the other classes? We haven't talked about them in a while. Like,
yeah, there are some other races going on here.
Well, yeah, let's talk about our leaders in the other classes and just kind of give a recap on who's leading the various other classes here. And the first one that I'm aware of that's actually doing extremely well overall is the 1L of Ricky Johnson and Gus Vildosola. They're, I believe, 5th overall, and they may be even higher than that on adjusted time.
No surprise there.
They do have Harley Lettner breathing down their neck, though. So Harley's actually making a little bit of a push here because they were doing really good overall. They had, so it was a belt issue. Let me read this again. I got an update. Yeah, so they lost a belt at race mile 194. So how long do you think it would have taken them to change that, Jason?
Which one?
A belt on Harley's truck?
Oh, gosh.
Kevin and Harley's?
4 to 8 minutes, maybe, depending on stuff, yeah.
Here we're on board with Cody Reed in Class 1.
Yeah, I was just looking at the Class 1 stuff. He is way ahead of Wilson. Right behind Wilson, you've got Healy. Right behind him is Von Gittin. And then Langley is right on Von Gittin. But let's see.
Like Lauren.
And
the Reeds are.
Jason McNeil ran out of fuel, right? So
I believe so.
Trey Gibbs that would be our lead spec.
And
look at that.
And Cody's about 30 miles ahead of Wilson right now.
So Trey Gibbs is doing extremely well overall in his spec. I think he is maybe 6th overall. Okay, 3 minutes, 0 minutes. Yeah, I think that Trey Gibbs is physically 6th overall. So he's got to be doing really well on adjusted as well.
That's pretty impressive, actually.
Yeah, I think I believe he's our first place, like 2-wheel drive truck out there right now. I don't know. I don't see Baldy or Chris Miller though, so I'm not sure where those guys are at.
Miller's the 40T.
Yeah.
He looks like a 287 right now.
Okay, yeah, but at 0 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's right where you drop out of the summit into El Medio Wash. I'm wondering if they're having a problem.
While you guys are talking about that, I'm seeing times fill in here for the Pro Open UTV, and again, no surprise, we got Brock Hager out front. With Caden McCachran, looks like about 9 minutes behind him on adjusted time, then Brandon Sims, Mitch Guthrie in 4th, Dallas Gonzalez in 5th, and Wayne Matlock, Ethan Groom, Joe Tarana in 8th, and Oscar Arambula and Cole Christian rounding out the top 10.
So that's our Pro Opens. In the the turbo or forced induction, look at times. I'm curious who's leading that and how they're doing compared to the Pro Opens for the battle for the UTV overall.
Yeah. Brock is, looks like 6 hours and 6 minutes.
So Caden Wells, and he's in a Can-Am.
They're not even.
He's a ways back.
Yeah, looks like close to.
And on the two-wheel drive truck, Baldy hasn't updated for a while, so he may be not far off of Miller. We just can't tell.
Right. Well, I'm showing Cameron Steele ahead of all those guys on the tracker right now. So Cameron Steele may be leading our two-wheel drive trophy trucks, other than the spec trucks that are ahead of him. but in the two-wheel drive trophy truck class.
We got a 10 car up on the screen here now. Looks like he's got a flat or something. Just leaned off to the side.
Crooked camera.
Yeah, I think the camera just got hit.
Looks like he's on the crossover road.
Yeah, that looks like crossover road.
So again, class 10, for those that are new to this, that is unlimited suspension, open wheel with a limited motor. And that's like the stepping stone into class 1, which is unlimited motor, unlimited suspension. And that crooked camera is messing with my neck. And this is right around where Bryce saw that van coming at him head on, I think, or dang close to it.
I think he's a little past it, but yeah, right in that area. A class 10 is to a class 1 what a trophy spec is to an unlimited trophy truck.
Yeah,
exactly.
Both unlimited chassis on the high end and limited motors on the other. Well, unlimited chassis, unlimited motor, limited motor, unlimited chassis.
So I'm pretty sure that 1009 of Willard, I think they won San Felipe, and I think they won the championship last year in class 10. This is a trophy truck spec, right?
So it looks like on the tracker that Brock Hager is basically entering the summit right now. So he's not that far back off of the field of trucks
leaders
in front of him.
Well, we talked about it. I think this one is going to be tough for him to break into the top 10 overall. He's done it in the past. It was the 1,000, not the 500. He needs more time, I think. You know, if to run that far up in the overall field, he would need more distance, more time behind the wheel to actually get it into the
and
top 10.
How much was he affected by that bottleneck?
Yeah.
You know, he could have sat for 15 minutes or something in a bottleneck, and then you're just throwing time away. All right, so this is our coverage of the BF Goodrich SCORE Baja 500. Hope you guys are enjoying this. We have a tremendous battle going on between our top 3 trophy trucks, which you have Andy McMillan physically out front, and then Luke and Pudia. But let's take a break and stay tuned for more action coming at you after this.
Somewhere in the world, there's a place where every corner holds a new discovery. Want to find out? Here, comfort isn't measured by extravagance, it's measured by the purity of authenticity. What seems simple on these streets is a symphony of flavors at every turn, where history is served on a plate and the most revolutionary experiences are tasted one bite at a time. Like that first time standing before 12 volcanoes, feeling so unique. Or those giants in the middle of the desert who have waited thousands of years just to keep sharing their story with you. Here, vineyards stretching to the horizon are just part of everyday life. Dance, sail, run, and ride. That's a decision you could make at any moment of your trip. Let the wind guide you, the horizon inspire you, and the journey transform you. Here, what seems ordinary, like crossing a desert, enjoying the sea, and watching the sunset from a forest, is truly a treasure. This isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And what is just part of daily life for us, for you, it's an invitation to an unforgettable journey.
All right. Welcome back to the BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 500. I'm Wes Miller, sitting here with Jason Hurd, Ryan Thomas, and we have John Griffin up at the Warbucks Action Desk. Right now, we got racers all over the Baja Peninsula, or well, northern part of the Baja Peninsula. And we've got a multi-view here. Have an excellent battle going on between the number 7 Bryce Menzies truck with Andy McMillan driving, Luke McMillan in the 83, and Alan Impudia in the number 1. We watched them battling through Cordillera del Molina, and seemed like Andy was able to kind of gap out Luke a little bit, but it looks like right now on the tracker and the timing that we're seeing that Luke has been able to reel him back in, and it seems like they've opened up a little bit of a gap on Alan Impudia. So through race mile 335, we've got this is on adjusted time. We've got Luke McMillan as our leader, followed by Alan Impudia down 1:04, and then Bryce Menzies / Andy McMillan at 1:05. So that means Andy has been gaining time on Alan as well. So he's in position to overtake Alan for that second spot on adjusted time.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. We've been talking about how Alan's kind of been in the catbird seat and, you know, kind of able to control to a degree what's going on. I think the cousins have kind of put on a clinic here. Now we're going to see if Alan can match. You know, I mean, there's plenty of race left. He's still got, I mean, as we see here, he's got clear skies in front of him. So it's time for Alan to step up here.
Well, you know, and Impudia does have a little bit of a home field advantage here. You know, he grew up in Baja.
Well, to be honest, so did these other two kids.
Well, but I mean, Impudia really did. And I mean, he's got as much time as anybody down here. And I kind of wonder, did Impudia play it safe through the summits, try to get his truck through there clean, and then now really try to throw it down? And so I want to watch our splits as we come through these next couple sections and see, does Alan start to close it back up, or do the McMillans keep continuing to pull away from him? Well, it looks to me like he's throwing it down right now.
The other thing to think about is Luke's coming off of a win at San Felipe, right?
Correct.
So maybe Luke starts thinking about a championship at this point and a podium at the Baja 500.
I think all of them are thinking win at the Baja 500 right now. But this is like, so this next, from here to the finish, it just is so straining on you because it's just so tight and twisty, and you just turn after turn after turn, and there's elevation changes and rises, and we talked about how hard it is to see out of these trucks, and you've got these big boulders and big rain ruts, and there's a lot of gotchas here. So if you push too hard, you're going to end your race in this. So it's going to be fun watching these guys really throw it down, on their way to Rancho Nelson in the checkered flag.
It's going to be the battle of all battles. Well, I'm seeing on the screen here, look at that, the race in the two-wheel drive is getting closer. They're separated. Let's see, Chris Miller has got 2 minutes on Baldy and 3.5 minutes on Cameron.
That was through 2:45 though. That's
like
before Valle de Trinidad. So I don't know how much I trust that.
Fair enough.
What I do trust is Andy McMillan is driving 100% right now. This is his first race back, teamed up with Bryce, and I think he wants to prove he's still got it. But look at the pace Impudia's throwing down right now.
Oh man, those rocks are close.
Yeah, and those are serious rocks.
I'm telling you, Impudia is he's gonna make a run at them. I think he closes a little bit of time. What do you guys think?
Well, you got to believe that he's got the crew out there that's giving him time splits. He knows he's lost some time. I think he was probably playing it safe in that treacherous section, and now he's going to turn up the wick here. I mean, look at him.
I agree. I think he's driving 110% right now.
I mean, but honestly, it's still pretty treacherous. You've got those massive boulders on either side of the race course. All those bushes, they're not just bushes. A lot of that is mesquite with huge, huge tree trunks that go down into the dirt. You clip one of those things.
Or a boulder sitting right behind it that you can't see until you clip it.
And was it steering at the 250 that he had issues with? Or was it the 1000 he had steering issues?
Man, I don't remember what happened to him at the 250.
So he played it safe through the rough part, which can easily take steering out. And now he's going to push hard because he's definitely back in points. He needs to come up to be able to win a championship this year.
I mean, all he's got to do is if he makes up 2 minutes, he would be the new adjusted leader. So, and he's got clean air. I think what's working in his favor and in Andy's favor is they both have clean air. Luke has to drive in Andy's dust, and so he's having to take more risks. And that's a precarious place to be. For Luke to be, you got Alan closing on you. You know you got to keep holding him off, but Alan's in clean air and you're in dust. That's a bad place to be, in my opinion.
Especially with all the dangerous stuff they're driving by right now.
Right. Well,
and you got to wonder, is he processing all that? Is he thinking about all that? What do we got here? Look at this entry.
That is not a race truck.
That is a numberless race truck. Not cool. Fans watching at home, this is not okay.
All right, let's go back up to the Warbucks action desk. John, what do you got to say here?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think that guy in that white truck was just running out to get his pizza and popcorn to get ready. But I just remind all these fans at home, oh my goodness, this is like the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl or something. We're going to have a barn burner of a finish, and all these guys are pushing to the end. 3 guys within 1 minute, and we're going to have the next hour and a half or 2 of unbelievable action.
And I'm not remembering perfectly, but you hit the nail on the head. 3 guys within a minute of each other, and they've been within a minute or plus or minus for hours. So they have just been constantly battling.
So through race mile 345, Andy McMillan is now only 30 seconds behind Luke. So in that last 5 miles, he made up 30 seconds, or opened up 30 seconds of physical position. Well, 17. No, he was 56. So yeah, it was 26. So basically 30 seconds. So the next one I want to see is, it looked like Alan had picked up the pace. Is he actually closing on them, or is he gonna? I mean, they're all throwing it down at this point, and I want to see through 3:45. Where's Alan at? We should know in the next couple minutes here.
I just had this vision. If this was like a boxing match, it's like the final round or the final couple rounds, and they're just taking turns slugging each other in the face.
Oh, this is Hearns Hagler.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or just throwing haymakers at each other.
Look at that. All that green. There's been rain at some point here not too long ago.
They're still at a pretty decent elevation right here too.
Yeah.
You know, they're coming out of the Los Pinos area where, you know, you're coming from 5,200 feet, but I mean, they're probably still 4,500 feet, 4,000.
You know, you were talking about snow a little while ago. What are we on board with here? That's Travis Pico.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been in Hamau when there was, 6 inches of snow on the ground.
So looks like it's getting ready to head up the summit, or just starting to head up the summit.
Yeah, what a great example of what the dust does. You know, that visibility disappeared there for a second.
Some nice sportsmanship there, though, pulling over.
Well, I think you heard the V8 behind him.
And people that aren't familiar with desert racing etiquette, if you're driving and someone else catches up to you and they get behind you, the courteous thing to do is to pull over and let them by. They do have a push to pass button that you can hit that will send a message to the vehicle in front of them, letting them know that there's someone behind them wanting to make a pass, and you can acknowledge it or not. Sometimes the person will acknowledge it and let you by. The other time, you may let them know you're behind them, and then they try to jackrabbit you too.
That doesn't usually bode well for the person in front, because if you do that once, okay, but you catch them again, they're going to probably end up off the side of the race.
You get the steel horn, I think, is what it's called.
Yeah. Hey, so I just got a message here. It says looks like a bottleneck at 324. Are we hearing anything about that from anybody else?
Well, so 324 is in the middle of Cordillera del Molina.
Well, we've been talking about this all day.
Oh yeah. There's definitely looks like there's a bottleneck there. And it looks like a fair amount of our, it looks like, I think Lofton's in it, Householder, Myers, Harley Lettner in the Concrete Motorsports truck, because they're all kind of bunched up right there.
Kevin Thompson's about ready to come into it.
Mm-hmm. So I wonder if maybe if Lofton got caught up right there, or I want to look at the other tracker here.
We're back on board with Sam Baldy here. I've always liked the livery on his cars.
Yeah, I believe
And they build their own.
This is built in-house, yeah.
Yeah,
They're one of the few teams that does that.
custom-built in-house chassis, which you don't really see that by too many of the other trophy truck teams.
This is one of the nicest two-wheel drive trucks I've ever seen. They did a phenomenal job on this platform.
Oh, and that buggy they had was beautiful too.
Mm-hmm. They just did a Bronco that's really nice as well.
Now, Jason, since you build chassis and design them, what's different about the Baldy truck versus, say, a Geyser or Mason or a Racer?
Some of the stuff that I really liked, they use an underslung Pro-Am rack. Big fan of that on the front end of this two-wheel drive. I thought that was pretty cool. And then some of the layout, some of the construction, it's just really fine and thought out, and they've spent years proving it and perfecting it. And it's really paying off. Between that and their team, yeah, they're definitely contenders for the championship in two-wheel drive this season.
Okay, we were talking about keeping an eye on this race for the lead with our all-wheel drive trophy trucks, and at 3:45, you had Luke McMillan. He's 18 seconds
That's
ahead
race
of him.
mile 3:45?
Correct.
Or time? Oh, no, I guess we're only 3
No, race
o'clock
mile
now.
3:45, and we've got Luke McMillan. These are adjusted times. First place, Alan Impudia, 18 seconds back. Bryce Menzies, 30 seconds back. That means in the last 5 miles that both Impudia and Menzies' truck made up a ton of time there. They made up about 20 to 30 seconds. So I kind of wonder, maybe like Luke bobbled or something, maybe missed a turn or something. Like, for him to lose 20 seconds in 5 miles, like, something probably happened in there that cost him that time. But that means our top 3 are 30 seconds on adjusted. Okay, so through 350 now, Andy McMillan in the number 7 is 19 seconds back off of Luke. So Andy is our physical leader. He's starting to gap out Luke McMillan, and it seems like Impudia is closing up too. Do you think maybe he's having to manage some temps or something, or what are your thoughts here,
It's
Jason
hard to
and
say.
Ryan?
I think all 3 of them are just cruising as best they can right now. They're pushing hard. They're all very similar skill set, very similar caliber trucks.
But we saw Luke really kind of make a run, and then now we're kind of seeing him fall off.
But it's only
And-
slightly, it could be a variance of just the way the timing was relative to the section. He could have hit a slower section, faster section, inverse,
Okay. We'll see at 3:55 what happens, but the
Exactly,
trend
yeah.
that's going doesn't look good for Luke.
I think that he might be thinking championship, honestly.
Well,
are you saying Luke would be a little more conservative right now?
I mean, if he runs the way he's running now, he's going to be somewhere on the podium.
Mm-hmm. And he's well ahead of points of Impudia.
Right,
Mhm.
right. And I'm sure he'd like to keep Alan from getting a three-peat on the championship side of things.
Like he would rather focus on
Yeah, I mean,
champion and 1,000 win?
The thing is, though, is Bryce got third. So, if he gives up a position to Andy here, and like say Impudia wins Andy and Bryce get second, and then Luke gets third, that's not a good position for Luke if he is going for the championship. Yeah, it looks like we had something going on there. Hard to speculate what that was.
A little tree trim in there.
Looks like that's heading to the summit, if I had to guess.
Yeah. Railroad Junction area.
Okay, so through race mile 350, Luke first on adjusted, and Pudia 15 seconds and back, and then Bryce and Andy McMillan 19 seconds back.
Incredibly close race.
Hey, so a while back we were talking about the 42 versus the 40. I texted the engineer that's designed those tires. He just got back to me, Matt Hanlon from BFGoodrich, and he said that the 42 is 8 pounds heavier than the 40.
That's not terrible.
It's not, you know, it's not orders of magnitude. I think the advantage that comes from, you know, bigger tire, smaller the hole, is probably worth the 8 pounds.
Well, the other advantage too is you are increasing. When you go up to the 18-inch rim, you get the bigger brake package.
Yeah.
Now, when you go to the 18-inch rim and you go to the 42, you are now having a sidewall tire ratio close up again, as opposed to a 40 on an 18.
Yeah, yeah. So that was that was a 16 car.
Yeah.
Which, so that is a class we haven't talked about. We were talking about Class 10 being a stepping stone into Class 1. The 1600 class, that is a stepping stone, honestly, into Class 10, where you've got limited motor and limited suspension.
Yeah, I mean, they're not far off of like a Class 11, the 16 cars. You know?
I think they're a little faster than a Class 11.
Yeah, but it's not like, you know, they're closer to that than they would be a Class 1.
So the 1600 cars, that's where Luke McMillan got his start. That's where Tavo got his start. I don't remember if Andy actually raced in 1600 first. I think he did. A lot of the, I mean, especially the families that have been around for a while, you know, they understand and knew that, hey, you got to cut your teeth in some of these limited classes before we set you free with a bunch of horsepower. Do not like seeing Ryan Arciero with his helmet off. Stopped.
Well, the last time we saw him, he was sitting in there with a not a happy look on his face.
Yeah. No, waving off something, yeah.
So I got a note that Brendan Gaughan, it was running second in Class 1. He's just not tracking, is what I'm being told.
Okay.
Left 3.
Do you have Ryan's phone number? Arciero?
Correct 5. Tightening up a little bit here. Right 4. Right 5, tightens all the way down to 2. Hip tightening down now. Hard right 2. And left 3.
All right, we're back on board with Andy McMillan in Bryce Menzies trophy truck. They are still first vehicle on the race course. And now we're bouncing back to a 16 car, it looks like. From one end of the spectrum to the other. And if I'm not mistaken, that had 1600, the number 1600, which means that's the class champion from last year.
And a red background with a white number.
There you go.
Get ready to stay right side. Yep. And then come in danger, big G out. Here it is, danger, big G. Left 4, danger, rock right. Left 4, Katie.
You know,
Stay left 3.
we've been watching these three guys almost all day, and I don't think I've ever seen a shot with Alan dealing with any dust. He has been living in this pocket of free air for most of the day.
In the very beginning, he was in dust. But
Sure.
From probably Urupan on, I think he's had relatively clean air.
Yeah. But they just switched shots there. We were out on the front, and now we're back in the cab.
Yeah, looking at the time splits every 5 miles, it's our top three are about 30 seconds unadjusted apart from each other. So it's extremely close. And again, I talked about how Alan Impudia has clean air, Andy McMillan has clean air, Luke McMillan is in Andy's dust.
And he's still holding his own.
Luke appears to have gained time at 3:55. Have you seen that?
Yeah, so it looks like looks like Luke gained a little bit of time there. About 3 seconds on Impudia and maybe 10 seconds on Andy.
So after watching these guys go through both those summits and then looking back down here on the map at the Sportsman Bypass, probably a really good plan that they put the Sportsman Bypass in there. Can you tell our viewers about the Sportsman Bypass, Wes?
Yeah, we had that piece, but basically the sportsman classes at Nuevo Junction, which was like race mile 267, instead of turning and heading east and going over the summit and doing about almost 100-mile loop over there, they just went straight towards Santa Catarina and picked up the course there. And that's, so your class 11s, sportsman motorcycles, quads, a few other four-wheel vehicles, that allows them to not have to go through some of the most brutal sections of this course.
Yeah, sportsman is you can actually elect to compete in the sportsman class, which big one is you pay a little bit less of an entry fee. You also don't win any purse money, but then in scenarios like this, sometimes they'll give you an option to have a little bit less difficult race course. Another way to make entering our sport a little easier for a newcomer.
A way to get your feet wet.
Yeah.
Go out there, start kind of learning your racecraft, learning how to put a team together, learning logistics. And
not ending up stuck somewhere you're going to spend the night and wait 12 hours to be helped.
Right.
And out here.
Yeah, because both summits, if you break down in there, that's a pretty tough retrieval.
You're spending the night, yeah. I was talking to Judy Smith one time a few years back, which she was a pioneer female off-road racer journalist, and she made a comment one time. She said, yeah, I always carried a sleeping bag in my car. And I'm like, well, yeah, of course you did. You end up sleeping out there with, back in the 60s and 70s. She said, no, that was the only way I could keep my bottle of tequila from breaking in the car. Here we are back on Punta Colonet.
Man, who's back there right now?
Probably a lot of people.
A stock truck, or is that the white truck that we saw before?
No.
No.
I think it's maybe a 7 truck.
Okay.
But man, what a beautiful shot that is.
Got a lot of miles ahead of them.
It's cool to see these shots and realize that I think you've been out there. I don't know if you have, but there's very few people that have actually been at that spot on the globe. And cool to know I've been there. Amazing views, beautiful place. And what is that?
It's a spec truck.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Looks like he's had a rough day.
one of the things that you gotta kind of give it
That
to these
doesn't look
competitors is that most off-road racers don't give up.
No.
Part of the deal is you finish no matter what.
Oh, that's not a good sign. Travis Piquet.
I mean, where he's at,
it does not.
Is he blocking the course?
Looks like he could be.
Yeah, the course almost looks like it's forward to the left of him.
What's he got in his hand there? It looks like a Zin.
No,
Oh, no,
that's the fluid.
Yeah, that could be a problem if they're right in the middle of the race course.
Are they in a bottleneck?